Qi Rui had the nerve to plot against her, so she should naturally reap what she sowed. It's just unclear what role old Lady Qi, who used the excuse of a sprained foot to send Xia Yan away, played in this matter. After all, it's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Lu Mingzhao ran her fingers over the knife's handle, her brows slightly furrowed. Sun's second young master grew even angrier. Qi Rui crumpled to the ground, hurriedly explaining, "Young master, I really didn't know." Lu Mingzhao scoffed, "Son, don't let a few sweet words fool you again, or I'll really look down on you." The second young master of the Sun family choked, "Hey, could you put the knife down first? Let's talk properly." Lu Mingzhao frowned. Sis-in-law. The second young master of the Sun family knew when to bend and when to stand firm. Finally, it wasn't the flirtatious miss anymore. Lu Mingzhao gave a satisfied nod and moved the kitchen knife away from Sun's second young master's neck. Sun's second young master turned and bolted like a slippery eel to a tree by the roadside, keeping his distance from Lu Mingzhao. "I will deal with Qi Rui, this treacherous maid, but you, I will never let off either. You turned down the toast, now you'll have to drink the penalty. I'll make sure you can't buy a single grain of rice in Changhe County. There will come a time when you'll kneel and beg me to allow you to serve me. The Yangming Marquis family is far, and the emperor is even further. What can they do to me?" Lu Mingzhao frowned deeply. She knew Sun's second young master was just talking tough, but she didn't like hearing it. "Is that so?" Lu Mingzhao hurled the kitchen knife, nailing Sun's second young master's robe to the tree trunk. Thankfully, her dart-throwing skills hadn't rusted. Sun's second young master's eyes widened, an unknown liquid flowing beneath him, his mouth agape but unable to utter a word. The servant boy was so scared his legs went weak, scrambling to rescue his young master, second young master. No one expected Lu Mingzhao to actually dare to use the knife. Even Xie Huaiqian beside Lu Mingzhao was extremely surprised. Lu Mingzhao adjusted her cloak and walked straight towards Sun's second young master, not forgetting to kick Qi Rui as she passed by. "If something is blocking the way, shouldn't you kick it aside instead of cradling it in your hands and fussing over it?" Xie Huaiqian followed suit and kicked her as well. This kick carried a bit of personal grudge. Lu Mingzhao stood about 3 feet away from Sun's second young master, lightly covering her nose with her sleeve to block the unpleasant smell. "Second young master Sun, didn't you say we should talk properly? You were tricked by your maid into enthusiastically kicking this iron plate of mine. You're a victim, and so am I. Shouldn't we be banding together against a common enemy? You really need to read more books in the future." The second young master of the Sun family looked at the stunning beauty before him, feeling no lust or admiration, only fear. The goddess-like woman holding the kitchen knife wasn't just threatening him. If her aim had been slightly off, today would have been the anniversary of his death. He hadn't yet had enough of his indulgent and pleasurable life. After a long while, the second young master of the Sun family finally found his voice, trembling, "Sister-in-law, colluding with evil is what bad people do." Lu Mingzhao retorted, "Are you a good person?" The second young master of the Sun family. Lu Mingzhao, both of us are victims of this misfortune, right? Right, the second young master of the Sun family nodded vigorously. He was still nailed to the tree, how could he dare to disagree? "Will you still make threats?" "No, sister-in-law, just consider it as me talking nonsense. I think you're in shock and should stay at Qi Rui's house for a few days. What do you think?" "Whatever you say, sister-in-law." Having learned his lesson, the second young master of the Sun family complied readily. Lu Mingzhao nodded to the servant boy nearby, "You can go and pull out the kitchen knife now." The servant boy thanked her profusely and used every ounce of his strength to yank it out. "Watch yourself. Huaiqian, take the kitchen knife, let's go home." Lu Mingzhao didn't want to smell this strange odor any longer, nor did she care about Qi Rui's fate. The servant boy, trembling with fear, handed the kitchen knife to Xie Huaiqian with both hands. In the wind, Xie Huaiqian's voice was heard. Mother, weren't you worried about missing the target? Lu Mingzhao's tone was calm and confident. I wouldn't miss for the world. You're amazing, Mom. Just doing my best. The moment the courtyard gate closed, the second young master of the Sun family finally breathed a sigh of relief, glaring venomously at Qi Rui, who was pretending to be weak on the ground. If it weren't for Qi Rui saying that a stunning beauty had arrived in Changxi village, he would be enjoying the company of a beautiful woman at the Spring Breeze Pavilion, sipping wine and listening to music. How could he have ended up in such a humiliating situation? His thick fur cloak was also stained with the foul liquid. The second young master of the Sun family gnashed his teeth. Qi Rui, you really are something. Don't think that just because you've signed an indentured contract, this young master can't touch you. The second young master of the Sun family couldn't afford to lose face, and naturally, he couldn't return to the city in this state. Xing, go to the Qi family and boil some water. This young master needs to bathe. The second young master of the Sun family strode toward the ramshackle little yard of Qi Rui's home. The manservant Xing dragged Qi Rui fiercely. He had signed a death contract. If the second young master were injured, his life would be forfeit. As the second young master's personal servant, he knew the ins and outs of the situation all too well. Standing in the cold wind for a long time, Lu Mingzhao felt the pain in her lower abdomen becoming more severe, with waves of heat washing over her, her face gradually turning pale. Getting stuck in a book is bad enough, but why did she have to bring along this cursed constitution that makes menstruation excruciatingly painful? Lu Mingzhao couldn't help but complain in her heart. Mother? Xie Huaiqian looked worried. Lu Mingzhao managed a weak smile. Huaiqian, go and boil some hot water for me. She urgently needed to take care of her period. Xie Huaiqian quickly agreed and ran to the kitchen. As soon as Lu Mingzhao returned to her room, she bolted the door and entered the dimensional store. When she came out, she brought some brown sugar, red dates, and ginger. Unbolting the door, she sighed lightly, spread a thick cloak on the chair, and slumped wearily onto it. Having her period was already annoying. Having someone cause trouble on top of that was doubly annoying. So, don't blame her for being harsh with Qi Rui. Not long after, Xie Huaiqian came in with a bowl of steaming hot water. Lu Mingzhao sat up a bit. Are Ruin and Jingyi still asleep? Xie Huaiqian nodded. I checked while I was boiling the water. They're still asleep and weren't disturbed. Mother, drink some hot water. Huaiqian, how have old lady Qi and Qi Rui treated you? Lu Mingzhao blew gently on the hot water, sipping it, and gradually felt warmer. Xie Huaiqian's expression darkened. Not well. Tell me in detail. Lu Mingzhao changed her posture, looking attentively at Xie Huaiqian. Xie Huaiqian sat on a chair across a low table from Lu Mingzhao, frowning. When father brought us here to settle and build a house, Jingyi was still very young. At first, old lady Qi did help father take care of Jingyi for a while. But she also insisted that father fix up the house, which was drafty and on the verge of collapsing. Ever since then, Granny Qi has carried herself with an air of superiority in front of Dad. Dad wasn't particularly fond of it, but because he had to go hunting in the mountains and sometimes even to the northern regions in autumn, he had to rely on Granny Qi to take care of us siblings. The money and hunt produce Dad regularly gave to Granny Qi amounted to the monthly salary and bonuses of a shopkeeper in the county town. So, Mom, the truth is, we don't owe the Qi family a thing. You can do as you please, Mom. Beyond life and death, all else is but a trifle. Did Aunt Qi treat you well after receiving the silver and mountain goods? Steam rose, mist swirled, making Lu Mingzhao's expression hazy and indistinct. The monthly salary and bonuses of a county town manager combined are not insignificant. Accumulated, they could probably buy a small courtyard in the city. Taking money without doing work, could she be some kind of extraordinary person? Xie Huaiqian pursed his lips, his eyes dark as an abyss. When father was away, there was no meat in Aunt Qi's meals. In a large pot, there were only a few sparse grains of rice, the broth so thin it could reflect a face. At that time, we were all still young. Jingyi couldn't speak. When she was hungry, wet, or had an accident, she would just cry, crying until she was out of breath. Aunt Chi paid no attention, saying that children are like this, and that loud crying means they are energetic and healthy. By day's end, Jingyi's body was covered in bruises. Ruin was timid and fearful of people, always shrinking back. Aunt Chi felt she had Ruin under her thumb and constantly ordered her to work, feeding chickens, sweeping the yard, cutting grass, collecting eggs, serving tea and water to Chi Rue, as if there was an endless amount of work. I couldn't stand it and wanted to complain, to let father know Aunt Chi's true colors. But to let father go deep into the mountains to hunt and fulfill his obligations in the north with peace of mind, I held back, only taking extra care of Jingyi while helping Ruin with her chores. That year, we lived through that. Later, father gradually saved up money and became more financially comfortable. Aunt Chi then changed her usual sour and mean demeanor, trying every way to marry Chi Rue off to father as a second wife. Father immediately refused. Aunt Chi didn't give up and said she wanted Chi Rue to be my child bride, saying we knew each other well and had deep feelings. At this point, Xie Huaiqian sneered, "Humph, deep feelings? Was it the deep feelings of me being her horse to ride? Or the deep feelings of her pulling my ears and spitting in my face? Or the deep feelings of being constantly reminded to be grateful to her?" Lu Mingzhao was furious, filled with dissatisfaction and anger, as if a raging fire was ravaging in her chest. The spoon in her hand, controlled by anger, fell into the bowl, splashing droplets of water. She even directed her anger at Xie Yan, "Is your father blind?" The sunlight, not yet set, shone through the thin window paper, casting Lu Mingzhao's face in a pale light, her eyes tinged with anger, making her look intimidating. Xie Huaiqian was momentarily stunned, his deep, dark eyes lighting up. "Mother, no." Father was very busy and tired. At that time, the top priority was to escape pursuit and settle down safely with a new identity. A slight misstep, if noticed, would cost us our lives. After finally stabilizing, father was penniless, risking his life to hunt in the deep mountains and valleys. The more ferocious the beast, the more valuable its fur. I can hardly remember how many injuries father sustained during that time. After accumulating furs and mountain goods, father sold them bit by bit for money, preparing winter supplies, and managing to change our identities and send us to the northern lands undetected by the government. Living, surviving, was the top priority. A young man who had suddenly faced great changes chose to focus on the top priority first. Father is not stupid nor blind, but the matter of survival had exhausted all his energy, leaving no room for anything else. Was the scar under his eye from hunting? Lu Mingzhao asked in a deep voice. Xie Huaiqian shook his head. He cutted himself on the escape route. A faint bitterness spread through Lu Mingzhao's heart. How much suffering and hardship had Xie Yan endured to escape the death sentence of that year? The north. Lu Mingzhao pursed her lips. Who was exiled to the north? How could there be survivors from such a catastrophic massacre? Xie Huaiqian's eyes were red, unconsciously misted with tears. It was my father's grandfather, also my biological father's teacher, and in a way, my great-grandfather. He was the only one publicly spared during the massacre that year. My father had to take care of me, Ruin, and Jingyi, and also had to look after my great-grandfather who was exiled to the north. He had no extra energy to care about anything beyond life and death. Beyond life and death, nothing else matters. Fortunately, we made it through, and life is getting better now. My father even married and truly has a family now. Xie Huaiqian choked up, tears streaming down his face. Lu Mingzhao stood up, pulling Xie Huaiqian to her shoulder, gently patting his back. Yes, we've all made it through. Huaiqian, things will slowly get better. Drop by drop, tears soaked Lu Mingzhao's shoulder. Her heart felt like a cloud in the sky, torn apart and then reassembled by the wind. Mother? A small head peeked through the crack in the door. Xie Huaiqian abruptly stopped crying, hastily wiping the tears from his face, pretending nothing had happened as he turned to gaze out the window. Xie Jingyi and Xie Ruan walked hand in hand, stepping over the threshold. "Big brother, were you crying?" Xie Jingyi looked up at Xie Huaiqian's red and swollen eyes, asking cautiously. Though Xie Ruan didn't speak, his eyes were full of concern. Xie Huaiqian cleared his throat twice, trying to make his voice sound normal. "The wind was too strong, it blew into my eyes." The suspicion on Xie Jingyi's chubby face was almost tangible. Lu Mingzhao chimed in, "Yes, it was the wind. The winds of the past have passed, and everything is new from now on." Hearing Lu Mingzhao also say it was the wind, Xie Jingyi and Xie Ruan instantly believed it. How could someone as good as their mother lie? "Jingyi, Ruan, did you sleep well?" Lu Mingzhao gestured to Xie Jingyi and Xie Ruan. Xie Jingyi toddled over on her short legs, her chubby face beaming with a sweet smile. "Mother, I slept well." "Me too," Xie Ruan said softly. "That's good," Lu Mingzhao said, taking out some milk-scented candies and placing one in each of their hands. "Wow." Xie Jingyi looked up, her long eyelashes brushing against Lu Mingzhao's palm. "Huaiqian, have some candy." "Having candy in your mouth will sweeten your heart too," Lu Mingzhao smiled gently. "Mother, your face is so pale, are you sick?" Xie Jingyi chewed awkwardly on the milk candy, drooling as she spoke. Lu Mingzhao smiled helplessly, wiping Xie Jingyi's mouth with a handkerchief. "It's because I'm angry." Xie Jingyi and Xie Ruan both widened their eyes at the same time. "Mother, is it airbao and sanbo?" Xie Jingyi mumbled around the milk candy in her mouth. Xie Ruan also instinctively grabbed onto the hem of Lu Mingzhao's dress. Lu Mingzhao shook her head slowly. "It's a snake. It's like the story of the farmer and the snake. The Qi family ancestors were that ungrateful, treacherous snake." Xie Jingyi gasped and clung to Lu Mingzhao's leg. "Mother, don't be afraid. Father is really strong, he can catch snakes." "That's right, where is father?" Only then did Xie Jingyi finally notice that someone was missing in the room. Birds of a feather flock together, the couple is a pair of troublemakers. Isn't Dad usually all over Mom? Everything was fine before bed, but when we woke up, Dad was gone. Grandma Qi twisted her ankle, so your dad took her to the clinic in town, Lu Mingzhao said, pinching Xie Jingyi's soft, tender cheek, feeling some of her gloom lift. Why didn't Dad deal with the snake first? If I were Dad, I'd make sure to help Mom with the snake first. Humph, what a bad dad. Xie Jingyi let Lu Mingzhao pinch her cheek, pouting as she scolded the absent Xie Yan. As Lu Mingzhao bent to lift Xie Jingyi onto the chair, the courtyard gate creaked again. Lu Mingzhao instinctively frowned. It never ends, does it? Mom, don't be angry, Xie Jingyi said, using her soft little fingers to smooth out Lu Mingzhao's furrowed brow. Stay inside, I'll handle this. Lu Mingzhao stood, pretending to search under the cabinet before pulling out a large axe and marching toward the gate. Xie Huaiqian thought, how many more surprises does his mother have that he doesn't know about? A hammer. A kitchen knife. An axe. What's next? Don't know when to quit? Do you think I've gone soft, or are you feeling tough again? You only have one life, but there's more than one way to lose it. Lu Mingzhao swung open the courtyard gate, ready to continue her tirade. Xie Yan? Lu Mingzhao immediately regretted carrying such a large axe, with nowhere to hide it. In the biting cold wind, Xie Yan was drenched in sweat. Mingzhao, has something happened? Xie Yan looked at the large axe in Lu Mingzhao's hand, his expression growing more panicked. Lu Mingzhao threw the axe against the courtyard wall, stirring up a cloud of dust. I can handle it. Weren't you supposed to take Auntie Qi to the town's clinic? Why are you back so soon? Lu Mingzhao asked as she walked back into the house. Xie Yan was out of breath. On the way to town, I noticed that Auntie Qi's foot wasn't sprained. I suspect she was trying to deliberately send me away. As soon as they entered the house, without Lu Mingzhao needing to ask, Xie Huiqian spilled all the beans about Qi Rui's schemes. Xie Yan's face was cold and stern. Sun's second young master was not only a regular at the brothels but also notorious in Chenghe County for bullying both men and women. Qi Rui had brought Sun's second young master over, intending to ruin Mingzhao. If Mingzhao showed any sign of weakness, Sun's second young master would take advantage. Xie Yan clenched his fists at his sides, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. In the past, he had overlooked minor slights, unwilling to stir up trouble. But now, they were plotting to tarnish Mingzhao's reputation. And that Sun's second young master. How do you plan to handle this? Lu Mingzhao wanted to hear Xie Yan's thoughts. They say that details reveal character, and naturally, various matters can show whether two people's values align. Xie Yan's expression was icy. It's only fair to pay them back in kind. Lu Mingzhao smiled. Indeed, indeed. In this life, don't you dare tell me that suffering is a blessing. If blessings are the grievances of swallowing broken teeth, then I'd rather be a starving ghost doomed to the deepest pits of hell. Shall we go now? Lu Mingzhao's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Xie Yan looked at Lu Mingzhao's pale, bloodless face, a trace of heartache in his eyes. You're not feeling well. I'll go alone. Lu Mingzhao stood up. Not feeling well means I should keep my spirits up. Letting off some steam might do me good. Lu Mingzhao was seriously talking nonsense. Besides, Qi Rui is a drama queen who switches roles faster than a chameleon changes colors. What if you can't handle her? Xie Yan looked deeply at Lu Mingzhao. Mingzhao is kind and tolerant. She's as venomous as a snake, with a character that's utterly despicable. How could she deserve your praise, and how could she be worthy of such noble compliments? Mingzhao, when it comes to those who harm you, the worst thing is to be soft-hearted. Don't mistake her for an innocent, naive girl who knows nothing. It's her fault, she didn't explain clearly. Xie Yan, I'm scolding her. Is he getting old, or has it been too long since he left the capital? Let's go, let's go. I'll explain the meanings of these words to you slowly when we come back, Lu Mingzhao urged. Xie Yan couldn't resist Lu Mingzhao, so he wrapped her up tightly and warmly before they went out together. Xie Jingyi naively asked, Is Daddy going to catch a snake for Mommy? Xie Yan paused, Yes, catch a snake. Lu Mingzhao looked at Xie Yan, I feel a weird thrill, like we're up to no good. You and I, we really are two peas in a pod. Xie Yan sighed helplessly, gently squeezing Lu Mingzhao's hand. We're on the same wavelength, appreciating each other, and sharing the same goals. Lu Mingzhao raised her eyebrows and smiled, but, being two peas in a pod sounds exciting. All right, two peas in a pod, Xie Yan agreed. His Mingzhao is one of a kind. He is very pleased. Not far away, in a small courtyard, the rickety gate swayed and creaked in the cold wind, looking like it might fall apart any second. Broken wood pieces were scattered on the ground, clearly showing signs of destruction. With a gentle push, the gate swung open. You. The servant boy, clutching dirty robes, was so scared his legs were shaking, and he let out a piercing scream, Second young master, that murderous shrew has come. And she brought a menacing, scarred man. In the tightly closed room, there was a dull thud. As if someone had fallen to the ground. Lu Mingzhao, she's a shrew? Xie Yan is a scarred man? She's a shrew? She is clearly a creative and capable young woman with a knack for making things. Xie Yan is clearly a peerlessly handsome man. According to the servant boy's description, they sound like a pair of bandits who rob and kill. Is there anything in the room that's not kid-friendly? Lu Mingzhao asked the terrified servant boy. The servant boy shivered and honestly shook his head. Lu Mingzhao breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to see something she'd regret. Are you going to knock, or should I just break it down? Lu Mingzhao's face lit up with a radiant, flower-like smile. The servant boy, nearly in tears, reluctantly went to knock on the door. "Second young master, please open the door. When the odds are against us, it's better to play along if we want to survive." Back at the mansion, no matter who called him, he'd always answer with a smile. That's how he ended up as the second young master's personal servant. He never imagined that before he could start enjoying the good life with the second young master, he'd be getting bullied out in the countryside. Was he just born to suffer? The door creaked open, and the second young master of the Sun family limped out, his hair damp and messy, his expression a mix of wariness and fear. When his eyes landed on Xie Yan, he instinctively pursed his lips. The intimidating aura around him was even scarier than the county magistrate his father always tried to suck up to. Was this really the crude, useless old hunter Qi Rui had described? The second young master shot a fierce glare at Qi Rui in the corner, an inexplicable chill running down his spine, and lower. Qi Rui's eyelashes fluttered, and two crystal-clear tears rolled down her cheeks like broken pearls, silently tracing her face. The tears added a hint of sorrow and fragile beauty to her already delicate features, making her look even more pitiful, like a pure, flawless little white flower. "If you act without respect, you're just asking for trouble. Uncle Xie." Her voice was mournful and pleading, tugging at the heartstrings, her beautiful eyes filled with 1,000 emotions that could break one's heart. Xie Yan felt a chill, his voice cold as frost and snow. "If you have something to say it, otherwise, shut up." By selling herself into servitude at the Suns, she learned nothing but these disgraceful tricks. Qi Rui was not discouraged, her tearful eyes glistening, her red lips lightly bitten. "Uncle Xie, I really mean no harm." Xie Yan found it unnecessary to even glance at her again, the coldness in his gaze almost solidifying. The second young master of the Sun family. "Qi Rui says she means no harm. Does that mean you are the real culprit? Never to buy a single grain of rice or a bag of flour again? Begging for your favor to repay and serve you?" The second young master of the Sun family really has a big mouth, committing misdeeds and acting like he can cover the sky of Changhe County, leaving no way out for us ordinary folks. The second young master of the Sun family. Isn't this how spoiled rich kids usually talk tough? Xie Yan sneered, meticulously wiping the long bench by the table, leading Lu Mingzhao to sit down, then continued, "If the second young master of the Sun family doesn't give my wife an explanation today, I'll take this matter to the authorities." If the second young master of the Sun family can cover the sky of Changhe County, can he cover the entire sky of Daqian? "If the county magistrate dares not accept, I will go to the prefecture, to the capital." Hearing this, the second young master of the Sun family turned green and his legs turned to jelly. His wet hair soaked his clothes, the cold wind blowing through the door crack, making him shiver. The second young master of the Sun family wished he could slap himself, not holding the warm and soft beauties of the brothel, but coming to the countryside to suffer, and getting into trouble. Xie Yan didn't carry himself like your average hunter, who knows if he has some influential relatives. Merchant families have this kind of insight. If he really caused a big trouble for the family, his father could ruthlessly break his legs and drive him out to beg. Don't listen to that lowly maid's nonsense. She means no harm? The one with the most malice is her. The second young master of the Sun family pointed fiercely at Qi Rui. It was Qi Rui, this lowly maid, who told me that a beauty had come to Changxi village. Even the top courtesan in the prefecture city couldn't hold a candle to her. It's true that I am lustful, but I am not at the point of dying under the peony to be a ghost and still romantic. Qi Rui said the beauty married a hunter who is clueless about romance and spends his days wandering in the deep mountains and old forests. The beauty is lonely and empty. As long as I use a little trick, stay at the beauty's house to flirt with her, ruin her reputation, the beauty would willingly serve me. She said I was saving the beauty from her misery. Qi Rui stirred me up, got my blood boiling, and I immediately followed her to Changxi village under the guise of visiting relatives. Hunter Xia, brother Xia, I swear to the heavens, not a word is false, and I have not taken any advantage, not even a hair on sister-in-law's head. Noticing Xia Yan's murderous gaze, the second young master of the Sun family hurriedly corrected himself. Sister-in-law, it's sister-in-law. I didn't even touch a single hair on sister-in-law's head. I was indeed out of line in offending sister-in-law. But the real culprit is Qi Rui. She wanted to use me to destroy your wife. As the cold chilled him to the bone, the second young master of the Sun family's mind raced. Especially since Lu Mingzhao had already given him a hint. Xie Yan glanced at Qi Rui with disgust. Do you have anything else to say? Qi Rui cried, her tears streaming down her face, sobbing, it's not like this. Uncle Xia, it's not like this. We've known each other for years, how can you not believe me? The servant boy A Xing, standing at the door, spoke up decisively, I can vouch for the second young master. The second young master of the Sun family nodded eagerly, adding, yes, not just A Xing, but all the trusted servants in my courtyard know about this. How could you be sure I wouldn't be home? Xia Yan asked coldly. The second young master of the Sun family exclaimed, Qi Rui said it would be best if you went into the mountains. If you didn't, she and her grandmother would find a way to get you out, creating an opportunity for me. By the time you returned, it would be too late, and the deed would be done. Mingzhao, do you have the brush and ink? Xia Yan's cold gaze softened into tenderness when it met Lu Mingzhao's. Lu Mingzhao lowered her brows, her mind quickly guessing Xia Yan's intentions. Of course, I brought them. Lu Mingzhao pulled the brush and ink from her cloak and set them on the old wooden table. Xia Yan bent down, tore a piece of cloth from the second young master of the Sun family's robe, spread it flat, dipped the brush in ink, and handed it to him. Write down every word you just said, exactly as you said it. The second young master of the Sun family trembled as he took the brush, ink dripping onto the cloth, spreading into a stain. Second young master of the Sun family, I've read a few books and know some characters, Xia Yan reminded him sternly. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Under Xia Yan's gaze, the second young master of the Sun family's scrawled handwriting gradually appeared on the cloth. Remember to press your fingerprint, Xia Yan kindly reminded. The second young master of the Sun family looked around, muttering in confusion, there's no ink pad. Seeing this, Lu Mingzhao took out a dagger and made a cut on the second young master of the Sun family's fingertip. Now there is no need to thank me, I've rediscovered my helpful nature. Second young master of the Sun family, if the blood dries, you'll have to make another cut. The second young master of the Sun family, ignoring the pain, quickly pressed his bloody fingerprint onto the cloth. Xia Yan glanced at the servant boy, who wailed, I don't know how to read. Your second young master can write for you. Xia Yan remained unmoved. The second young master of the Sun family raised his bleeding finger, I'm injured. Xia Yan said nonchalantly, then I don't mind writing the complaint with your blood. Instantly, the pain in the second young master of the Sun family's hand vanished. The servant boy dictated, and the second young master of the Sun family recorded. Finally, the servant boy, quick on the uptake, cut his own hand and pressed his fingerprint. Is that enough? The second young master of the Sun family rubbed his sore wrist and asked pitifully, appearing weak and helpless. Xia Yan's expression remained indifferent. Helping someone means seeing it through to the end, like sending the Buddha to the West. I still need the second young master of the Sun family to do me one more favor. Xia Yan found a bundle of rope and swiftly tied up the second young master of the Sun family, the servant boy A Xing, and Qi Rui together. Holding the rope in one hand and guiding Lu Mingzhao with the other. Uncle Xia, please spare me this time. Are you trying to push me to my death? Qi Rui's voice grew sharp and urgent, losing the pitiful fragility she once had. How is this any different from a public shaming? If word gets out, how will she ever marry into a respectable family? Qi Rui couldn't help but resent her grandmother in her heart. Those who act improperly will inevitably bring harm upon themselves. Please explain this to her, second young master of the Sun family, Xia Yan said without turning his head. The second young master of the Sun family, Did he look like the kind of person who was so cultured? Qi Rui, stop your wailing. You brought this on yourself, and now you're dragging me down with you. Probably something like you reap what you sow. The second young master of the Sun family wasn't entirely sure either. Qi Rui seethed with hatred, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. Xia Yan knocked on the village chief's door, demanding that the chief uphold justice and that the Qi family give an explanation. Give my wife justice. News spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Changxi village. In no time, the village head's house was surrounded by layers of onlookers. Upon hearing the news, Lu Mingzhao's family rushed over in a panic. Chow Chow, Yunyang's eyes welled up with tears as soon as she saw Lu Mingzhao's pale face. Chow Chow, you've been wronged. Yunyang hugged Lu Mingzhao tightly, gently patting her back. The rest of the Lu family also looked at Lu Mingzhao with deep concern. Even the ailing old lady Lu was carried over by Li Lei, determined to stand by Lu Mingzhao. Lu Yao the scholar stood by Lu Mingzhao's side, protective and resolute, holding the tearful Xiao Xian. In an era where scholarly achievement was highly esteemed, the presence of a scholar like Lu Yao carried significant weight. Lu Chunsheng, on the other hand, held a sickle in his hand, ready to fight to the death anyone who dared harm his daughter. The entire Lu family had come to love Lu Mingzhao deeply and couldn't help but feel guilty and heartbroken. They wanted to make up for everything in the best way possible and couldn't bear to see their newlywed daughter suffer such injustice before even the traditional 3-day return visit. Old village head, you must give our Chow Chow justice and vindication today, or I will skin the scoundrel who tried to harm her, even if it costs me my life. Lu Chunsheng, the usually mild-mannered man, was now furious, gripping the sickle with gritted teeth, clearly filled with rage. The second young master of the Sun family? The second young master, whose wet hair had already formed a thin layer of ice, was dumbfounded. Is this family always so reckless? What good would it do to throw away a life? He still had a lot of good days ahead. I, too, was deceived by Qi Rui, he stammered. The old village head and old lady Fong anxiously said, Chunsheng, what nonsense are you talking about? Let's talk this through calmly and find a proper resolution. Old lady Fong had watched Lu Chunsheng grow up. He was always a hardworking, honest man. But now, even this honest man had been pushed to his limit. Xia Yan, explain clearly what happened, the old village head urged. Xia Yan took out the signed testimony from his pocket and read it word by word, his voice as cold as ice, sending chills down everyone's spine. After finishing, Xia Yan raised his voice, his sharp gaze sweeping over the surrounding villagers. Since I settled in Changxi village, I have treated the Qi family well and never wronged any of my neighbors. I repaired their house and often provided them with food. I never asked for anything in return, but I cannot tolerate such ingratitude and treachery. All I ask for is justice and vindication for my wife. If Mingzhao hadn't stood at the door with a kitchen knife, threatening to take her own life, and if I hadn't noticed something amiss while taking old lady Qi to the clinic, the Qi family's vile scheme would have succeeded. Would those malicious rumors have pierced Mingzhao like venomous needles, leaving her and the Lu family disgraced and unable to hold their heads high? As a husband, if I cannot protect my wife, I am unworthy of being called a man. Out of respect for our shared village, I haven't taken this matter to the county or prefecture authorities. I have already been more than generous. Today, justice must be served. My wife's reputation must not be tarnished. We must determine what is black and what is white. The second young master of the Sun family was utterly bewildered. What hunter has such grace and demeanor, speaking with such reason and evidence, one argument after another? If he had even a fraction of Xia Yan's qualities, his father would have revered him, perhaps even kicked out his elder brother and handed over the family business to him. They say that conflicts lead to friendships. Perhaps Xia Yan and the fairy-like beauty could reconcile with him, given his cooperation, and even turn enemies into friends. He couldn't become Xia Yan, but he could possess Xia Yan. The second young master of the Sun family's eyes darted around, his mind calculating loudly. The old village head coughed twice, looking at the three tied-up individuals. Is this true? The second young master of the Sun family and a Xing exchanged glances, then spoke firmly and passionately. Yes, it is. Qi Rui, what about you? The old village head suppressed his dislike and disgust, asking in an official manner. Qi Rui shook her head. No, it's not like this. Village head grandpa, my grandmother and I rely on each other, always careful. How could we have such audacity? They are conspiring to slander me. Qi Rui closed her eyes, speaking carelessly, trying to cloud the already clear situation. Lu Mingzhao lifted her head from Yun Yang's embrace, her gaze cold and deeply mocking. Using my own reputation to slander you? Are you even worthy? Village head, since Qi Rui insists on her innocence, why not send her to the authorities? The truth will be uncovered by the impartial authorities. Qi Rui's breath hitched. The second young master of the Sun family eagerly sought to make his presence known. It was Qi Rui who maliciously incited me. Other servants in my courtyard can also testify. If the village head doesn't believe me, you can ask anyone. Village head, I am willing to apologize to the Xie and Lu families and offer compensation. But you must not let Qi Rui, this disloyal servant, off lightly. She sold herself into servitude in my home, receiving monthly wages, yet she did not think of loyalty to her master, instead using me as a tool. Lu Mingzhao felt strange, glancing at the second young master of the Sun family. This level of cooperation was excessive. The old village head took a deep breath. Qi family members, what are your thoughts? From the crowd, a member of the Qi family spat lightly. This unlucky one and that old woman have long had nothing to do with our Qi family. Don't come to us for any compensation. In my opinion, expelling this old woman and her granddaughter from Changxi village would prevent further disgrace. That's right, someone kept agreeing. Old Lady Qi and her granddaughter have taken advantage of Xia Yan more than once, it's plain as day. Yet, this old woman and her young one play the saint while being anything but, claiming they deserve what they got for looking after Xia Yan's children. People like them, as venomous as snakes, are not someone we dare to deal with. Why would old Lady Qi and Qi Rui plot against Xia Yan's new bride? TSK, you don't know this, do you? Old Lady Qi was desperate to marry her unlucky granddaughter to Xia Yan, but Xia Yan refused. By plotting against Xia Yan's new bride, Qi Rui might get another chance. Speaking of which, the young daughter of the Lu family is also a victim, poor girl. Where is old Lady Qi? The old village head demanded sternly. Village head, I'll wait at the village entrance, an eager young man immediately responded. Xia Yan slightly furrowed his brows, figuring that old Lady Qi should be returning soon given her pace. Sure enough. In less than a quarter of an hour, two young men came back briskly leading old Lady Qi. Old Lady Qi, you and your granddaughter cut ties with the Qi family many years ago. You were allowed to live at the foot of the mountain out of respect for Qi III. Now, having committed such a vile act, shaming Changxi village, as the village head, I, on behalf of the entire village, hereby banish you and Qi Rui from Changxi village. You must leave within 3 days. With reverence in the heart, one's actions must have limits. Old woman Qi's legs were barely obeying her, her dry, pale lips trembling with difficulty. Her whole body trembled violently, her face pale as death, resembling a withered tree shivering in the cold wind. After Xia Yan discovered that her sprain was fake, she knew things were going badly. Despite her sweet-talking and playing the victim, Xia Yan didn't hesitate to turn back. She knew that the plan she and her granddaughter had hatched was likely to fail. But she clung to a sliver of hope. What if Sun Ershao succeeded? Even if he didn't, Xia Yan would surely feel uneasy seeing his newlywed wife entangled with the notorious playboy of Changhe County. After all, they'd been neighbors with Xia Yan for 3 years, seeing each other every day, and there was some kind of bond. When the time came, she and her granddaughter could cry and apologize, and the matter would be forgotten. But she hadn't expected Xia Yan to act so decisively. Anger and fear twisted around her heart like snakes, and she cried out, "Village head, are you trying to drive us to our deaths?" The old village head frowned. Those who do wrong must face the consequences. If you think this old man's decision is unfair, then let the county magistrate decide. Old Chi-san was a native of Changshi village. I married him, and as the saying goes, marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. You can't force me out of Changshi village. No way, old woman Chi insisted stubbornly. Changshi village was her roots. Being kicked out of Changshi village would mean dying as a lonely, wandering spirit. Xie Yan's wife wasn't even touched. I'll kneel and kowtow to her, begging for forgiveness. Isn't that enough? Old woman Chi suddenly turned and knelt on the ground. The Lu family members shielded Lu Mingzhao, and Yunyang spat fiercely at old woman Chi. Lu Mingzhao looked at old woman Chi, who showed no remorse, and suddenly felt a sense of weariness. A cold wind swept through, rustling the dry branches around them, creating a desolate and bleak atmosphere. The chill seeped through their coats and clothes, biting into their bones. Lu Mingzhao adjusted her cloak slightly, her gaze sweeping over old woman Chi like a fleeting bird over snow. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, masking the complex disgust in her eyes. Old woman Chi, Lu Mingzhao spoke softly, her breath turning into wisps of white vapor in the dry winter air. I'm new here and don't fully understand the customs of Changshi village. In Changshi village, can wrongdoers so brazenly threaten their victims? I escaped your and your granddaughter's schemes and preserved my reputation, not because you were merciful or had a change of heart, but because I stood my ground. So, why do you think that just because I wasn't hurt, I should let you off the hook? Why? Because you and your granddaughter are shameless? Because you and your granddaughter are vicious and cruel? Lu Mingzhao glanced around, her eyes passing over the faces of the villagers, young and old. She let out a light laugh, her gaze finally settling on old woman Chi's resentful face. Even children know the saying, do not commit evil, no matter how small. Old woman Chi, after living for decades, don't you understand such a simple truth? Today, I, Lu Mingzhao, am holding Chi Rue and old woman Chi accountable for their crimes. Some of you here might think I'm being too harsh. Yes, I have not suffered any real harm. But all of you have sons and daughters. If the scheme of Chi Rue and old woman Chi to conspire with outsiders to tarnish my reputation is dismissed with a few words, then over time, everyone will lose their sense of reverence. Imagine, wouldn't such things start happening all the time? Would your daughters-in-law and daughters also fall victim to the selfish schemes of others? After all, the wrongdoers would think that by kneeling, kowtowing, apologizing, crying, and putting on a show of misery, no one would pursue the matter, and they might even gain sympathy. But not everyone has my good fortune. When that time comes, how would your daughters-in-law and daughters cope? Would they be thrown into a pig cage to drown? Or would they hang themselves from a crooked tree? If one broken window isn't fixed, the rest will start breaking too. We can't let wrongdoing slide, not even once. I am seeking justice for myself, and also protecting the girls born in Changshi village and the wives married into Changshi village. Today, I will not retreat, nor dare I retreat. I can't live with the guilt if someone gets hurt later because I was too soft now. Born a woman, I understand the difficulties women face in this world. I hold respect in my heart, and that keeps me in check. Lu Mingzhao's voice was clear and cold, like a mountain stream that flows endlessly, unhindered by mud or rocks. Every word was clear, resolute, and powerful. Blending into the howling cold wind, it entered everyone's ears, shaking their hearts and minds. Lu Mingzhao's words made many people bow their heads in shame. Because they had truly been thinking of being lenient where possible. In the crowd, Feng Jinyu felt as if each sentence was like a thunderous drumbeat continuously passing through her ears, striking her eardrums, making her dizzy and deaf, unable to hear the wind, the whispers of those beside her, or the wails of old woman Chi. Only the clear, firm voice echoed in her mind. Slowly, Feng Jinyu regained her hearing. She had never so objectively examined the slender figure standing at the center of the crowd. She truly could not compare to Lu Mingzhao. Feng Jinyu gave a bitter smile. Unaware of Feng Jinyu's thoughts, Lu Mingzhao coughed lightly, her face growing paler. Old woman Qi, kowtowing is useless, putting on a show of misery is useless. Today's matter, I will pursue it to the end. Since you are unwilling to accept the old village head's goodwill, then let's report it to the authorities. I will do everything in my power to eradicate this kind of wrongdoing. Old woman Qi's resentment boiled over, her eyes filled with hatred, glaring as she gritted her teeth and lunged towards Lu Mingzhao. Xie Yan stepped in and easily held old woman Qi back, preventing her from advancing. Xie Yan, I helped raise your children. Old woman Qi wept bitterly, in a frenzy. Lu Mingzhao sneered, raised his children? After all, it's all in the past. I didn't want to bring it up again, thinking to spare you some dignity and respect. Since you're shameless, let's get into it. How did you raise them? By using Xie Yan's money, eating the game he hunted, living in the house he renovated, insulting his children, and treating them like servants to cater to your family? Riding high horses, serving tea and water, freely scolding and beating, eating watery gruel that could mirror a face? Is this really helping Xie Yan raise his children, or are you just finding slaves for yourself? If this is how you raise them, shouldn't you pay Xie Yan's children a monthly wage? Second young master son, what's the monthly wage for the maids in your mansion? It would give me a reference standard, so I don't have to demand according to the capital's standards, and old lady Qi won't say I'm bullying her. Second young master son, is there still a role for him? What's owed must be paid. As a prodigal young master, he spent his days in debauchery. How could he possibly care about his servants' monthly wages? Did he seem like he had nothing better to do? For servants doing menial tasks like sweeping and cleaning, the monthly wage is 500 coins. The most esteemed servants earn a full string of coins, a traditional unit of currency. The second young master of the Sun family glanced at a Xing, who understood immediately and shouted loudly, his voice very clear. Lu Mingzhao nodded. Huaiqian and the others handle the menial tasks, feeding chickens, sweeping the yard, cutting grass, collecting eggs, and serving tea. That adds up to 1,500 coins a month. How does Qi Posi plan to pay this wage? Qi Posi's teeth chattered with anger, wishing she could rush forward and strangle Lu Mingzhao. Xie Yan turned to Lu Mingzhao, his eyes a storm of surprise, anger, guilt, and regret. He knew Mingzhao wouldn't make unfounded claims. So, while he was busy establishing himself, earning a living, and sending winter supplies to the north, Huaiqian and the others were living a life of servitude under someone else's roof. Qi Posi. How dare they? Xie Yan was furious, the corners of his eyes red, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he gripped Qi Posi's shoulder. Qi Posi winced in pain, shouting, "Nonsense. I raised Brother Qian and the others very well." She had come to understand that after Lu Mingzhao's words, the villagers' looks towards her were filled with nothing but disgust and hatred. Being driven out of Changxi village was inevitable, and the savings she had accumulated were her and Rui's lifeline, which she would never give up. Back then, you were still a spoiled young lady in the capital, slandering this old woman with your pretty words. Lu Mingzhao's expression remained unchanged, handling the situation with ease. Just as she was about to speak, a voice came from the crowd, "I can prove it." Lu Mingzhao looked up. Feng Jinyu? Remembering the discord between them, Lu Mingzhao frowned slightly. She remembered that Feng Jinyu still wanted to slap her back. Seeing Feng Jinyu speak, the crowd naturally made way for her. Aunt Feng thought, what is her sister-in-law scheming now? She also resented Lu Mingzhao, but had to admit that hearing Lu Mingzhao's words made her feel very comfortable. She also had a daughter. Although she valued her son more, her daughter was also her own flesh and blood, so how could she not worry or feel heartache? Would the young girls and wives of Changxi village really start carrying kitchen knives at their waists? You can't stay on guard forever. Aunt Feng reached out and grabbed Feng Jinyu's sleeve, whispering, "Jinyu, I know you hold a grudge against Lu Mingzhao, but let's not get involved in this matter. Listen to me. Whatever grievances or grudges, discuss them privately. They are all beneficiaries of today's events, so how can they disrupt Lu Mingzhao's business?" Feng Jinyu glanced at her sister-in-law, sighed helplessly, and had to stop in her tracks. She stopped in her tracks, but her mouth kept going. "I can prove it," Feng Jinyu emphasized again. Aunt Feng was floored. Getting involved with the Qi family now is like stepping in a pile of trouble, isn't it? "Prove what?" the old village head asked coldly, leaning on his cane. On such a cold day, with the wind blowing, even the gaps in the bones felt cold. In his opinion, one bad apple spoils the whole barrel, so such troublemakers should be driven out. "I can prove that Lu Mingzhao is not lying," Feng Jinyu stated firmly. Aunt Feng was speechless. Didn't she have a beef with Lu Mingzhao? Previously, she had gossiped about Lu Mingzhao's impurity, and during these days locked at home, she cursed daily about returning that slap. Now she's actively speaking up to testify for Lu Mingzhao? What's going on here? Not only did Aunt Feng find it strange, but no one present was not surprised. After all, what happened in the Lu family's courtyard that day had already spread like wildfire in Changxi village. Even the details of the incident were vividly described. Lu Mingzhao couldn't help but glance at Feng Jinyu a few more times. Whether it was an illusion or not, Feng Jinyu seemed to have lost some weight. Under Lu Mingzhao's clear but confused stare, Feng Jinyu couldn't help feeling guilty. "I remember, about 2.5 years ago. When I went up the mountain to pick mushrooms and dig for wild vegetables, I would pass by Qi Rui's house, and I accidentally saw Qi Rui scolding Qian Guer, forcing him to lie down and serve as her horse. I even asked a couple of questions at the time, and Qi Rui said it was just play, not to be taken seriously. Also, many ants in the village should have heard children crying when going up and down the mountain, while Qi Rui was leisurely chatting with passers-by. Sister-in-law, have you also heard of this?" Feng Jinyu grabbed her sister-in-law's wrist and asked eagerly. Sister-in-law Feng Jinyu isn't as favored as her sister-in-law at home, so she has to keep a low profile. "Perhaps there was such a thing, but it was so long ago, I can't remember clearly," sister-in-law Feng said vaguely. Several young wives chimed in, agreeing with Feng Jinyu. Lu Mingzhao raised an eyebrow, sparing herself the hassle of arguing with old woman Qi. "Old village head, you have also heard it. Xia Yan originally gave old woman Qi money and mountain goods, essentially hiring her to take care of the children. Old woman Qi not only failed to fulfill her duties but also treated the children as servants, freely beating and humiliating them. In a wealthy household, old woman Qi's actions would be considered a betrayal of trust, punishable by flogging and then being sold off." The second young master of the Sun family nodded in agreement. Exactly. The Sun family, in Changhe County, could barely be considered a wealthy household. The second young master of the Sun family shamelessly flattered himself, hoping that this formidable couple would go easy on him. The old village head sighed to himself. Xia Yan's new wife was no ordinary woman. His wife had said that the Lu family's daughter looked like a fairy from a painting, untouched by worldly affairs. Is this being untouched by worldly affairs? This is clearly worldly affairs being unable to touch her. "Xia Lu, what do you think?" Lu Mingzhao's lips curved into a slight smile, her eyes twinkling. "The money old woman Qi has is burning a hole in her pocket. Returning all of it would seem harsh, so let's just return half. Also, the matter of Huaiqian and the others being treated like beasts of burden needs to be discussed. Saying that the monthly wages insulted Huaiqian and the others, let's consider it as compensation. Not too much, 4 taels of silver." Lu Mingzhao's tone changed. "Xia Yan, do you recall how much you gave old woman Qi back then? Let's not count the mountain goods, consider it a gesture of respect for the elderly and care for the young." Xia Yan nodded. "In the year I first settled in Changxi village, in early autumn, I left home and went into the mountains, not returning for several months. I gave old woman Chi 30 taels of silver. The following year, whenever I went out, I would give old woman Chi a few hundred coins each month. Scattered as it was, it definitely amounted to no less than 10 taels. Lu Mingzhao's eyes gleamed. 40 taels, half of that is 20, plus compensation, making it 24 taels in total. Old woman Chi must repay this before she leaves the village. Otherwise, I'll raise hell and demand justice. Paying debts is a matter of course. Ancestral debts being repaid by descendants is also a matter of course. Is he interested in his brother-in-law? Lu Mingzhao's eyes sparkled like bright stars, yet carried a hint of icy detachment, resembling snow under silver moonlight. On the surface, she appeared composed, but her inner resolve was unshakable and unquestionable. Her attitude was clear and unambiguous. Even if Chi Posi died, Chi Rue would still have to repay the money, unless they both went to hell. The old village head pondered and found it reasonable. Xie Yan, what do you think? I agree. Xie Yan glanced at Lu Mingzhao without hesitation. Naturally, he would follow Mingzhao's lead. The old village head raised his voice, straightened his slightly hunched back, and spoke with aged authority. Then this matter is settled. Chi Posi and her granddaughter must return 24 taels to Xie Yan and his wife within 3 days. After repayment, they must immediately leave Changxi village. Xie Yan released Chi Posi with disgust, and she crumpled to the ground, wailing hysterically, her claw-like hands pounding the earth. Ruer and I, old and young, rely on each other. We barely have enough to eat or wear. Where would we get the silver? Even if you sell my old bones, we couldn't scrape together 24 taels. Since you're not giving me a way out, I might as well end it all to avoid being bullied. The village head's patience wore thin from the incessant wailing. Chi Posi, if you keep crying, we'll have Xie Yan report this to the authorities and have the officers investigate how Chi Laosan died. At these words, Chi Posi's cries were instantly stifled, as if someone had grabbed her throat. Repay the money and leave, or we'll report this to the authorities. Make your choice, the old village head barked. Chi Rue wept like a delicate flower, her sorrow exuding an indescribable beauty, as if silently conveying her inner grievances, like rain beating on banana leaves, trying to evoke pity as usual. The second young master of the Sun family, his ears nearly calloused from the noise, touched his frozen, slick hair and kicked out, "Isn't it a bit early to start crying now? Don't forget, you're still a servant in the young master's household." She had only played a small trick, why all the fuss? She had known and accompanied Xie Yan for 3 years. How could Lu Mingzhao come in and take over? Seeing Chi Posi hesitate and remain silent for a long time, the old village head's cane struck the ground heavily, each thud like a drumbeat. Make your choice. Chi Posi felt as if she were in the underworld, facing a dark-faced judge. Repay, Chi Posi stammered. Lu Yao, who had remained silent until now, spoke coldly, words alone are not enough. A gentleman's promise must be kept, but the actions of Chi Posi and her granddaughter have clearly insulted the term gentleman. To be safe, they should sign a promissory note and a guarantee. If they fail to repay on time, they will be immediately handed over to the authorities. The disdain and anger in Lu Yao's voice were barely concealed, laid bare for all to see. The scholar speaks wisely, the old village head concurred. On such a cold day, he didn't want to keep dealing with this nuisance over and over again. I happen to have ink and a brush at home, just wait a moment. But there's no paper. The 4 treasures of the scholar's studio, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, are all quite valuable. The second young master of the Sun family cleared his throat. No need for paper. Tear my clothes, they're much tougher than flimsy paper. Xie Yan, come here and tear it quickly. His tone was both taunting and tinged with unease. Lu Mingzhao turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. The villagers watching whispered among themselves, suspecting that the second young master had lost his mind from the cold. Xie Yan stepped forward and untied the rope binding the second young master's arms. The second young master chuckled and started tearing the cloth himself. He gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, but the hem of his clothes stayed intact. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but the clothes seemed to be against him. Xia Yan, expressionless, raised his hand and lightly tore a piece of cloth, which appeared in his palm. Qi Rui, who couldn't read or write, had the old village head set the ink and brush before her, and Xia Yan followed suit. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qi Rui had no way to avoid it. Press your thumbprint, urged the second young master, familiar with the process, after Qi Rui finished writing. Why don't you just bite your finger and press it? If the young master can do it, why can't you? Xing, bite her. The servant boy Xing shook his head like a rattle drum, as if encountering a flood beast. Second young master, I'm afraid of getting entangled. A wave of humiliation washed over Qi Rui, her eyes red, unable to breathe. What kind of person are you? How could she possibly stoop to pestering a servant who had signed a lifelong contract of servitude? Xing stopped shaking his head, first sighed in relief, then said, then hurry up and press it. Didn't you notice the ice crystals in the young master's hair still glinting in the weak sunlight? A cold was unavoidable. Seeing Qi Rui still dawdling, the impatient second young master directly found a sharp-edged stone and cut Qi Rui's thumb. Then he dragged Qi Rui, using her blood, to press the thumbprint. Afterwards, he handed the guarantee to Xia Yan with both hands. Today, we thank you, old village head, for standing up for Mingzhao's justice. Xia Yan bowed his head politely. The old village head waved his hand. Right and wrong are matters of the heart. Be more vigilant in the future, and don't be fooled by wolves in sheep's clothing. Make a good life with the Lu family girl. Let's disperse, everyone disperse. He didn't want to endure the biting northwest wind for another moment. The old village head closed the courtyard gate, and the onlookers clicked their tongues in small groups. Xia Yan spoke loudly, today, I thank everyone for speaking up. I won't forget this kindness. Someone in the crowd laughed and said, we've enjoyed so much of young Xia's generosity, we can't do something ungrateful and lose our conscience. Soon, the crowd had completely dispersed. Yunyang repeatedly rubbed Lu Mingzhao's freezing hands, worriedly saying, Chow Chow, your complexion is so poor, and your hands are freezing. Were you frightened? Mother, it's that time of the month, Lu Mingzhao whispered in Yunyang's ear. Yunyang's expression shifted several times, completely believing Lu Mingzhao's previous words about her cold constitution affecting her fertility. Then let's go back quickly. Don't get cold. Yunyang reached out to adjust Lu Mingzhao's cloak, instructing her. Lu Mingzhao nodded, looking at the Lu family members with the same certainty in their eyes. Grandma, father, mother, I will return early tomorrow. Big brother, be careful when you carry grandma, don't fall. Second brother, you lend a hand too. Lu Xian's little nose was red from the cold, muttering, I want to walk with sister. Yunyang lightly patted Lu Xian's head, what kind of talk is this? Lu Mingzhao smiled, it's okay, stay tonight, and we can go back together tomorrow. Lu Mingzhao reached out her hand to Lu Xian. Lu Xian smiled sweetly, his eyes narrowing into slits, quickly taking Lu Mingzhao's hand. Lu Lei hesitated, little sister, why do I feel like the second young master of the Sun family has an interest in your husband? Stay away from the deceitful. You should be more careful. The wealthy in the city play all sorts of games. The second young master of the Sun family, his mind racing with schemes, was stunned. He did have an interest in Xia Yan, but not in that way. What he lacked was a cash cow to help him stand firm, not a plaything for amusement. The second young master of the Sun family glared at Lu Lei angrily, you're sullying my good name. But the Lu family really did have striking good looks. Even he felt a stirring in his heart. It's a shame they're stuck in Changxi village. The Lu family watched as Xia Yan and Lu Mingzhao led Lu Xian away. The second young master of the Sun family followed closely behind, clingy as a leech, his face wearing a fawning smile, his sleazy demeanor becoming more pronounced. A Xing shouted, "Young master, don't leave me behind. Brother Xia, brother Xia." The second young master of the Sun family shamelessly tried to squeeze through the door. "Sister-in-law, please help me plead for mercy. I was blinded by greed and failed to recognize your greatness when I offended you. I admit my mistake and will make amends. I have a lucrative business deal I want to discuss with both of you. Once we make money, Brother Xie won't have to risk his life hunting in the mountains anymore. You can even take sister-in-law to the county town to buy property, live in luxury, decked out in gold and feasting on the best." Lu Mingzhao snorted, "Bad guy." Outside the village chief's house, he had heard everything. This bad guy in front of him wanted to bully his sister. Lu Mingzhao gently pinched Lu Mingzhao's cheek, then raised her head, speaking in a voice as cold as the howling north wind, each word like a shard of ice, sending a chilling sensation. "I've heard that the second young master of the Sun family is tyrannical in Changhe County, bullying men and women alike. I protected my own purity and reputation, but what about the other decent women harassed by the second young master? Since childhood, I've studied the teachings of the sages. Associating with the wicked goes against their teachings. I hope the second young master will not force me into a difficult position." The second young master of the Sun family's fawning smile froze on his face, a cold glint faintly visible in the depths of his eyes. "Sister-in-law," they all agreed. "It's not bullying, but a mutual consent. After a fleeting romance, I never mistreated them." Lu Mingzhao covered Lu Mingzhao's ears, not letting these frivolous and vulgar words taint his pure mind. Of course, who would dare refuse? The second young master of the Sun family holds immense sway. With a single word, he can cut off people's access to even the basics like rice and flour. Truly impressive. Yen and I are cautious and avoid conflict, and we do not share the same path as the second young master of the Sun family. Lu Mingzhao didn't want to waste any more words on the second young master of the Sun family and turned directly towards the room. The second young master of the Sun family, still unwilling to give up, clung to the courtyard gate with his fingers. Brother Xia, women are short-sighted and soft-hearted, only good for staying home and taking care of their families. Business is a man's world. Let's not mince words. I greatly admire Brother Xia's courage and wisdom. As long as Brother Xia is willing to lend me a hand, I will not treat him unfairly." Xia Yan gave the second young master of the Sun family a cold, dead-eyed stare, then slammed the door shut with a bang. The second young master's piercing scream sent the birds on the withered branches scattering. The birds flapped their wings, and clumps of bird droppings fell onto the second young master's shoulders and hair. Seeing his swollen fingers, the second young master was seething with anger and wanted to kick the courtyard gate several times, but the thought of the gleaming kitchen knife made his legs go weak. You give them an inch, and they take a mile. Turning down a friendly offer but accepting a fight. The second young master of the Sun family gnashed his teeth and cursed under his breath. Perhaps reason still prevailed, as he at least knew to control his voice. A Xing, who had quickly untied the ropes and rushed over. The second young master, having been snubbed, was in a towering rage. Second young master. The second young master of the Sun family roared, "What second young master? Tie up Qi Rui, hitch the carriage, and return to the city." A Xing, fearing the wrath would fall on him, did not dare to delay and quickly complied. Sitting in the carriage on the way back, the second young master of the Sun family grew angrier the more he thought about it, and the burning pain in his fingers challenged his already limited patience. "If I don't get revenge, I swear I'll never live it down." Never in his life had he been so humiliated. In Changhe County, who wouldn't give the Sun family some face? Qi Rui. The second young master of the Sun family turned his anger towards Qi Rui, who was cowering in the corner, trembling and silently sobbing. Qi Rui shivered suddenly, her long lashes fluttering, hiding the resentment in her eyes. "Young master." The second young master of the Sun family blamed her for scheming, but how could she not hate him for being a coward? A few words had scared him out of his wits, and he had dumped all the blame on her like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Humph, if the second young master of the Sun family hadn't had those lustful intentions, would he have happily followed her back to Changshi village? Xie Yan and Lu Mingzhao were also bullies, only daring to bite her and her grandmother like a cornered mad dog. The second young master of the Sun family gently blew on his fingers, his tone violent. Just who the hell is Xie Yan? If you hide anything again, I will sell you to the lowest brothel and have those bandits visit you every day, making your life unbearable. Don't think just because you signed an indentured contract that I can't do anything to you. Qi Rui kept kowtowing. Please have mercy, young master. This servant only knows that Xie Yan fled to Changhe County from the famine in Yuzhou 3 years ago, with no one to rely on. At first, he lived in extreme poverty, relying on his hunting skills to fight against wild beasts in the deep mountains to stabilize his footing and save some money. In the past 3 years, this servant has never seen any outsiders come looking for Xie Yan, so it's likely that his relatives all died on the escape route. The second young master of the Sun family frowned, half believing, and kicked her. You dare to deceive me? Do you think I can't see the air Xie Yan carries? Qi Rui winced in pain, her nails digging deeply into her palms. This servant wouldn't dare to deceive you. This servant has heard that the famine years were perilous, with bandits and civil unrest rampant. Perhaps Xie Yan's ancestors were once wealthy, which is why he has such an extraordinary demeanor. The second young master of the Sun family thought for a moment and found some logic in it. The more famine years there were, the more people turned to banditry, and the number of mountain bandits naturally multiplied. Dying at the hands of bandits was not strange. If that was the case, then Xie Yan wouldn't be hard to deal with. No matter how extraordinary his demeanor or how outstanding his intelligence, it couldn't hide the fact that he was now just a hunter. The second young master of the Sun family's mood softened a bit. Tell me more about the real and fake daughters of the Marquis household. The Marquis household? For small merchants like them, it was an unreachable existence. Yes, Qi Rui said obediently. Compared to Lu Mingzhao, Qi Rui was more familiar with Lu Miao. Qi Rui selectively recounted how Lu Miao searched for her relatives. This was well known in Changshi village. Finally, Qi Rui added, Young master, this servant is close with the real daughter of the Marquis household, Lu Miao. She once gave me a pair of earrings. Really? The second young master of the Sun family became somewhat interested and sat up straight to ask. Qi Rui nodded, really. Many people in the village know about it, this servant wouldn't dare to lie. Let's sell grain too. I begged the young master to save me once, to give me a chance to redeem myself. From now on, I will never dare to be disloyal again. Qi Rui knew that this was her only way out, and she had to grasp it tightly. The second young master of the Sun family wore a somewhat mocking expression. As the cold wind lifted the carriage curtain, the flickering light made his face seem to carry an indescribable cruelty and coldness. Xiao Rui. He lightly lifted Qi Rui's chin with a folding fan and sighed softly, You and I are not of one heart. How can I trust you? He was quite moved by her close relationship with Lu Miao, the true daughter of the Marquis household. Qi Rui gritted her teeth and forced a charming smile, which at first glance seemed lively and bright. Under her long, fluttering eyelashes, her eyes were filled with affection as she whispered softly, Ru'er begs the young master to give me a chance to serve him personally. Rather than being beaten and then having to buy her freedom, only to drift aimlessly with her grandmother, she decided to take a gamble. She and the second young master of the Sun family had a common enemy. And Lu Miao, far away in the capital, was her greatest reliance. After all, it was absolutely true that Lu Miao had once given her a pair of earrings. However, the inside story was that Lu Miao was infatuated with Xie Yan and, knowing that she had dealings with Xie Yan, had begged her to act as a go-between. The second young master of the Sun family pursed his lips slightly and tightened his grip until obvious bruises appeared on Qi Rui's chin. Then he suddenly laughed out loud, Xiao Rui, I remember you didn't want to be a servant, did you? Before, I was ignorant. Qi Rui lowered her eyes and repeated, I beg the young master to give me a chance to serve him personally. The second young master of the Sun family stopped laughing. Since it's Rui's request, how could I refuse? Outside the carriage, Xing looked as if he had suffered a great loss. How could the young master be so fickle, so desperate? If Qi Rui became the young master's servant, what would become of him? Thinking of those reckless words, Xing wished he could slap himself. The wooden wheels creaked along the dirt road, and Xing's heart grew heavier and heavier. At the same time, Lu Mingzhao lounged lazily on a plush, thickly padded chair, her eyelashes drooping listlessly. On the table was a bowl of hot red date and ginger tea, steaming and filling the room. Lu Mingzhao's fair, jade-like cheeks gradually turned red, like peach blossoms blooming, revealing a faint blush. Xia Yan. A yen. Xia Yan tirelessly corrected. Lu Mingzhao took a sip of the ginger tea and said helplessly, A yen, will you blame me for being stubborn and inflexible, for not being able to compromise and make peace, but instead making a powerful enemy? She knew that Xia Yan had secluded himself in Changxi village to avoid trouble and was not one to make enemies lightly. Xia Yan smiled faintly, almost imperceptibly, scooped another spoonful of ginger tea, and held it to Lu Mingzhao's lips. After she drank it, he said, What does the doctrine of the mean entail? No principles, always playing both sides, and constantly retreating? Mingzhao, having studied the sages since childhood, you should know the doctrine of the mean seeks balance and fairness. That Sun family's second young master is infamous for his evil deeds, bullying and oppressing others left and right. In dealing with people, one should adhere to one's principles and feel ashamed to associate with such scoundrels. What is wrong with that? Why would I blame you? Good hemp grows straight on its own, but white sand turns black when mixed with dirt. Being around good people is like entering a room of orchids. You stop noticing the scent because you've become part of it. Being around bad people is like walking into a fish market. You stop smelling the stink because you've gotten used to it. Where cinnabar is stored, it turns red. Where lacquer is stored, it turns black. Therefore, a gentleman must be cautious about the company he keeps. So, Mingzhao, this is the path of a true gentleman, and it's the one I walk. As for a great enemy? The Sun family? They're not even worth considering. Xia Yan's voice was steady and confident, naturally inspiring trust. Mingzhao's eyebrows rose, and her lips curled into a radiant smile. Xia Yan's eyes softened. Mingzhao looked stunning when she smiled, her whole face lighting up. The sunset's glow streamed through the window, bathing Mingzhao's face in a soft, golden light, as if nature itself was enhancing her beauty. Xia Yan's eyes saw no other scenery. Has a yen secretly built up his own forces? Mingzhao asked softly. Xia Yan nodded, for almost 3 years now. If I hadn't built anything, my ancestors would probably haunt me, calling me a disgrace. Mingzhao, there is no need for self-reproach or worry. Your choices and decisions are not wrong. As your husband, I should stand by you. Mingzhao shook her head, the scattered light reflecting in her eyes, shimmering, no. A yen, the hidden forces should not be casually used for someone like the second young master of the Sun family, a scoundrel. As you said, he is not worthy. He's only got a few grain shops in Changhe County. But because food is life, he thinks controlling half the grain makes the Sun family untouchable. Utterly ridiculous. A yen, do you know the temperament of the Sun family's leader? Is he as unkind and wicked as the second young master? Or is the second young master a bad apple from a good tree, an anomaly in the Sun family? Xia Yan furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The Sun family climbed to power by taking advantage of famine years, hoarding grain, jacking up prices, and cashing in on the nation's suffering. They lack any real foundation. Lu Mingzhao blinked and slapped the table. Then there's nothing to feel guilty or hesitant about. Xia Yan, let's also open a grain shop and sell grain. Xia Yan was slightly taken aback. I'll head to the city soon to find a well-located, fairly priced shop and negotiate terms with grain farmers. Lu Mingzhao beckoned to Xia Yan. Yan, I have grain. She had the luck of the draw, which almost guaranteed a sure profit. If the goal was merely to suppress the Sun family, they could easily wage a price war, continuously lowering grain prices, forcing the Sun family to hold all their grain. However, since ancient times, excessively high grain prices harm the people, while excessively low prices harm the farmers. If she were to lower the price of grain to nothing, other grain merchants, in order to reduce costs and expand sales, would also try to lower the prices paid to farmers. At that time, it would not be a good thing for the common people who rely on the weather for their livelihood. Therefore, she would only aim for a relatively stable price. But her grain looks good. Xia Yan was quite surprised but didn't press further. All right, then I'll go pick a shop in a couple of days. Lu Mingzhao nodded in agreement. We still need to be cautious. The second young master of the Sun family and Qi Rui are both vengeful by nature and will definitely not swallow this insult. They might pull something shady behind our backs. Will the second young master of the Sun family still keep Qi Rui? Xia Yan was somewhat puzzled. They're in cahoots, Lu Mingzhao said without hesitation. Don't forget, they have a common enemy and will definitely hit it off. Xia Yan, isn't the second young master of the Sun family afraid of being bitten by Qi Rui again? Lu Mingzhao reached out and gently touched the scar under Xia Yan's eye. If I'm not mistaken, Qi Rui has likely offered herself to him. Truly heading down a dark road. Brewing wine by the hearth. Truly, they are stubbornly sticking to their misguided path. Lu Mingzhao's voice dripped with sarcasm. Old Lady Qi and Qi Rui certainly had money to spare. She knew well that the compensation of 24 taels of silver wouldn't drain this grandmother and granddaughter. If Old Lady Qi and Qi Rui were to rent a modest house in town and take on honest, if menial, work like laundry, they could live with their heads held high. But it seemed Qi Rui, with her lofty aspirations, wouldn't choose this path. And Old Lady Qi, with Qi Rui as her only grandchild, would undoubtedly indulge her without restraint, unable to be persuaded otherwise. Xia Yan felt the cool touch of fingers beneath his eye, his body stiffening, not daring to move. This scar, he had no choice but to inflict it. Now, he was fundamentally changed. There are indeed miraculous doctors in this world who can perform bone scraping and skin grafting, but the situation was sudden, and he had to resort to this desperate measure. Yan, it's not unsightly. Lu Mingzhao's voice was tender and soothing. This scar, she couldn't remove. It seemed that when Yan made the cut, he didn't hold back, not even bothering to stitch, bandage, or medicate it in time. Yan, do you know what I thought when I first saw you? How could there be such a strikingly handsome person in this world? Back then, young and clad in a thin spring shirt, leaning on a horse by the slanting bridge, with all the red sleeves in the building waving at him. To put it mildly, I was captivated by your appearance. Is this a scar? No, it's a Yan's medal. Xia Yan was slightly dazed. The soft spot deep within his heart, hidden under layers of defenses, seemed to be gently pressed. Yes, gently pressed, yet it made him particularly nostalgic. Suddenly, Xia Yan felt his throat tighten. Mother, mother. A small head peeked through the door crack, disrupting the serene and enchanting atmosphere. Lu Mingzhao retracted her hand as if shocked, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Indeed, in front of such a delectable person, she had no self-control to speak of. If Jingyi hadn't appeared suddenly, she might have wrapped her arms around Xia Yan's neck and done something not suitable for children. When people feel embarrassed, they tend to appear particularly busy. Lu Mingzhao tugged at her clothes, fidgeted with her fingers, and even pretended to take a sip of ginger tea, nearly choking herself in the process. Xia Yan snapped out of his reverie and couldn't help but chuckle. Mama, mama. The little one finally made it over the threshold, clutching a large, dusty orange in her arms. Clearly, the orange had rolled to the ground and met an unfortunate fate while climbing over the threshold. "Mama, my little uncle and I wanted to eat the big orange, but Big Brother was so mean and wouldn't let us, saying it's too cold and would make our stomachs hurt." "Mama, Sanbao wants to eat it." Xiejingi, nicknamed Sanbao, looked up, blinking her round, clear, and adorable eyes, her voice soft and sweet. Lu Mingzhao pinched Xiejingi's chubby little cheek. "But Huaiqian is right, you see. Look, your hands are freezing." Xiejingi pouted, making her round face even rounder. "But Mama has a solution." Lu Mingzhao took a deep breath. What could be more relaxing than sitting around a stove, brewing tea under the winter sunset? Just the thing to ward off bad luck. Especially after encountering such a disgusting scoundrel today. Lu Mingzhao, feeling slightly unwell, only gave directions, while the highly perceptive Xie Yan took charge of the preparations. The spacious floor was covered with a soft, clean fur rug, and a pale orange glow filtered through the window. On the rug sat a modest wooden table. At the center of the table was a delicate ceramic charcoal stove, warming a pot of clear, fragrant wine. Various fruits were added to enrich the flavor, and the wine bubbled and danced with enticing ripples. On the side, oranges, apples, and chestnuts were being roasted. The rich aroma filled the air, making everyone's mouth water. With the small stove in front of her and the rising steam, Lu Mingzhao didn't feel cold at all. Green ants brew new wine, red clay warms the stove, *. As evening falls and snow threatens, shall we share a cup? It was truly delightful. Lu Xiaoxin and Xiejingi snuggled close on either side of Lu Mingzhao, their eyes sparkling with curiosity as they watched the chestnuts crackle and pop. Lu Mingzhao reached out and gently poked the warm, roasted orange. The skin was soft, and with a light peel, the steaming flesh was revealed. She broke it into several pieces, giving each person a couple of segments. Xiejingi took a bite, chewed slowly, and then her eyes lit up. "Mama, it's so good." Lu Mingzhao smiled, her eyes narrowing with joy. Xie Yan raised his hand and used a spoon to pour the brewed wine into Lu Mingzhao's cup, the liquid rippling with a shimmering glow. Note: this line is a poetic reference to a traditional Chinese poem, evoking a cozy and idyllic winter scene. They are gathered around the stove, brewing wine. It's quite a unique and enjoyable experience. With hot wine and charcoal-grilled fruits, Lu Mingzhao's appetite was completely aroused. "Yen, wanna grab some grilled meat?" Xie Yan's voice was filled with a deep chuckle, and in the rising steam, his face appeared exceptionally gentle, exuding the refined elegance of a gentleman. Standing like an orchid and a jade tree, his smile was like the bright moon entering one's heart. "He really looks handsome." Lu Mingzhao sipped her wine, thinking the alcohol must be strong, making Yen look even more attractive. "Yen, do you want some?" Seeing Xie Yan smile without speaking, Lu Mingzhao shook her head and repeated the question. Xiejingi chimed in enthusiastically, Mother, ask Sanbao, Sanbao wants to eat." "But Mom needs Sanbao's dad to make it," Lu Mingzhao said, imitating Xiejingi's soft and sweet voice. Xie Yan's smile widened, "I want some." He really wants to eat." Xie Yan seemed like a master chef. The skewers of meat he grilled sizzled with oil, and with the addition of various seasonings provided by Lu Mingzhao, they were exceptionally delicious, as if they had a magical allure that made one unable to stop. Xie Huaiqian chewed a piece. "I remember, Father's grilled meat didn't taste like this before." On the escape journey, they mostly ate whatever they could hunt. Clean it, grill it, sprinkle some salt, and fill their stomachs. "So, this is what proper grilled meat tastes like." Xie Yan tapped Xie Huaiqian's forehead, "You should thank your mother." With the seasonings Mingzhao brought, even grilled leaves would taste amazing. Xie Huaiqian said seriously, "Mother is truly omnipotent." The small room was filled with warm, lively laughter, and everyone's stomachs were full. Xiejingi had already fallen asleep on Lu Mingzhao's lap. Under the influence of alcohol, the corners of Xie Yan's eyes were slightly red. Huaiqian, ruin, I didn't know you've endured so much hardship and suffered so much injustice following me. If he had paid more attention, Huaiqian and the others would have had an easier time. Ruin blinked in confusion. Father, I haven't suffered. Following father, he was very happy. He could eat his fill, and there were also elder brother and Jingyi. Now there's also mother Lu. He has never felt so happy before. Xie Ruin had faced a lot of hardship growing up, and he didn't take the torment from Granny Qi and her grandson seriously at all. Xie Huaiqian also said, Dad, it's no big deal. Even if it were hard, we wouldn't blame you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have made it this far. Huaiqian, take your little uncle and heir bow to bed. Lu Mingzhao handed the peacefully sleeping Xie Jingyi to Xie Huaiqian. Xie Yan's eyes were a bit red at the corners, but they sparkled as he said, Mingzhao. 3 days after the wedding, the bride returns to her family home. Lu Mingzhao could feel the scorching hot tears falling on her ear, slowly trickling down her neck. Xie Yan was crying. Each word was choked with sobs. The dim candlelight reflected in Xie Yan's eyes, like a moon shattered in water, flickering with fine, bright light. Lu Mingzhao gently patted Xie Yan's back, humming a newly learned lullaby. The wine did not intoxicate. He was intoxicated on his own. Xie Yan had been too tense for too long. As the night deepened, the soft lullaby flowed like a gentle, murmuring stream. Lu Mingzhao didn't know when she fell asleep, only remembering the candle flame flickering once before finally sinking into darkness. When she woke up again, it was already bright outside. On the wooden table under the window, 2 red plum blossoms from who knows where were placed. The cold wind seeped through the window cracks, making the red plums sway, beautiful and resilient. Lu Mingzhao's spirits lifted suddenly. Seeing the wick flower before sleep and opening her eyes to fiery red plums were both good omens. After dressing and tidying up in the dimensional supermarket, Lu Mingzhao stepped outside. A thin layer of snow covered the withered branches, and the large courtyard had already been swept clean. So, it had snowed during the night. Was this like spring rain, arriving silently with the wind? Mother. Xie Jingyi was squatting under the eaves, brushing her teeth carefully. When she saw Lu Mingzhao, she spoke cheerfully, her mouth full of white foam. After rinsing her mouth, Xie Jingyi waddled over to Lu Mingzhao on her short legs. Mother, it's sweet, smell it. Xie Jingyi opened her mouth wide, her soft, fine hair casually tied back, looking utterly adorable. Lu Mingzhao smiled, kissing Xie Jingyi's chubby cheek. It is sweet. Sanbao is such a good girl. Mother kissed me. Xie Jingyi's face beamed with a radiant smile. Bao, mother kissed me. He was young, but he wasn't deaf. Right, men and women should not be too intimate, he wasn't envious at all. Mingzhao. Xie Yan was dressed in a narrow-sleeved black robe, with his wrists tightly cuffed and his ink-black hair neatly tied up, making him appear even more upright and giving off a youthful charm. Yan, you look really handsome today, Lu Mingzhao teased with a smile. Well, Xie Yan always looked good. Xie Yan's cheeks flushed slightly. Mingzhao, I've prepared some things for the 3-day wedding return visit. Come and see if there's anything else we need to add. Lu Mingzhao nodded and, as she passed Xie Ruin, ruffled his head. When did you prepare all this? Half a side of frozen pork, 2 dressed chickens, 2 jugs of fragrant and clear wine from the city, 2 bolts of soft fabric in different shades, and a set of calligraphy tools. It was all prepared before the wedding, Xie Yan said softly. I'll add some fresh fruits and vegetables later. But how are we going to carry all this? Lu Mingzhao looked at the large half-side of pork, slightly worried. Xie Yan smiled. I've got a cart ready. The road isn't too slippery, so we can just push it along. Lu Mingzhao felt reassured. She loved days when she didn't have a care in the world. Once everything was packed, the courtyard gate was locked. Xie Yan pushed the wooden cart ahead, while Lu Mingzhao followed with the children. Xie Jingyi and Xia Ruan huddled together, whispering softly. Lu Mingzhao held her breath and, without a change in expression, overheard them. The two little ones were worried about whether they would be well liked. A few red wedding banners still clung to the courtyard wall, fluttering in the wind, looking from afar like plum blossoms on a branch, strikingly beautiful amidst the scattered snowflakes. Lu Lei stood at the door, rubbing his hands and stomping his feet to keep warm, occasionally looking out. Lu Mingzhao suddenly remembered the scene when she left the Marquis' residence. Lu Lei and Lu Chunsheng had waited at the corner gate of the Yongning Marquis family, holding on to a faint hope, just wishing to see her once. "Little sister is back," Lu Lei's hearty voice rang out. The next moment, Yun Yang hurried out, her hands still wet. "They're here." Yun Yang carefully looked over Lu Mingzhao, relieved to see that her complexion wasn't as pale as yesterday. She then greeted Xia Yan's children. Grandma, Xie Jingyi, cheerful and sweet, pulled the shy and reluctant Xia Ruan forward, beaming. Xia Ruan took a deep breath, mustering his courage. "Grandma." Yun Yang's heart softened. "Hurry, come inside." Huaiqian, Yun Yang didn't forget about Xia Huaiqian. As the wooden cart was pushed into the yard, Yun Yang finally got a clear look at its contents, feeling both relieved and uneasy. She secretly pulled Lu Mingzhao into the kitchen and spoke earnestly, "Chow Chow, we can manage on our own. You mustn't always think of subsidizing the family. In the surrounding villages, which girl brings back so much when she returns home? Those fresh fruits and vegetables must have cost a pretty penny." Lu Mingzhao affectionately held Yun Yang's arm. "Mom, I happen to know some people who can get me fruits and vegetables at a good price. They don't cost much." The other gifts for returning home, Xia Yan had prepared them before the wedding. "Mom, don't worry, your son-in-law is very dutiful." "Mom, I still crave the soup you make," Lu Mingzhao naturally cooed. Yun Yang tapped Lu Mingzhao's forehead. "Mom's already got it ready." "Chow Chow, the plum blossom petal on your forehead is so lifelike, it looks real at first glance. What made you decide to get a plum blossom tattoo back then?" Lu Mingzhao showed no panic, focusing on the time difference. "Mom, I had a scar from childhood, so I found a top-notch tattoo artist to ink it, so I don't have to put on floral decorations every day." When Guzhen stayed overnight, she had also asked her. Her explanation was almost the same, just the timing was different. "Mom, doesn't it look good?" Lu Mingzhao asked with a playful smile. Yun Yang looked at her with adoration. "It looks good, it looks good. My Chow Chow looks good no matter what." Then, helplessly, she said, "Your forehead has had its share of troubles with you." Lu Mingzhao didn't mind. Now, after the worst, things are looking up. "How are you getting along with Xia Yan?" Yun Yang whispered, looking around. Lu Mingzhao raised an eyebrow, feeling that this question was somewhat meaningful. Yun Yang stomped her foot and whispered directly into Lu Mingzhao's ear, "When did your period come?" Lu Mingzhao confirmed it wasn't her overthinking her mother's intentions. Lu Mingzhao remained calm on the wedding night. Yun Yang looked at Lu Mingzhao's clear and bright eyes, sighed softly, and gently pushed her, "Go rest in your room and chat with your grandmother." Yun Yang sincerely hoped that Lu Mingzhao could have a child of her own. The incident with Lu Miao had left a psychological shadow on Yun Yang. Lu Mingzhao rubbed against Yun Yang's shoulder. Xia Yan treats me very well, Huaiqian, Ruan, and Jingyi also respect and are affectionate towards me. Xia Yan has raised the children well, they are polite and filial. Mom, don't worry about me, I will be fine. Even if things go wrong, isn't there my second brother to stand up for me? Unable to obtain books to read. Recalling Lu Yao's outrageous words that night, Yun Yang's face darkened instantly. Go away, just thinking about it gives me a headache. Yun Yang gently pushed Lu Mingzhao out of the kitchen and closed the door with a snap. Lu Mingzhao touched her nose and smiled silently. Got scolded? Lu Yao poked his head out from the half-open window, his voice clear yet subtly gentle. Lu Mingzhao shook her head, playing the victim first, and said crisply, "Second brother, mother says she gets a headache just thinking about you, so am I being dragged down by you?" Lu Yao's lips curved slightly into a faint smile. Then he gently closed the window and set aside the book in his hand. He carefully straightened his robe and pushed the door open. Clad in a long green coat that seemed light, he stood tall and straight, resembling a green bamboo under the bright moonlight. Lu Mingzhao clicked her tongue. No wonder Guzhen, who was used to seeing noble young men from the capital, was still captivated by Lu Yao's face. If they weren't siblings, she might have been swayed too. What a sin, what a sin. Second brother, I really wish that when I open my eyes tomorrow, you'll be the top scholar, Lu Mingzhao exaggeratedly sighed. Lu Yao raised an eyebrow, his cold features now lively. It seems you don't like summer and winter. Huh? Lu Mingzhao was puzzled. Spring and autumn are for dreaming big dreams. In dreams, you can have anything, Lu Yao said with a faint smile. Not just the top scholar, if you dare to dream, your second brother could even be a high-ranking official. Lu Yao is not only cunning but also eloquent. Someone like him would be wasted if he didn't go into politics. Lu Mingzhao rolled her eyes at Lu Yao and pushed the door open to enter the main hall first. Lu Yao smiled and followed closely behind. Xie Jingyi's eyes lit up instantly. Lu Mingzhao's mouth twitched. Her second brother's charm was truly unmatched. Jingyi, ruin, this is mother's second brother. Second uncle, Xie Jingyi ran over and hugged Lu Yao's leg, looking up with big blinking eyes, her mouth softly mumbling, "Second uncle, you're so handsome." Lu Yao was caught off guard. This sudden enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming for him. Lu Mingzhao gave Lu Yao a helpless look and then went to Grandma Lu's side. "Grandma, are you feeling better?" Grandma Lu's eyes were filled with love, her cloudy eyes sparkling with smiles. Much better, much better." Lu Mingzhao knelt down, massaging Grandma Lu's legs, while pondering over finding a good doctor in the city to give her a thorough checkup. "It's so nice to have the family together in harmony and happiness," Grandma Lu gently patted Lu Mingzhao's hair bun. She couldn't recall the last time they had been so harmonious and happy. "Grandma, we will always be harmonious and happy from now on," Lu Mingzhao smiled. The small room was brimming with pure, joyful smiles. Amidst the laughter, time seemed to pass exceptionally quickly. Unconsciously, it was time for lunch. Lu Mingzhao took small sips of soup from her bowl, watching her father hold Xie Yan's hand, giving him continuous instructions, to which Xie Yan responded with promises each time. Xia Ruan sat obediently beside Yunyang, happily and contentedly accepting the feeding from her new grandmother. Her grandmother was just as gentle as her mother, Lu. After the meal, Lu Yao called Lu Mingzhao and Xie Yan back to his room. Lu Yao's room was as austere and unadorned as the man himself. In sight, besides books, there were only books. In smell, besides the scent of ink, there was only the scent of ink. Lu Mingzhao casually flipped through one of the books. The handwriting was slender and neat, well-proportioned, and maintained its elegance. "Second brother, these books?" "I copied them," Lu Yao said indifferently. Books from bookstores were costly, and for an ordinary family, reading thousands of books was an unaffordable luxury. Books were a scarce commodity. Lu Mingzhao suddenly remembered the preface to Sending Dongyang Ma Shang. "When I was young, I loved learning. My family was poor, and I had no way to get books to read, so I often borrowed from those who had collections, copying them by hand, counting the days to return them. Even in severe cold, when the inkstone was frozen and my fingers could not bend, I did not slack. After copying, I would run to return them, not daring to be late. Thus, many people lent me books, and I was able to read extensively. It's rare for a poor family to raise a distinguished son. This is often the case." Lu Mingzhao sighed and closed the book. "Second brother, it's not easy." Lu Yao's expression remained as calm as a gentle breeze. "I don't feel it's hard." "Second brother, you called Xia Yan and me here specifically. Is something significant happening? Lu Mingzhao sniffed lightly, the strong scent of ink hitting her face. Lu Yao nodded, 2 things. The second young master of the Sun family from Chenghe County. Gu Wai, the heir of the Duke's family. At the mention of Gu Wai's name, Lu Mingzhao appeared slightly embarrassed. After all, the original owner had been chasing Gu Wai for years with unrequited love, which was well known among the official families in the capital. Her feelings for Gu Wai were as deep as the sea, unwavering, and her greatest obsession in life was to marry him. But now, she was Lu Mingzhao. Lu Mingzhao tugged at Xia Yan's sleeve and said, "That wasn't really me." Xia Yan paused. Xia Yan gently patted the back of Lu Mingzhao's hand, signaling her to be at ease. Lu Yao continued, "The second young master of the Sun family has a bad reputation. After being humiliated in Changxi village, he won't let it slide and will definitely seek revenge." Lu Mingzhao told Lu Yao about the proposal from the second young master of the Sun family yesterday and her attitude toward it. Lu Yao remarked, "It might not have been the most rational decision, but it was the right one. Then he'll be even more furious and seek revenge." Lu Mingzhao calmly said, "If we cut off his support, without the Sun family, how can he keep acting like a spoiled, wicked brat?" Second brother, after discussing it with Xia Yan, we plan to open a grain shop. Lu Yao frowned slightly, "You can't build a successful business on a whim." Lu Mingzhao said unhurriedly, "Second brother, we have a stable source of grain, and it's of good quality and low price. As the art of war says, focus on your strengths, exploit the enemy's weaknesses, and unite with others to overcome a stronger opponent. If it's difficult to confront the Sun family alone, we can unite with other grain shops." Second brother, the Sun family's history of rising to wealth and their long-standing behavior, those who do many unrighteous deeds will surely bring about their own downfall. Lu Yao's eyes flickered, "Chow Chow, you've surprised me again." Lu Mingzhao raised her eyebrows and said confidently, "Have you discovered that I am both beautiful and intelligent?" Both Lu Yao and Xia Yan smiled. "What about the Duke's family?" Compared to the Duke's family, the Sun family is like a flea on a tiger's back. Lu Mingzhao suppressed her smile, slightly frowned, and quickly sorted through the memories of the original owner about the Duke's family. The Duke was often away on campaigns in his youth, a heroic figure. Even in his twilight years, he is not the type to bully others with his power. Xia Yan suddenly spoke. Gu Wai's actions would definitely not dare to easily disturb the Duke. Lu Mingzhao glanced at Xia Yan with an inexplicable expression, then added, "The Duke's family matriarch dotes on Gu Wai and grants his every wish. The Duke's wife, from a prestigious family, is extremely proud and values lineage highly. And with Lu Miao returning to the Yongning Marquis family, she will also try her best to secure this marriage and will certainly not remain indifferent to Gu Wai's mischief. It won't be easy for Gu Wai to come to Chenghe County." Guzhen had already started complaining. Moreover, this is just the worst-case scenario. Gu Wai is the meticulously groomed heir of the Duke's family. He might not necessarily go mad. "Perhaps we are just worrying unnecessarily," Lu Mingzhao said, tilting her head up with a gentle smile. "Though I sometimes think I have a bit of charm, it's not enough to be that captivating." It was already afternoon, and the thin layer of snow on the roof began to melt, like a light drizzle, dripping down the eaves in delicate strands, layer upon layer. To the ears, it sounded like pearls dropping onto a jade plate, adding a hint of coolness. Xia Yan and Lu Yao exchanged a glance and couldn't help but chuckle. Guzhen's presence in Changxi village was itself a signal. Xia Yan reached out and tucked a strand of Lu Mingzhao's hair behind her ear, his gaze filled with warmth as he looked down at her upturned face. Her fair, jade-like complexion was most striking, particularly her bright, clear eyes that shone like a clear spring. At times, they rippled with laughter, making him feel joy just by quietly gazing at her. At other times, they were like leaves growing toward the sun, radiating an omnipresent vitality that unconsciously uplifted those around her, fearless of wind, frost, rain, or snow, growing vigorously and resiliently. Such a remarkable person, Gu Wai, who had everything he desired since childhood, would never easily let her go. If it were truly as the rumors said, that he was utterly indifferent to Mingzhao, he wouldn't have so contradictorily hinted and guided Guzhen to come here. Perhaps Gu Wai was filled with absolute confidence and arrogance, even mixed with a secret delight, firmly believing that Guzhen could bring Mingzhao back to the capital, fulfilling his unspoken, twisted desires. But what Guzhen returned with was the news of Mingzhao's marriage. Gu Wai's confidence, arrogance, and secret delight would all turn into anger and obsession. How utterly despicable. Xie Yan curved his lips indulgently and said, Mingzhao makes a good point. Lu Yao, it made him feel rather superfluous. But, to be fair, the sight of Mingzhao and Xie Yan standing together was exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Let's hope Lu Miao hasn't lost her knack for being clingy and troublesome. With Lu Miao around, Gu Wai would certainly have a headache. The capital. Guzhen's carriage slowly passed through the towering, ancient city gates, returning once more to the bustling, crowded streets at the emperor's feet. The brazier in the carriage had turned to ashes, with only occasional sparks flickering before finally dying out and merging into the pile of ashes. The wind lifted the carriage curtain, and Guzhen leaned out, pointing at a distant figure who had mounted a horse and was galloping away. She pursed her lips in displeasure. Isn't that one of our family's guards? Guzhen was asking a rhetorical question, her tone devoid of any real doubt. The guard driving the carriage outside felt a chill and stammered, it should be. Guzhen's brows knitted slightly. Her brother truly spared no effort. Letting the carriage curtain fall, Guzhen leaned back on the soft cushion and closed her eyes to rest. The constant hawking of street vendors and the gleeful shouts of children playing along the bustling street gradually smoothed out Guzhen's furrowed brows. Changxi village has its own unique charm. The capital city, too, has its own allure. But since Lu Mingzhao chose Changxi village, her choice should be respected. Lu Mingzhao was never some stray animal, to be called and sent away at her brother's whim. Time ticked by slowly. When Gu Wai finally heard that the carriage had entered the capital, a subtle joy stirred within him. Bu Yen, where is the sky blue brocade robe and the white fox fur coat that were delivered yesterday? Bu Yen nodded and swiftly located them. He wasn't feeling hopeful. Ah Chiu should have sent back news of Miss Lu at the first opportunity, but to this day, there has been no message. If there's no news, it must mean something's gone wrong. Is the young master planning to personally welcome the young lady? Gu Wai's hand, which was adjusting the jade belt at his waist, paused slightly, and he said indifferently, naturally. Bu Yen thought to himself, this is a new level of self-deception. Donning the fur coat, Gu Wai marched out of the mansion with purpose. Bu Yen gritted his teeth and followed closely. The long alley was home solely to the Duke's family. As soon as Gu Wai reached the entrance of the alley, he saw the distant carriage approaching. The joy in his heart was quickly swept away by the cold wind, replaced by a smug confidence. His brows unconsciously furrowed slightly, and his eyes took on a cold disdain as he walked forward without looking sideways. Young master. The guard reined in the horse, and the carriage stopped. Gu Wai said nonchalantly, has the young lady returned? Bursting with anger, Guzhen yanked open the carriage curtain, her voice frosty, brother, your acting still needs work. Gu Wai, tall and straight, glanced up, and everything in the carriage came into view. Only Guzhen and Ah Chiu. Where's Lu Mingzhao? Did Guzhen send Lu Mingzhao back to the Yongning Marquis family? A faint confusion appeared in Gu Wai's eyes. Did brother come specifically to pick me up? Guzhen ignored Gu Wai's silence and continued. Gu Wai shook his head, brother was out visiting guests, and we happened to meet. That really is a coincidence, Guzhen said with a mocking tone. It looks like your visit today is off, brother. I have something to confront you about. Guzhen yanked the curtain down and lightly tapped the carriage with her slightly bent fingers. Back to the estate. The creaking sound of the wheels started again. Gu Wai looked at Bu Yen. Did something upset her outside? It's not surprising, though. Jinjin and Lu Mingzhao have never really seen eye to eye. Bu Yan hesitated, thinking his master had a knack for kidding himself. As soon as Guzhen returned to the estate, unwashed and disheveled, she stormed into the pine and cypress courtyard with 2 guards and Achio. The Duke of Zhenghua made his home in the pine and cypress courtyard. Father. Your daughter has something to report. There are no secrets that don't come out. The news of Lu Mingzhao marrying someone else couldn't be hidden. Rather than waiting for her brother to find out and go crazy without restraint, it would be better to have her father step in to control the situation. The anger she had bottled up for days needed to be let out, or it would eat her alive. The Duke of Zhenghua was a towering figure, his eyes sharp and lively, exuding dignity and authority. Come in, the Duke of Zhenghua said, putting down the yellowed military book in his hand and sitting upright on the carved wooden chair, exuding a strong aura of authority. Guzhen pushed the door open, tears streaming down her face, her travel-weary appearance making her look all the more pitiful. Father, you must stand up for me. Seeing Guzhen in tears, the Duke of Zhenghua was thrown off balance. His daughter had been spoiled since childhood and was stubborn, willing to offend people to death rather than shed a tear. Jinjin, don't cry. Weren't you visiting friends? The Duke of Zhenghua, a general who had galloped across battlefields for half his life, didn't have a handkerchief at hand, so he offered his brocade sleeve, then fearing it might scratch Guzhen's face, he rolled up his outer robe sleeve instead. At this moment, Gu Wai arrived belatedly. Seeing Guzhen with tears in her eyes, he felt inexplicably guilty. Guzhen sobbed and poured out all the grievances and what had happened. Pathetic fraud. Finally, she cried and concluded, Father, it's fine if my brother takes advantage of me. After all, I am foolish and dull, not as clever as my brother. But how can my brother's influence extend so far that even my personal maid obeys his every command? Achio, I dare not use her nor keep her. Since my brother likes her, let him take her to Chishang courtyard. Father, you don't know how awkward the situation was, the woman and 2 men spending the entire night together in the same room, and being caught by the Lu family. I'm too embarrassed to show my face. As she spoke, Guzhen cried harder and harder, gradually becoming breathless. The Duke pieced together the key details from Guzhen's intermittent sobs. Was the friend you visited Lu Mingzhao? Guzhen's eyes were red and swollen from crying, nodding between hiccups. Gu Wai, what exactly are you trying to do? The Duke slammed his hand on the table, the sound heavy and thunderous, as if the ground itself shook. The gentle sunlight outside the window shone through the window lattice, casting Gu Wai's expression in shadow, his breath slightly panting, as if he was trying hard to suppress something. Lu Mingzhao got married? And married a rustic villager? For a moment, Gu Wai felt as if countless flies were buzzing around him, his mind buzzing with noise, unbearably irritating. His fingers curled into his palms, tightly clenched into fists, but he felt no pain. Complex and intense emotions surged in his chest. It was anger. It was jealousy. Yes, it was jealousy. He, the heir of the Duke's family, would actually be jealous of a rustic villager. It would be laughable to say it out loud. Gu Wai lowered his head, frowning, and remained silent for a long time. When he looked up again, his expression was calm and composed, unhurried. Father, I don't think I did anything wrong. Even if Lu Mingzhao is not the daughter of the Yongning Marquis family, we have been childhood friends for many years. Even if the marriage contract is no longer valid, there is still some sibling affection. Hearing that she left the capital for a desolate place, I couldn't help but worry about our past feelings. Considering the boundaries between men and women and the reputation of both, I suggested Jinjin to go, achieving 2 goals at once. What's wrong with that? Or does father want me to be the kind of heartless villain? If father still thinks I am wrong, I am willing to accept whatever punishment you deem fit. Guzhen widened her eyes in surprise, crystal tears hanging on her eyelashes, not falling for a long time. She was very puzzled. How could her brother exonerate himself so easily? The Duke's anger was stuck in his throat, neither able to be expressed nor suppressed. He frowned deeply, his gaze scanning Gu Huai suspiciously, trying to detect something. Yet, Gu Huai's calm and composed demeanor made the father seem like he was throwing a pointless tantrum, and Guzhen, the sister, appeared to be making an unreasonable fuss. The Duke sighed. Then why did you instruct Guzhen's personal maid? Gu Huai replied indifferently, Father is well aware of Guzhen's temperament, I choose not to elaborate further. Hoping that Guzhen would bring Lu Mingzhao back to the capital was merely out of concern that Mingzhao might not adapt to the harsh rural life and could perish. Father, I was unaware of the rural marriage arrangement beforehand. How could I have deliberately sabotaged Mingzhao's marriage? If he had known, he would have gone there himself. Gu Huai couldn't understand what was wrong with Guzhen coming back. He would naturally ensure Mingzhao lived a life of luxury, free from any hardship. The Duke's anger subsided slightly. It had better be so. Regardless of whether your feelings for Mingzhao are fraternal or not, you must remember that she is now a married woman, and the Duke's family must not become a subject of ridicule. Later, I will arrange for a congratulatory gift to be sent. You are of age, and your marriage should have been arranged long before now. Previously, you delayed because you disliked Mingzhao. Now that the fiancé has changed, it should be to your liking. Do not delay any further. Yangning Marquis Madam has been probing repeatedly. In my opinion, it is better to act sooner rather than later, to prevent any irreparable scandals. Gu Huai frowned. Father, it is not that I am unwilling to marry Miss Lu, but her manners are not yet refined enough to avoid ridicule, and she is temporarily unfit to be the heir's wife. Moreover, Mother values manners greatly. It would be better to wait until she is properly trained before setting the wedding date. Otherwise, there might be discord between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, leading to unrest in the household. The Duke's hand, which was stroking his beard, stiffened slightly, finding some logic in his words. Very well. At worst, I will swallow my pride and request another matron from the palace. As long as the Marquis's new daughter is not a blockhead, she will surely be transformed. I will follow your decision, Father, Gu Huai said indifferently. The sudden turn of events left Guzhen unprepared. She stopped crying and pointed at herself, murmuring, Father, what about me? Should I just endure the grievance of being used by my brother? The Duke had a headache. Guzhen, how do you wish to resolve this? Mainly because Gu Huai's argument was clear and logical, he couldn't just resort to the family rules. This question stumped Guzhen. How did she wish to resolve this? Now she only hoped that her brother was truly as open and magnanimous as he appeared, and not harboring a beast within, waiting for the right moment to break free. Lu Mingzhao no longer had wealth and glory. She shouldn't lose her peaceful life as well. Guzhen pursed her lips, her expression settling. First, brother takes Qiu away. My courtyard will not harbor a traitor. Second, the guards who escorted your daughter to Changxi village, I will leave their fate entirely to the conscience of my father and brother. Third, I want 2 guards who answer only to me, and I also want to be allowed to personally select my personal maids through a matchmaker, with the servant contracts held by myself. I do not wish to endure the same humiliation twice. If father does not agree, I will weep myself to death before you. After a brief pause, the Duke of Jin nodded in agreement. These demands are not excessive, and it's better than Jinjin stubbornly clinging to Huai. He had a vague sense that Jinjin had grown a bit wiser. Then I'll take my leave. Gu Huai also bowed his head. Thank you for your trouble, father. Guzhen and Gu Huai left the Songbai courtyard one after the other. You hypocrite! Guzhen suddenly spoke at the corner. That white fox fur cloak you're wearing today is flawless, not a single stray hair. At a glance, it was clear that he had dressed up deliberately, putting on that act of a cool, indifferent gentleman. Gu Huai coldly lifted his eyelids, his thin lips parting slightly. Useless. Useless? Her? Otherwise? The sparse and mottled sunlight fell on Gu Huai's face through the bare branches, adding a bit of sharpness and intimidation. Guzhen, angered, sneered, my brother calls me useless, but I would like to ask what this hypocrite brother of mine is trying to do by scheming to bring Lu Mingzhao back to the capital. Do not use the same excuses you used in front of father to fob me off. Surely it's not just brotherly affection, is it? Concubine? Mistress? Secondary wife? In my brother's heart, is making Lu Mingzhao a concubine considered a favor? No wonder Lu Mingzhao rejected you. Gu Zhen's tone was sharp, her words cutting, as if indignant and eager to expose Gu Huai's seemingly flawless facade. What right do you have to call me a waste? Gu Huai was not provoked, his expression unchanged, still as composed as ever, sneering disdainfully, aren't you just a waste? Even if Lu Mingzhao is not the best, she was raised in luxury, exposed to the dazzling wealth of the capital, mingling with the sons of noble families and the daughters of prestigious households, appreciating the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry. She has lived such a life for over a decade. Are you willing to watch her marry a rough hunter, doomed to a life of silent suffering, her delicate hands worn from washing, farming, and weaving in poverty? Or do you secretly wish for Lu Mingzhao to live a life of hardship? Under Gu Huai's relentless pressure, Gu Zhen suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Hadn't she initially opposed Lu Mingzhao marrying the hunter as well? Her thoughts were not so different from her brother's, but Lu Mingzhao had insisted on her own choice. Though she felt guilty, she couldn't let her pretentious brother see her weakness. A nobleman is open and upright, while a petty person is always conniving. What kind of person are you to be so self-righteous? Suffering? The greatest suffering Lu Mingzhao endured was the years she spent trailing after you without any self-respect. You stood aloof, coldly watching as she endured the ridicule of noble ladies. What right do you have to feel sorry for Lu Mingzhao? Lu Mingzhao's husband may not be as noble or as arrogant as you, the heir of the duke, but he is graceful and handsome, far from crude, and he cares for and respects Lu Mingzhao. The hunter prepared a wedding gown embroidered with gold thread and adorned with pearls for Lu Mingzhao, and the wedding procession scattered red paper money along the way. This is how Lu Mingzhao is being treated, following the capital's customs. Gu Zhen, wake up, he's just a hunter. Gu Huai felt a sharp pain in his head, especially as his own sister continued to argue and provoke him. Gu Zhen glanced at Gu Huai and said, "You're the one who needs to wake up. Brother, your only claim to superiority is your status and position. Yes, he's just a hunter, but Lu Mingzhao is willing." Gu Huai slightly closed his eyes, then quickly opened them, his face cold as he looked down at Gu Zhen, his expression now only showing dominance. Gu Zhen, if one day Lu Mingzhao suffers greatly because of your inaction, will you regret it? Gu Zhen shook her head, that is Lu Mingzhao's choice. She may not be clever, but she won't be subjected to psychological pressure or moral blackmail. The one who should regret is you. Brother, you've always been meticulous in your calculations, but did you not foresee that Lu Minghui might have a betrothal in the countryside? She's of marriageable age too. Changxi village may be remote and backward, but it's not forbidden to marry or hold funerals. Oh, I see, this must be what they mean by even the wise can make mistakes. Brother, don't forget to take Ah Qiu to Qishang courtyard. You hypocrite, always putting on airs. No wonder Lu Mingzhao walked away from you. How dare you call her useless? Even if she was useless, she'd trekked long distances to bring Lu Mingzhao all sorts of daily necessities. Even if she was useless, she'd stayed up late talking heart to heart with Lu Mingzhao, sharing the same quilt and sleeping side by side. Ha! Her brother wasn't useless, always acting so high and mighty. Gu Zhen didn't even glance back at her brother. She flicked her crumpled sleeve and marched off, head held high like a triumphant rooster. Once she'd bathed and changed, she'd go whine to her mother. It wouldn't hurt to have more people keeping her brother in check. At the corner, only Gu Huai remained. Even the wisest man can make a mistake, no matter how many plans he has? No, he was just certain that Lu Mingzhao's feelings for him were as unshakable as a rock. Gu Huai raised his eyes, looking at the sky above. Today in the capital, the sky was clear, without snow. But the pale sunlight was cold and sharp, nothing like the warmth of the sun. It felt more like the icy glare off a blade, chilling and piercing, sending shivers down your spine. What had Lu Mingzhao been up to last winter? Gu Huai rubbed his temples, his expression dazed. He couldn't remember. Not that he forgot. It was just that Lu Mingzhao had been revolving around him for so long, doing so many things, that he had never truly paid attention. Gu Huai reached out and broke off a dry branch, placing it in his palm, slowly rubbing it. As if the sting from the dry branch could make him certain that marrying the wrong person was like the dry branch scraping across his palm, both dull and unbearable. Lu Mingzhao was a delicate flower. How could a delicate flower bloom in the wilderness? The Yangming Marquis family had kept it all under wraps. Gu Huai began to scrutinize and question every word the Yangming Marquis madam had said that day. As soon as Lu Minghui returned to the family, she snatched Lu Mingzhao's parents, status, and engagement, and even demanded that Lu Mingzhao fulfill the engagement with the hunter. What a clever scheme. The cold wind blew, rustling the branches. This wind swept through the capital, blowing in all directions. The sky gradually darkened. Changxi village. The wind blows the cooking smoke askew, and dogs bark from a few homes. While the faint light still lingers on the horizon and the wind hasn't turned fierce yet, Xie Yan and Lu Mingzhao take the children home. Xie Jingyi snuggles in Lu Mingzhao's arms, peeking out and pointing at the ever-changing clouds in the sky, says sweetly and softly, "Mommy, it looks like a big chicken leg, and Sanbao would gobble it up in one bite." Lu Mingzhao follows Xie Jingyi's chubby little finger to look. A chicken leg? Her imagination isn't quite abstract enough. Mommy, I like Grandma, and I also like Great-Grandma." Xie Jingyi's fluffy little head nuzzles against Lu Mingzhao's chest. "I like them all. But I like second uncle more. Second uncle is so good-looking." Lu Mingzhao chuckles, deliberately teasing, "What do you like about second uncle?" "He's handsome." Such a straightforward answer. "Your daddy is also handsome." Lu Mingzhao glances over at Xie Yan, who's pushing the wooden cart. Xie Yan happens to look up at the same time. When their eyes meet, Lu Mingzhao feels like the wind around her has turned gentle and soothing. Xie Yan is indeed handsome, though his style differs from Lu Yao's. But the ethereal aura of a celestial being always attracts the most attention, albeit subtly. Xie Jingyi wiggles her fingers, speaking in a childish voice, "I've been looking at Daddy for too long." Lu Mingzhao, well, already tired of looking. Little Xie Jingyi seems like the type to fall for one handsome face after another. Xie Huaiqian, mature beyond his years, pulls Xie Ruan along and earnestly advises, "Sanbo, this is fickleness, it's not good." Xie Ruan also nods like a chick pecking at rice. Xie Jingyi pouts, her chubby little face protesting, No, I haven't gotten tired of uncle. It's just that I like second uncle more." Second uncle. Xie Jingyi tries hard to correct. Lu Mingzhao laughs so hard she feels weak. All right, you like your uncle and are tired of your daddy." Xie Jingyi shakes her head again, smiling sweetly, "I'm not tired of daddy. Daddy, Sanbao likes you too." Xie Yan says seriously, "If Sanbao only has one piece of candy, but both daddy and second uncle want it, who will Sanbao give it to?" Xie Jingyi instinctively clutches her little pocket. What a little rascal. Because she really had a piece of candy. Lu Mingzhao watched the scene with a smile, thinking this was no different from the dilemma of whom to save first if two people fell into the river. Xie Jingyi, with her baby teeth not yet fully grown, had to face such a soul-searching question at such a young age. TSK, poor little Xie Jingyi. Xie Jingyi licked her lips, a glistening drool hanging at the corner of her mouth, as if already savoring the taste of the candy. "Daddy, do grown-ups also eat candy?" Xie Jingyi blinked her big eyes, gazing intently at Xie Yan, her little hand unconsciously reaching into her pocket. Xie Yan nodded, "If they want to, yes." "If they also want to eat?" Xie Jingyi was taken aback. Daddy and second uncle can each have half. Xie Jingyi took out the candy from her pocket. Sanbao will lick the wrapper. Xie Yan used one hand to pat Xie Jingyi's head. Xia Ruan tiptoed and whispered into Xie Huaiqian's ear, "Big brother, why is Sanbao so silly?" Xie Huaiqian's voice carried a hint of laughter, drifting with the wind, because Sanbao doesn't read books. Ruan, books are the essence of wisdom, reading makes one wise. Reading opens up the vastness of the world. If Ruan doesn't study hard in the future, others will also think Ruan is silly by observing her words and deeds. So, Ruan, will you still be lazy about reading and writing in the future? Xie Ruan glanced furtively at the silly Sanbao in Lu Mingzhao's arms, who seemed not to understand, and nodded heavily, "I won't be lazy anymore." "But big brother, can't we take Sanbao with us?" "If Sanbao is the only one who's silly, that would be too sad." The smile on Xie Huaiqian's lips deepened. Sanbao is still young, she will definitely read in the future. Lu Mingzhao quietly listened to Xie Huaiqian teaching his younger sibling, her eyes full of joy. Xie Yan's children were surprisingly intelligent, surprisingly sensible, and surprisingly adorable. If they could grow up safely, they might not be able to recreate the glory of their ancestors. In the midst of the family's joyful chatter, they were getting closer and closer to home. Lu Mingzhao saw the relatively simple carriage parked outside Qi Rui's courtyard. It seemed her guess had come true. Qi Rui had indeed offered herself, but it was unclear what position she had secured. A maid? Or a concubine? Lu Mingzhao gave a brief glance and then looked away. Xie Yan. The Qi family's grandmother and granddaughter seemed to be waiting on purpose. As Lu Mingzhao and her group passed by the courtyard gate of Qi Rui's grandmother, Qi Rui hurriedly followed. Lu Mingzhao thought, she wasn't called. Should she stop to gossip for a while, or should she leave with a cold and noble demeanor? However, why isn't she calling him Uncle Xia anymore? Qi Rui had a silver hairpin in her bun, gleaming brightly. When she raised her hand to touch her bun, she revealed a silver bracelet on her wrist. Over her uniform maid's dress, she wore a peach-colored cloak, adding a touch of charm and allure. Xie Yan put down the wooden cart and stood beside Lu Mingzhao. Lu Mingzhao got the hint and handed Xie Jingyi over to Xie Huaiqian, signaling them to head home first. Who knows if Qi Rui might blurt out some indecent words unfit for polite conversation. Qi Rui looked up at Xie Yan, her eyes faintly showing reluctance. She had been longing for Xie Yan for so long, but in the end, she became the second young master of the Sun family's concubine, being played with without any dignity. "What is it?" Xie Yan spoke coldly. Apart from repaying the money, he didn't think there was anything else to discuss between them. Qi Rui felt stifled. "Xie Yan, are you satisfied now?" His good mood along the way came to an abrupt halt. What was he satisfied with? "My life is ruined," Qi Rui said through gritted teeth. Xie Yan remained indifferent. He was just an ordinary person, unable to bear the burden of so many people's lives. This is what they call reaping what you sow, you can't blame others. Lu Mingzhao chimed in, "Yan is right. It was you who harbored malicious intentions and plotted to slander me first, and then willingly degraded yourself to become the second young master of the Sun family's concubine. These were all your own choices. In the future, whether you live in luxury and constant favor or in poverty and die in the wilderness, it has nothing to do with Yan. Randomly dragging others into this is not a good sign. Especially now that you're a married woman, if this gets back to the second young master of the Sun family, you might face more trouble." Qi Rui's hatred froze on her face. How do you know?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Qi Rui knew she had made a foolish mistake. Lu Mingzhao, not wanting to deal with Qi Rui any more than necessary, was blunt. "If you want to repay the money, just do it directly. Stop talking about all this nonsense. How can someone who does evil have the gall to feel sorry for themselves while blaming the victim? The little girl is so boring." Qi Rui felt a wave of frustration surging through her, an unbearable discomfort with no outlet. This delicate young lady from the capital is really clever. Thinking of her plan with the second young master of the Sun family, Qi Rui took a deep breath, suppressed her irritation, and took out a pouch from her robe, handing it to Xie Yan. Here's 24 taels. We're even now. She couldn't wait to see what would happen to Lu Mingzhao. Xie Yan opened the pouch, poured out a banknote and a few pieces of broken silver, then returned the pouch without saying another word. Qi Rui was speechless with rage. Really furious. Was her pouch some kind of dirty rag? Xie. Before she could speak, Xie Yan was already pushing the cart with one hand and leading Lu Mingzhao away with the other. Qi Rui was seething with rage, nowhere to vent. She stomped her feet in frustration, crumpling the empty pouch in her hand. Twisted and wrinkled, she finally put it away. Grandma, are you finished cleaning up? Qi Rui's voice was tinged with anger. Old Lady Qi mumbled, yes, yes. Then came the sound of a door closing. Mingzhao, we can't waste any time. I'll head to the county tomorrow. Xie Yan felt a sense of urgency. Qi Rui's gaze made him uneasy. Lu Mingzhao, while unfastening her cloak, frowned and asked, before, I never understood the laws of Dakian. In Dakian, can the children of merchants take the imperial exams? They couldn't block the children's path to success. She vaguely remembered that there were only a few ways to enter officialdom: military service, building reputation, recommendation, and the imperial examinations. Military service meant risking one's life for a future, prepared to die on the battlefield, and most likely, one would remain a common soldier for life. Building reputation involved gaining fame through connections with famous scholars, spending money and effort to build networks, in hopes of entering officialdom. Recommendation also required the support of complex networks of aristocratic families and high officials. Comparatively, the imperial examinations were relatively fair. Yes, they can. During the previous emperor's reign, the archaic rule barring merchants' children from taking the imperial examinations was abolished, Xie Yan said, taking the cloak from Lu Mingzhao and hanging it on a nearby rack. Lu Mingzhao sighed in relief. That's a relief. Why don't I come with you? Ever since she arrived, she hadn't had a chance to visit the market. Xie Yan's brow furrowed. What about your health? Lu Mingzhao waved her hand, dismissing his concern. The worst part is already over. Because reading makes one refined. The children won't be coming either. Tomorrow morning, take me to my parents' place. Also, bring along some warm clothes, knee warmers, and bedding I prepared for Grandma, Dad, and Mom. It's freezing cold, and Grandma's knees hurt so much she can't sleep all night. Lu Mingzhao's voice was soft as she sat on the cushy chair, calmly laying out the plans. She then turned her head and blinked. Xie Yan, should we also switch out the bedding at home? It would be soft, thick, and cozy to sleep on. Do we have extras? Xie Yan asked gently. Lu Mingzhao nodded. Her Chow Fu had the magical ability to replenish supplies automatically. Then let's switch it out too. Mingzhao, you rest first. I'll heat up some water for you to soak your feet in later. Xie Yan closed the slightly ajar window tightly and walked out. Mommy. Xie Jingyi held a piece of candy in her tiny hand, her soft, pink face lit up with the joy of solving a puzzle. Mommy, I know how to share the candy with Daddy, second uncle, and Jia Ru. Lu Mingzhao was stunned. Was Xie Jingyi still thinking about this? Mommy, look, the candy has magically stretched into a thin, large sheet, enough to share. Xie Jingyi opened her palm, where a piece of candy had successfully transformed. Everyone can have a piece. Lu Mingzhao smiled. Jingyi is so smart. Mommy, have a piece first. As she spoke, Xie Jingyi unwrapped the candy, using all her strength to break off a corner and held it to Lu Mingzhao's lips. Looking at Xie Jingyi's fair little hand, Lu Mingzhao finally opened her mouth. One piece for Mommy, one piece for Sanbao. Xie Jingyi broke off another corner and popped it into her own mouth, her smiling eyes like little crescents in the sky. Mommy, can Sanbao go give second uncle some candy tomorrow? Lu Mingzhao wiped the drool from Xie Jingyi's mouth with a handkerchief. Mommy was just talking with Daddy about sending you, Airbao, and Huaiqian off early tomorrow morning. What about Daddy and Mommy? We're going to the city. Instantly, Xie Jingyi's chubby face scrunched up, torn and hesitant. Her long lashes fluttered like little wings, and her fingers twisted together. The city. What does the city look like? Daddy hasn't taken her there yet. I really want to go there. But, I also want to see second uncle and give him some candy. Lu Mingzhao chuckled, as all the little one's thoughts were clearly written on her face. Sanbao, tomorrow when we go to the city, Mom and Dad can't take you with us. Once Mom's grain shop is up and running, Sanbao can go to the city anytime she wants, okay? Xie Jingyi's face lit up, no longer frowning, and she nodded happily and obediently. The city can wait, but second uncle's candy must be eaten tomorrow. Your dad has heated some water, remember to go wash your sticky hands later, Lu Mingzhao instructed. Xie Jingyi nodded, then looked hopeful. Mom, can Sanbao not study in the future? No. Lu Mingzhao said firmly. Xie Jingyi looked dejected, but Sanbao doesn't like studying. Big brother is teaching Airbao to read, and Sanbao gets sleepy just from listening. Lu Mingzhao gently tugged at the little bun on Xie Jingyi's head, softening her tone. If you don't study and learn to read, you can easily be fooled by bad people. If Sanbao gets fooled, Mom and Dad will be sad. After studying and learning to read, Sanbao will become smarter and cuter. Also, your second uncle has read a lot of books. Xie Jingyi seemed to suddenly understand the taste of sorrow at a young age, sighing deeply, so second uncle is good-looking because he reads books. As if making some kind of resolution, Xie Jingyi waved her little fist. Mom, I'm going to study now. Big brother Airbao, wait for me. Xie Jingyi trotted off on her short legs, but her speed was not slow at all. Lu Mingzhao was amazed, never realizing that beauty could be a motivation for learning. Xie Jingyi is truly unique. Wash your hands, remember to wash your hands. Lu Mingzhao reminded. As soon as Xie Jingyi left, the room instantly quieted down. After a while, the night fell like a heavy curtain. The moonlight was faint, barely illuminating the edges of the night sky, casting a particularly dim and unclear light. Lu Mingzhao stood up and lit a candle. The moment the candlelight lit up, a warmth suddenly filled her heart. The swaying yellowish glow made one instinctively feel tender and nostalgic. Not long after, Xia Yan entered with a wooden basin. Under the candlelight, Lu Mingzhao looked like a flawless piece of jade, with the glow like a thin mist surrounding her, adding a touch of mystery and depth. Very beautiful. Mingzhao, Lu Mingzhao called out softly. Fresh from a yawn, Lu Mingzhao had watery eyes that looked dazed and soft under the dim yellow light, hinting at unspoken emotions that were just out of reach. Yen, have Jingyi and the others washed up? Lu Mingzhao's voice was heavy with sleep, her long lashes brimming with unshed tears, giving her an unexpectedly pitiful air. Pity? The thought struck Xie Yan, making his heart skip a beat before he quickly brushed it aside as absurd. Xie Yan responded non-committally. Yen, I'm so sleepy, Lu Mingzhao murmured, her voice thick with drowsiness. Xie Yan instinctively softened his tone, soak your feet before bed, it won't take long. In Mingzhao's voice, Xie Yan detected a deep trust and a clinging attachment. His good mood felt like a crack in his heart, from which sweet emotions bubbled up endlessly. Lu Mingzhao leaned lazily against the wooden chair, the warm water making her even sleepier. Half asleep, Lu Mingzhao mused that her body lacked stamina and resolved to exercise more once the weather improved. While one tale gently unfolds, another begins under the cloak of night. As this side settled into warmth and affection, preparing for sleep, the Qi family grandmother and granddaughter were making their way through the night. Perhaps the winter night's road was too desolate, for Granny Qi felt a deep unease. Clutching Qi Rui's hand, she pleaded, "Ruier, perhaps we should just lead a quiet, steady life. Or, maybe I could beg the village head again," she added hesitantly. Granny Qi, having lived for decades, had rarely ventured beyond Changxi village. "Grandma, I already belong to the second young master," Qi Rui said gloomily. Her words, carried by the howling wind, sounded eerie and chilling. Granny Qi's hand froze, her face pale, as she struggled to find words. I can find you a good, honest family." Qi Rui pulled her hand away, her voice firm. "Grandma, don't interfere in my affairs anymore." Having given herself to the second young master of the Sun family, she had burned all bridges and was determined to see this dark path through. If she could help the second young master vent his anger, her status in the mansion would rise. Being a chambermaid for a day didn't mean she would remain one forever. Granny Qi hesitated, her cloudy eyes brimming with tears. "Grandma, it's too late for regrets now. If only you had been willing to truly sprain your foot yesterday and delay Xie Yan, the second young master would have succeeded by nightfall." Qi Rui couldn't contain her resentment. They had agreed not to reveal any flaws. Granny Qi's lips trembled. Grandma didn't expect a mad cow to rush out halfway. Genius is right beside her. Startled, she jumped off Xie Yan's back, and he saw through her act. Qi Rui turned her head away. "If Grandma can't do it right, then don't get in my way." The sky showed a faint blue, with a hint of dawn breaking through. Lu Mingzhao, who had slept dreamlessly all night, opened her sleepy eyes and, by the pale light, glanced at Xie Yan lying beside her. She couldn't help but think how lucky she was to have a big warm furnace by her side on a cold winter night. Since it was still early, she decided to cuddle with the big warm furnace and sleep a little longer. Without a second thought, Lu Mingzhao leaned closer to Xie Yan, instantly placing her hand on his slim waist. Unfortunately, the touch through the undergarment wasn't as satisfying. Her husband. What's the harm in touching, hugging, and leaning on him? It's only natural for her husband to be her protector. The moment her arm rested on his waist, Xie Yan jolted awake, his muscles instinctively tensing. Half asleep, Lu Mingzhao patted Xie Yan and mumbled, "Yan, be good, relax, sleep a bit more." He couldn't relax any further. It felt like a small flame was coursing through his limbs, and he didn't dare move. Xie Yan never fell back asleep. He lay there with his eyes open, watching the room gradually brighten until the sun filled it with a dazzling light. It seemed like today would be a good day. Xie Yan got up quietly and dressed, looking back at the person sleeping soundly. Her black hair was as dense as ink, casually spread out, making her small face appear as warm and translucent as white jade. Mingzhao was truly beautiful. He had originally thought that what attracted him most was Mingzhao's sharpness, but now it seemed that every aspect of her attracted him. Her beauty had become the least of her virtues. As the sun rose to mid-sky, Lu Mingzhao stretched contentedly. To the city. She still had to go to the city. Lu Mingzhao quickly got up, washed, changed, and opened the door to find Xie Yan wielding a long dry branch with great vigor. Xie Yan's swordsmanship must be very good. Before the calamity that wiped out his clan, Xie Yan was originally a straightforward and pure young general, always dressed to impress. Once Xie Yan finished his routine, Lu Mingzhao slowly spoke, her voice bright and crisp. "Is there anything a Yan doesn't know how to do?" Xie Yan has a pleasing face, appearing cold and fierce at first glance, but in interactions, he is considerate, gentle, and somewhat innocent, with top-notch swordsmanship. She really struck gold. Totally smitten. She's fair-skinned, and her thoughts are just as light. Xie Yan placed the dry branch aside and turned back. "I trained in it when I was younger." "Do you know any martial arts?" Lu Mingzhao leaned against the doorframe, smiling as she asked. "A little. How about teaching me a few moves sometime? Once she learns, she'll be more intimidating with a kitchen knife and able to protect herself when needed." Okay. After a quick breakfast, it was time for the wooden cart to come in handy again. Pushing the prepared warm clothes and bedding, they took Huaiqian and a few others back to her parents' home. As soon as Yun Yang heard that Lu Mingzhao was going to the city, she shoved money into her hands without a second thought, urging her to buy some things she liked. Even Lu Yao handed over a pouch to Lu Mingzhao before she left. Lu Mingzhao raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled. Lu Yao's expression was cool. I earned it by copying books and writing poems for others. Take it. Renting a shop and contacting grain farmers all require money. Don't refuse, and don't think it's too little. The pouch was light, likely filled with banknotes. Lu Mingzhao did not refuse Lu Yao's kindness. I don't think it's too little. Second brother, consider it your share in the business. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yao's eyes, and he waved his hand. Once given to you, it's yours. Go early and return early. If you go to the village entrance now, you can still catch the donkey cart. Lu Mingzhao smiled and agreed. Thank you, second brother. Xia Yan bowed his head. Thank you, second brother. Lu Yao waved his sleeve to bid farewell, then returned to his room to continue studying. Lu Mingzhao opened the pouch. Inside were 2 50-tael and 3 10-tael banknotes. 130 taels. Is Lu Yao's stash of money too hefty? No wonder, after they had an open and honest conversation, she felt confident enough to reject the marriage contract with Xia Yan. Is there really a treasure trove in the books second brother copied? Xia Yan sighed. Most copyists are scholars in financial straits, earning a living by transcribing classics. The work is mentally draining, and the pay is quite modest. Hardly anyone gets rich from copying books, it's just enough to scrape by. Lu Mingzhao, you don't know, but second brother has gained quite a reputation in the scholar circles of Changhe County over the past 2 years. His writings are richly adorned yet not overdone, radiating a fresh and elegant charm. His parallelism, antithesis, rhythm, and language are all exquisite, and he is highly sought after. Most of the tales he saved likely come from attending banquets and composing. If Lu Miao hadn't delayed his provincial exam, he'd already be Daqian's most dashing and successful top scholar. It's incredibly rare in Daqian for scholars under 20 to pass the imperial exam. Once they achieve fame, many high-ranking officials and nobles seek to win them over. Lu Miao derailed his smooth rise, forcing him to lay low for 3 years until the next autumn provincial exam. Lu Mingzhao's eyes sparkled with admiration for Lu Yao, her respect boundless. Knowing that Lu Yao had 800 tricks up his sleeve, she had guessed he had a genius's talent, but she never expected it to be so astonishingly brilliant. Lu Miao is really something else. How do you know all this so clearly? Lu Mingzhao put the purse into her space supermarket, asking with some curiosity. After being forced into the betrothal with Lu Miao, I made a point to gather information, Xia Yan admitted. Lu Yao was born to eat the scholar's rice. Lu Mingzhao, so, a genius has been by her side all along. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise, and blessings may hide misfortune, it's not necessarily all bad. By the way, what's the deal with the rumors about you and Lu Miao's intimate relationship? Lu Mingzhao asked with great interest. Xia Yan's face darkened, and his entire demeanor instantly turned cold. He had never met a woman as shameless and unscrupulous as Lu Miao. Qi Rui paled in comparison. Lu Mingzhao poked Xia Yan's arm, looking up and waiting for an answer. Xia Yan sighed helplessly. Lu Miao was alone in the mountains and stepped into a trap. I happened to cut the rope and save her. Ever since then, she's been going on about repaying the life-saving debt with her body. Lu Mingzhao wagged her finger mischievously. Haven't you read the tales? If the hero's handsome, it's a life-saving favor, and the maiden can only repay it by marrying him. If the hero isn't good-looking, it becomes a life-saving grace, and the maiden has no way to repay it except by serving as an ox or horse in the next life. Clearly, a Yan is a good-looking hero. Xia Yan's expression grew even darker. He didn't find this praiseworthy at all. He had helped out of respect for life, but the other party wanted to bite the hand that fed them. If this kept up, people like him wouldn't dare to help others so easily anymore. Despite their good intentions, they'd just end up in hot water. I'll go check it out. Do you still want to keep listening? Yes. After that, Lu Mingzhao took it upon herself to care for Jingyi while I was in the mountains and nearly burned down the kitchen. I made my stance clear, sternly, and repeatedly. Who knew she would escalate the situation, tearing her own clothes and jumping into the river in front of me, screaming and crying hysterically. The water in that river wasn't even deep enough to drown someone, let alone make it hard to swallow a few mouthfuls. There was no physical contact, never any physical contact. Xie Yan's tone was cold, tinged with an indescribable disgust. If time could be reversed and you had the chance to do it all over again, would you still save Lu Mingzhao from the trap in the mountains? Lu Mingzhao asked, looking up. The cold wind was biting, and Lu Mingzhao's nose was red. Xie Yan subtly shifted his position to stand in the direction of the wind. No. Lu Mingzhao smiled. No, you would. The integrity and sense of justice ingrained in a Yan's bones destined him not to casually disregard life. Perhaps a Yan would choose a more appropriate way. A Yan, your words and actions are all with a clear conscience. Xie Yan lowered his gaze, meeting Lu Mingzhao's eyes, which sparkled with light. Like notifying Lu Yao? Lu Mingzhao's mouth twitched. Lu Mingzhao waiting for Lu Yao was as good as waiting for death, because death would come, but Lu Yao wouldn't. That could work too. Lu Yao would thank you, Lu Mingzhao said with an awkward smile. They changed the subject and chatted for a few more moments before reaching the village entrance. Fate? Lu Mingzhao exclaimed, surprised, upon seeing Feng Jinyu's mother and Feng Jinyu already seated on the donkey cart. Feng Jinyu's eyes lit up at first, but then she awkwardly turned her head away. Feng Jinyu's mother, however, greeted them loudly. Xiao Ming, are you heading into the city? Xiao Ming? Lu Mingzhao didn't immediately realize she was being called. Xiao Ming, Feng Jinyu's mother waved again. Lu Mingzhao smiled and nodded, making small talk. Yes, heading into the city. The day before yesterday, during the confrontation with Granny Qi and her granddaughter, she owed this pair of sisters-in-law a debt of gratitude. People are complex, not simply black or white. Lu Mingzhao sat next to Feng Jinyu, while Xie Yan naturally joined the old driver up front. Sis, why not talk to Xiao Ming? You've been missing her at home lately, Feng Jinyu's mother nudged her with her elbow. The tension between the sisters-in-law and Lu Mingzhao stemmed from Feng Jinyu's desire to marry Xie Yan. Now that the die was cast, and they lived in the same village where they would inevitably cross paths, it was better to get along. Feng Jinyu blushed. Was I really thinking about Lu Mingzhao? Sis, have you gone crazy? Lu Mingzhao had slapped her. Lu Mingzhao, TSK, talking out of both sides of her mouth. That day, thank you. Feng Jinyu's face flushed even deeper, and she blinked rapidly to mask her guilt. I wasn't helping you, I was just telling the truth. Yeah, Lu Mingzhao brushed off Feng Jinyu's stubbornness. After all, there was no deep-seated hatred between her and Feng Jinyu. The donkey cart crept along, the wooden wheels creaking, and the wind nipping at their cheeks. Lu Mingzhao pulled her cloak tight and, without hesitation, buried her head inside, bundling up from head to toe. What could melt a grudge wasn't always the warm sun, but maybe the biting cold wind. Feng Jinyu shivered, her body more honest than her mind, and she leaned closer to Lu Mingzhao. Before she knew it, her entire body was pressed against Lu Mingzhao's soft, warm cloak. Feng Jinyu mused that if she could ever wear such a soft, thick, and stunningly beautiful cloak, it would be worth dying for. Feeling Feng Jinyu's constant trembling, Lu Mingzhao hesitated for a moment before unclasping her cloak and pulling Feng Jinyu inside. She was slender, and the spacious cloak was more than enough to accommodate Feng Jinyu. Feng Jinyu was stunned. She had just thought it would be worth dying for, and now Lu Mingzhao had pulled her in. Was this Lu Mingzhao's soft heart or the heavens answering her prayers? Heavens, she had only been speaking casually, please don't let her die. She was still young and hadn't even married yet. While silently repenting to the heavens in her heart, Feng Jinyu basked in the comforting warmth. Why are you dressed so lightly when going out? Lu Mingzhao pinched Feng Jinyu's sleeve and frowned. Feng Jinyu could even feel the warm breath near her ear and the faint fragrance filling her nostrils. Lu Mingzhao was soft and fragrant. If she were Xia Yan, she would choose Lu Mingzhao too. Feng Jinyu's thoughts wandered aimlessly. I was going to meet someone. Meet someone? Lu Mingzhao was puzzled. Feng Jinyu's mother, sitting close by, was fed up. Why couldn't her sister-in-law keep her mouth shut? Whether this matter would succeed or not was still uncertain. If it did, it would be fine, but if it didn't, and word got out, it would affect her reputation. Sis, have you forgotten what your in-laws told you? Feng Jinyu rolled her eyes indifferently. Lu Mingzhao isn't an outsider. Lu Mingzhao, who would have thought she holds such a high place in Feng Jinyu's heart? Feng Jinyu continued, Lu Mingzhao hardly interacts with anyone and is married to Xia Yan. She wouldn't be concerned about the old scholar in town. She must have too much time on her hands to gossip about me. Is the old scholar really better than Xia Yan? Even if my sister-in-law might let something slip, Lu Mingzhao wouldn't. Feng Jinyu's mother sighed, deciding not to interfere anymore. She had always struggled to deal with her sister-in-law. Old scholar? How old? Lu Mingzhao caught the key word in Feng Jinyu's speech. She wanted to ask but understood Feng Jinyu's mother's concerns and held back. However, calling him an old scholar doesn't necessarily mean he's old. Just like how Xia Yan was once described as old, ugly, and fierce in her words. But upon meeting him, it was like a ray of sunshine. Lu Mingzhao, aren't you the least bit curious? Feng Jinyu asked, leaning close to Lu Mingzhao. Lu Mingzhao replied, your sister-in-law has a point. Feng Jinyu scoffed softly, whispering, this is likely not going to work out, but my parents are hopeful. If they were truly interested, they wouldn't just send a message and expect me to brave the cold wind to town. So, it's okay to tell you. After making a scene at your place, my parents were so embarrassed they locked me up. Coincidentally, a matchmaker came by, saying that Fan Scholar in town wanted to marry again. The matchmaker praised Fan Scholar to the skies, and my parents were swayed, allowing me to go and take a look from afar. If suitable, we could discuss and settle. I was willing to be a stepmother to Xia Yan's child because Xia Yan is handsome and wealthy, surely living a good life. Feng Jinyu realized her words were inappropriate and quickly corrected, I mean in the past, not now. Now I think you and Xia Yan are a perfect match. Lu Mingzhao touched her nose, smiling, thanks for the compliment. Feng Jinyu, so when Lu Mingzhao isn't being sarcastic, her words are quite pleasant. Are we making up? That old scholar is almost as old as I am, but my parents were completely swayed by the matchmaker's smooth talk. They believed in all that nonsense about scholars being refined, how the aura of books nurtures the soul, how those filled with poetry never show their age, and how older men know how to cherish their wives. They said my fortune lies ahead, that I'd soon be the wife of a provincial scholar, living in luxury with a crowd of servants. In the eyes of country folk, scholars glow like stars. But I'd rather believe in ghosts than trust a matchmaker's empty promises. Some matchmakers are born with a talent for deception to bring people together. On a bitterly cold day, I had to pay for the donkey cart myself. Is that what they call being cherished? Well, I guess I've been out of the loop. Wife of a provincial scholar? More like a toad dreaming of feasting on swan meat, utter delusion. He's in his 30s and still just a scholar. Does marrying me magically guarantee he'll pass the provincial exam? You don't know this, but I was personally blessed by a famous fortune teller from the neighboring villages, who said I'm destined for immense wealth and prosperity, and that I bring good fortune to my husband. I have every reason to suspect that the old scholar, having failed the exams year after year, is now desperate and clutching at straws, hoping my fortunate fate will somehow rub off on him. She used to take pride in this fortune. But now, thinking about it, what kind of crummy fortune is that? Bringing luck to an old scholar? She'd rather bring luck to herself. Lu Mingzhao's eyes flickered. If she could transmigrate into a story, then fortune-telling couldn't exactly be dismissed as superstition. But still, in his 30s? Isn't that pushing it? People in this era don't live as long as those in later generations. A 30-something old scholar, bold enough to dream of marrying a young girl. Usually, if you're still a scholar in your 30s, you'll still be a scholar at 60. Seeing Lu Mingzhao fall silent, Feng Jinyu scratched her head. I almost forgot, you scholarly types don't like gossiping behind people's backs. Ah, why couldn't she hold her tongue? Feng Jinyu secretly patted her own mouth. It's just that Lu Mingzhao's impressive presence outside the village head's house was so striking, she couldn't help but feel reassured. Lu Mingzhao noticed Feng Jinyu's little gesture and patted her shoulder. Girl, open your mind. I once heard a theory about never wearing yourself out with inner turmoil. The kind of people you gossip about behind their backs, are they really good people? And those who gossip about you, are they good people either? You can gossip about others because they're the ones with problems. If others gossip about you, it's their problem. How dare they gossip about someone as virtuous as you? Feng Jinyu's eyes widened as if a new world had opened before her. This actually works? Lu Mingzhao nodded. If you say it works, then it works. Isn't that a bit over the top? Maybe it's a bit reckless, not caring about others' feelings, but tell me, does it feel good to hear? It feels amazing, from head to toe. What if people are talking behind my back? That just means they know each other, it's bullying. Inside the fur cloak, Feng Jinyu's eyes lit up. Lu Mingzhao was like a treasure chest, every time they met, there was something new to uncover. What was she thinking before, saying such nasty things to slander Lu Mingzhao? Ugh, she even felt a bit jealous of Xia Yan. Lu Mingzhao, are all the noble women in the capital as fun as you? Lu Mingzhao, listen up, this is what high emotional intelligence sounds like. High EQ, interesting. Low EQ, crazy lady. She didn't know how to answer that. Since the people I gossip about are no good, let me dish out some more gossip for you. Feng Jinyu naturally linked arms with Lu Mingzhao. Now, let's chat about your uncle. Lu Mingzhao was shocked. I have an uncle? She was already married, but the so-called uncle had never shown his face. Feng Jinyu nodded seriously. Yes, but he cut ties with the family years ago. He's the son from your grandfather's first marriage, and his relationship with your grandma and dad is ice cold. As soon as your grandpa passed, he rushed to split the family and moved with his wife to Day Village. My mom says he and his wife are a handful. Once word of your marriage to Xia Yan gets to Day Village, they might stir up trouble. You should brace yourself. Lu Mingzhao frowned, feeling like a kiln master stirring up trouble. They've already cut ties, why worry about them causing trouble? If they dare to cause trouble, we'll have a serious talk about what filial piety means. Feng Jinyu rubbed against Lu Mingzhao's shoulder. I'm great at arguing, I can help you give them a piece of my mind. Seriously? Lu Mingzhao had serious doubts about Feng Jinyu's ability to hold her own. To her, Feng Jinyu seemed like a pushover. If you're willing to share your cloak, I'll definitely help you give them hell, that's loyalty. Feng Jinyu said fiercely. Obviously, Feng Jinyu didn't understand the point of Lu Mingzhao's doubt. In the cold, Feng Jinyu's mother felt despair. She had only known that her sister-in-law had a bad temper, but she didn't realize she wasn't the brightest. Thankfully, Lu Mingzhao wasn't malicious, otherwise, with a sister-in-law like that, Lu Mingzhao could have taken advantage of her 20 times over. Lu Mingzhao scratched her neck, which had been tickled by Feng Jinyu's hair. I mean, do you think I could be the underdog? Feng Jinyu hesitated, you are invincible. Just like that, Lu Mingzhao and Feng Jinyu unexpectedly turned their conflict into friendship. Feng Jinyu stepped forward, and Lu Mingzhao offered her hand. "So, Lu Mingzhao, are we on good terms now?" As the donkey cart came to a halt, Feng Jinyu hopped off, fiddled with her clothes, and asked softly, her head bowed. Lu Mingzhao smiled and said, "Yes. Keep your eyes open and pay attention." Lu Mingzhao kindly reminded her. Feng Jinyu looked up, her smile radiant. As the donkey cart resumed its journey, Xia Yan sat beside Lu Mingzhao, gently warming her cold hands. "You've forgiven her, then?" "The moment she stood up for me the other day, I stopped holding it against her," Lu Mingzhao replied with a smile. Feng Jinyu's decision to stand up showed she agreed with what Lu Mingzhao had said. A young girl, blinded by jealousy, tends to speak without thinking. But she's just sharp-tongued, not irredeemable, unlike Qi Rui. Xia Yan remained silent. "Do you know about my estranged uncle?" Lu Mingzhao asked, leaning on Xia Yan. "Is it true, as Feng Jinyu said?" Xia Yan nodded. "It's just as Feng Jinyu described. That man is a scoundrel, always trying to take advantage of others. He has only one son, a notorious lazy troublemaker in Dai village, who's gathered a group of idlers. They avoid farming and are often involved in petty theft and exploiting others." Lu Mingzhao pouted. Those typical villainous relatives in farming stories always show up sooner or later. He boasted about cutting family ties, and look where it got him. Luckily, the family split early, or it would have tarnished the Lu family's reputation and harmed the elder brothers. Handling troublemakers and keeping the peace is everyone's duty. By then, the village head and the county magistrate ought to praise me. After 3 days apart, things had changed. Xia Yan reached out to adjust the silk flower by Lu Mingzhao's bun. "Whether the village chief and the county official will commend you, I don't know. But the young women of Dai village will be grateful to you." "We'll deal with it as it comes," Lu Mingzhao said nonchalantly. Outside the city gate, a long line had formed. "Gate tax?" Lu Mingzhao frowned. She remembered there wasn't any when she returned from the capital. Xia Yan explained, according to the laws of Daqian, merchants' goods are taxed when entering or exiting the city gates. However, out of the emperor's reach, many local officials expand the tax scope without authorization. "How many coins?" "I don't know." Hearing this, Lu Mingzhao was surprised. Xia Yan's gaze swept over the officials at the gate who were shouting and bossing people around. "It varies often. Sometimes as little as 1 coin, sometimes as much as 5. Especially in winter, everyone has to pay the gate tax when entering or exiting." Lu Mingzhao's eyes widened slightly. No wonder it's said that 3 years as a magistrate can net you a fortune. For the impoverished, winter is already the hardest time of the year, with the least income. They have to pinch pennies to get by. After chopping a few bundles of firewood and selling them in the city to buy food for the family, there's hardly anything left after the gate tax. After all that effort, they still go hungry. A bundle of firewood is only worth a few coins. The officials' shouts, orders, and curses were incessant, occasionally mixed with the pleading cries of the people. After a long wait, it was finally Lu Mingzhao and Xia Yan's turn. 3 coppers, the official said impatiently, pointing to the woven basket at his feet. His eyes lit up when he caught a glimpse of Lu Mingzhao's face and the exquisite cloak she was wearing, as if he had seen a cash cow. The opportunity to make a fortune had arrived. 6 coppers fell into the woven basket. Xia Yan stepped aside, blocking the official's probing gaze. "Are we good to go?" "Yes, yes, yes." The official's stern face broke into a grin. Later, he'd go claim his reward. Entering the city gate, a different scene unfolded. Gazing down the long street, tea houses, taverns, pawnshops, and workshops lined both sides, arranged neatly like pieces on a chessboard. Outside the shops, street vendors displayed their goods, some holding up large parasols, others pushing wooden carts, and some shouldering heavy loads, hawking their wares along the street, adding a lively and vibrant atmosphere to the bustling thoroughfare. At first glance, it couldn't compare to the grandeur of the capital, but it was still flourishing, in stark contrast to the desolation outside the city gate and the pleas of the people in line. Mingzhao, that official is up to something, Xia Yan said gravely. Lu Mingzhao nodded. It's nothing more than the second young master of the Sun family buying off a spy. No need to let him ruin our good mood as we enter the city. If that loser shows up, we'll take him down again. As Lu Mingzhao had anticipated, the gatekeeper hastily handed over his duties to a colleague and rushed to report to the Sun family. Who in Changhe County didn't know that the second young master of the Sun family was foolish, rich, and generous? A casual tip from him could match a month's worth of gatekeeping bribes. The second young master of the Sun family was feeling under the weather, covered with a thick woolen blanket, occasionally sniffing, and the lavish room was filled with a faint medicinal scent. He was actually ill. The doctor said he had caught a chill from fear and needed to rest in bed. He admitted to catching a chill, but he absolutely would not admit to being scared. Young master, a Xing rushed into the room, bringing a blast of cold air. The second young master of the Sun family sneezed non-stop. Before the young master could get angry, a Xing quickly spoke. Young master, the gatekeeper reported that the couple from Xichang village has entered the city. The second young master's dull eyes suddenly lit up. This news was more effective than several doses of bitter medicine for his cold. His headache vanished, his nose cleared, and he felt full of energy, as if he could plow 2 more acres of land. Changhe County is my turf. Today, I must teach that disrespectful couple a lesson. The second young master of the Sun family touched his chin, his expression eager. A heavenly beauty, who could remain indifferent to such a beauty about to be savored? A few days ago in Changxi village, he was outnumbered and thus at a disadvantage. Today, he must reclaim everything he lost. Since the hunter refused to accept a toast, he would make him watch a live spring scene. Let's go. Call all my enforcers. The second young master of the Sun family waved his hand grandly, full of vigor, and in his excitement, he had already forgotten the official who brought the news. Young master, should we reconsider? A Xing nervously reminded. For the past 2 days, every time he closed his eyes, he saw either the couple or the cold glint of a kitchen knife. If we think any longer, the chance will be gone. The official waiting at the gate for his reward, where's the reward? Where's the reward he had been longing for? The official pinched his palm, grasping only the cold northwest wind. All his efforts went down the drain. At this moment, Lu Mingzhao was casually wandering through the streets and alleys of Changhe County with Xia Yan, browsing for a shopfront they liked while also enjoying the scenery of the county town. Indeed, pastries are best fresh out of the oven, Lu Mingzhao said, taking a bite of the steaming pastry, looking satisfied. Xia Yan, do you think it's better to rent just a shopfront or one with a small courtyard attached? I think the one with the courtyard is perfect. There are 2 plum trees and a pear tree in the yard. In winter, we can enjoy the plum blossoms, their fragrance so enchanting it makes the cold feel unimportant. In spring, we can admire the pale white pear blossoms, like flawless white brocade, fragrant and glowing, like jade trees and snow-covered blossoms. It's truly unique. Next spring, my older brother will be coming to the academy, so having a place to stay is always good. Huaiqian is ready to start school. Xia Yan wiped the pastry crumbs from the corner of Lu Mingzhao's mouth. Whatever you say. Lu Mingzhao glanced at Xia Yan, thinking he was too easygoing. Why hasn't the second young master of the Sun family shown up yet? If he doesn't hurry, I'm not sticking around in this drafty alley. With this kind of slowness, how's he supposed to get revenge? He can't even catch a hot meal. Maybe he's just a complete idiot, Xia Yan replied indifferently. Just as Lu Mingzhao was eagerly anticipating, the second young master of the Sun family finally arrived. Still acting all high and mighty, still ungrateful, Xia Yan, I'll give you one more chance today. Xia Yan, crawl under my legs, and I'll let you live, the second young master of the Sun family said with a fiery gaze, as if victory was already in his hands. Why is there a dog yapping in the middle of the day? Lu Mingzhao's lips itched, and the words slipped out. My husband could achieve greatness like the Marquis of Huayin, becoming a national hero. As for you, you'll never have a good ending, like that butcher who crawled under someone's legs. The second young master of the Sun family's triumphant smile froze on his face. Who do you think you're calling a dog? Lu Mingzhao replied, even after 3 days, a fool's still a fool. I don't know who the dog is, but the dog sure does. Lu Mingzhao leaned casually against Xie Yan, her eyes locked on the second young master of the Sun family. I can't stand your nasty mouth, the second young master of the Sun family fumed. Break his damn leg. A celestial beauty, but with a sharp tongue. Lu Mingzhao smiled gently, even dogs can't stand Lu Dongbin star. Lu Dongbin is a legendary figure in Chinese mythology, often depicted as a wise but flawed immortal. Taking a step back, it's normal for you to dislike me. After all, the gap in intelligence is as wide as the difference between species. If you could stand me, I'd probably need to call in an exorcist. Lu Mingzhao's smile was radiant, her clear eyes like a lake with a thin layer of ice glinting under the sun. Brilliant, yet icy. Despite his anger, the second young master of the Sun family couldn't help but be captivated. The beauty of a celestial being is beyond words, her looks are unmatched. The celestial beauty, unadorned, is like clouds on the horizon or snow on mountain peaks. When she smiles, it's like the sky blooms with clouds and the garden bursts with flowers. As for her sharp tongue, he could always silence it, it wouldn't get in his way. Xie Yan glanced sideways at Lu Mingzhao, who was toying with him like a cat with a mouse, and smiled helplessly. Fine, let Mingzhao have her fun for now. The thugs behind the second young master of the Sun family were all bark and no bite, hardly worth mentioning. You. The second young master of the Sun family was speechless. After getting her verbal jabs in, Lu Mingzhao composed herself. Does your father know you're out here stirring up trouble, bullying men and women, and picking on the weak? The second young master of the Sun family smirked, still trying to scare me with my father? If my father steps in, you won't even get a chance to run your mouth. Celestial beauty, come over here, and I'll spare Xie Yan's miserable life. Deal? Not a chance. Protecting my husband is a noble cause, in life or death. I'll proudly be his widow. The second young master of the Sun family was stunned. In all his years in Changhe County, he'd never met someone so immune to both charm and threats. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand, beat that man, dead or alive. If anything goes wrong, I'll handle it. At his command, the second young master of the Sun family stepped back, and a gang of thugs with clubs advanced, grinning menacingly at Lu Mingzhao and Xie Yan. Hiding behind his men, the second young master of the Sun family cleared his throat, ready to launch into his usual threats and bluster. But before he could speak, the thugs' cries of pain rang out. So loud. As Lu Mingzhao spoke, Xie Yan took down each thug with a single blow. Silence followed. The second young master of the Sun family watched as Xie Yan's fists sent the muscular thugs flying like paper dolls, and the thick wooden clubs broke like soft tofu. It was a perfect example of being completely defenseless. This hunter is scarily strong. If he's so powerful, why did he take such a roundabout way to seek justice in Changxi village, making it seem like he could turn things around and get revenge? If Lu Mingzhao had the ability to read minds, she could certainly enlighten Sun Ershao. Of course, it's about being civil before getting physical. It's no surprise that someone as crude as Sun Ershao doesn't get the ways of the refined. Sun Ershao was so scared his legs turned to jelly, and he couldn't stop shaking. His mind screamed at him to run and yell for help, but it felt like his legs were broken and his throat was stuffed with wet cotton. He couldn't run or shout. Now all he could do was hope a Xing, keeping watch at the alley's entrance, would notice something wrong and call for backup. Sun Ershao, hold it in, don't pee yourself, it's pretty embarrassing, Lu Mingzhao said, kicking the fallen thugs in front of her with a smile, while reminding Sun Ershao. Her yen is way too modest. Is this just some martial arts? So modest, way too modest. Someone that modest needs a wife like her who doesn't hold back. Yen, we were scared, and in self-defense, breaking one of Sun Urshao's legs is fair game, right? In the chaos, a death could be justified too, Xia Yan answered seriously. But, Mingzhao, which leg are we breaking? Yen, what do you think? Lu Mingzhao smiled, her eyes twinkling. He wanted to drag me off and ruin my honor. Xia Yan's face didn't change as he stepped on the broken stick, sending it flying straight towards Sun Urshao's groin. Sun Urshao couldn't dodge it. He doubled over, hands covering himself, and dropped to his knees, howling in agony. Xing knew his master's voice all too well. He ran into the alley, but when he saw the thugs knocked out cold and his master's twisted, pained face, he froze, his legs like lead. All those thugs, and the couples untouched? The hunter wasn't even winded, not a hair out of place, while the woman casually cracked melon seeds. Young master, Xing could only manage a weak show of concern. Any closer, and he was afraid he'd end up on the ground too. Oh, you're here, Lu Mingzhao said, dropping the melon seed shells into Xia Yan's hand, greeting the pale Xing like an old friend. Where's Qirui at? It feels off without the whole set. Xing dropped to his knees with a thud, begging, spare me, please. My young master was initially really scared of your status, but it was Qirui who said she had a deep sisterly bond with the true daughter of the Yongning Marquis family, which got him interested again. Qirui has been kept at home by the madam to teach her some discipline again. Lu Mingzhao showed a hint of impatience. We can all dream the same dream, but the same excuse won't fly twice. Qirui said. If your young master wasn't such a lecherous coward, could he be so easily swayed? Is Qirui the second young master's mom or something? Since you're here, it saves my guy Yen the hassle. Lu Mingzhao pulled out a bundle of rope from her space supermarket and threw it in front of Xing. Practice makes perfect. Tie them up, we're turning them in. The faster I report this, the faster your young master gets help. Man, I'm such a softie. Xing knelt on the ground, too scared to move, just kept bowing. Second young master of the Sun family, your own servant's not lifting a finger to help you, so you'll just have to endure the pain. If you get treated fast, you might still be okay. After all, your Sun family's got the whole county in their pocket. Even if you get locked up, you'll just get bailed out, so why drag your feet? If you keep dragging your feet, not even a miracle could save you. Xing. The second young master of the Sun family, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, could only endure the extreme resentment. Get them tied up. Xing stood up shakily, looking at the thugs lying unconscious on the ground, didn't know where to begin. How am I supposed to tie them up? Even if tied up, they wouldn't make it to the county office. Lu Mingzhao took out a box of needles and handed it to Xing. Tie them up, and jab them under the nose to wake them up. Xing trembled, and after struggling to tie them up, it wasn't long before the thugs woke up, all beat up. Let's go. You carry your young master. Lu Mingzhao then made a show of searching through her cloak, pulling out a stainless steel basin and a small rolling pin, making a racket as she walked. As they walked, the clanging continued, and more bystanders stopped to watch. Lu Mingzhao raised her voice, what goes around comes around. It's not that retribution doesn't come, it's just that the time hasn't arrived yet. The second young master of the Sun family bullies the weak, harbors grudges, and takes lives recklessly, boasting that he can cover up any deaths, claiming to be half of Changhe, calling for the just officials to uphold justice for the people. Beating the drum to air our grievances. No matter what, she had firmly taken the moral high ground and was determined to stand her ground. Outside the county office, Lu Mingzhao threw the stainless steel basin and rolling pin into Xia Yan's arms and struck the drum to appeal for justice. Upon receiving the news from the officers, the county magistrate was completely dumbfounded. The second young master of the Sun family had truly bitten off more than he could chew this time. The victim had walked all the way, beating gongs and drums, drawing a large crowd of onlookers. The officers routinely tried to lead Lu Mingzhao into the second hall. Trials in the second hall rarely allowed public observation. Once inside the second hall, the magistrate would naturally decide right from wrong. Lu Mingzhao pursed her lips, tightly gripping the drumstick in her hand, and spoke clearly. This humble citizen respectfully requests that the magistrate summon all officials and hold a fair trial in the main hall. The momentum she had built must not be lost once the doors closed. The officer was taken aback and frowned. This is against the rules. The main hall is reserved for major or critical cases. Does it only become a major event after the second young master of the Sun family retaliates by killing my entire family? Lu Mingzhao retorted. As far as I know, cases of injustice serve to educate the public and can also be held in the main hall. Or is it that the county office's doors face south, and only those with money are welcome? This humble citizen believes in the magistrate's integrity, impartiality, and commitment to upholding justice in Shanghai County, which is why I dared to beat the drum of injustice outside the county office. I know that compared to Sun, I am powerless and have nothing to rely on except the magistrate's fairness. I seek nothing but justice in the light of day. I beseech the magistrate to hold the trial in the main hall. As Lu Mingzhao finished speaking, the surrounding crowd cheered in support, amplifying her momentum. Perhaps not just for Lu Mingzhao, but for their own sake as well. The second young master of the Sun family had a notorious record, having defiled the reputations of many women. Although a woman's virtue is never determined by her skirt. In this era, a woman's virtue and chastity were tied to her skirt. The officer frowned deeply as he scrutinized Lu Mingzhao. He had seen victims consumed by grief and hatred. He had also seen victims who were despairing, numb, and timid. But he had never seen a victim as calm and composed as the young woman standing before him. The young woman was unusual, and the man beside her was even more so. The young woman, bold and eloquent, was met with admiration, adoration, and respect in the eyes of men. Like a steadfast mountain, he willingly stood behind her. Lu Mingzhao sensed no malice in the officer's gaze and let him look her over. The crowd chanted, "Open the court! Open the court! Open the court," with raised arms. The magistrate, startled by the grievance drum, knew further delay would only fuel the people's chant. The Yamen gates face south, and without money, justice is hard to come by. Opening the court meant he could no longer turn a blind eye out of respect for the Sun family's patriarch. But now, he was caught between a rock and a hard place. The magistrate nodded to the clerk, who promptly announced, "The court is now in session." Lu Mingzhao entered the Yamen gates as the crowd waited outside, hoping for justice to prevail. "Who stands accused before this court?" The magistrate was stunned to see the bloodied thugs and the second young master of the Sun family, pale and sweating, clutching his groin. "I am Lu Mingzhao of Changxi village, and this is my husband. We accuse the second young master of the Sun family of kidnapping, bullying the weak, and showing no regard for human life." Lu Mingzhao's voice rang out clear and strong, carrying to every corner of the crowd. She then clearly and logically recounted the 2 times the second young master of the Sun family had tried to harm her. Commoners don't challenge merchants, and merchants don't challenge officials. I wanted peace, but the second young master of the Sun family crossed the line, trying again and again to kill my husband and me. I refuse to accept this. Just because I'm a commoner, should I be crushed like an ant under the second young master's heel? As a citizen of Dakian, don't I deserve even the most basic rights? I implore the magistrate to conduct a thorough investigation. The magistrate frowned, gavel in hand, as the name Lu Mingzhao rang a faint bell. This familiarity made the magistrate tread carefully. "Sun Jipeng, how do you plead?" The second young master of the Sun family cried out, "I need my father. I need a doctor." The thought of becoming a cripple terrified him. The magistrate slammed the gavel and demanded, "Do you have any defense against Lu's accusations? If not, how do you plead?" As the gavel fell, the second young master of the Sun family relived the moment the broken rod struck him. "Guilty," he cried. "I plead guilty." Lu Mingzhao and Xia Yan were still standing unharmed in the county office. At most, he could be considered for attempted assault, not enough to warrant a death sentence. The Sun family never lacks money. "Your Honor, I plead guilty." Outside the county office, the eldest son of the Sun family hurried over, and the plea of guilt clearly reached his ears. "Do you have anything else to say?" In full view of the public, the magistrate followed the procedure to question the servant boy and the thugs. The thugs were speechless. Since the second young master of the Sun family had already pleaded guilty, what room was there for them to argue? "Magistrate, I have never handled such a straightforward case, nor have I seen such cooperative suspects." The magistrate struck the gavel again with force, announced in a solemn and dignified tone, regarding the case of Lu Mingzhao accusing Sun Jipeng. "After thorough investigation by this official, the facts of the case are now clear, and the evidence is conclusive and sufficient. The defendant Sun Jipeng indeed had the intent to commit murder and has caused." Lu Mingzhao interjected, "Lu Mingzhao's reputation has been tarnished, and she has endured great mental anguish and torment, with injuries to her limbs." "Magistrate, how considerate." The magistrate, with a serious expression, continued to pronounce the verdict. "Considering that Sun Jipeng has caused minor injuries to Lu Mingzhao and severely damaged her reputation, causing an extremely negative impact, and taking into account that his actions constitute attempted murder, this court has decided to sentence him to 2 years in prison and order him to bear full compensation." "Lu Mingzhao, are you content?" "Sun Jipeng, do you accept this judgment?" With so many people watching, favoritism and bending the law are out of the question. As a magistrate, one must maintain an appearance of integrity and dignity. At most, some leniency can be granted in private. Lu Mingzhao nodded, "Your Honor is just." Then, she sighed softly. Behind the second young master of the Sun family lies the vast Sun family. Even if in the future the Sun family, to vent today's anger, secretly eliminates my family, I will still remember Your Honor's just judgment today. Not just me, but also the countless people outside the county office will remember. The eldest son of the Sun family. With these words, the Sun family would have to tread carefully in any private maneuvers, at least not to be criticized. Lu Mingzhao stood up, squeezing out 2 tears at the corners of her eyes for show. As Lu Mingzhao turned to leave the county office and exchanged pleasantries with the people waiting outside, the magistrate finally recalled where he had heard the name before. The eldest son of the Sun family. Lu Mingzhao. The name echoed in his mind. As spoken by Guzhen, the legitimate daughter of the Duke's family. Before heading back to the capital, the Duke's daughter made a special visit to his wife, asking her to relay a message. She hoped he, as the local magistrate, would offer some support and care. That day, he was out socializing, had a few drinks, and was too out of it to remember clearly. If a lady from the Duke's family was concerned, Lu Mingzhao couldn't be just anyone, could she? The county magistrate shot up from his seat. To the poor, simple folks of Changhe County, he was the ultimate authority. For a small-time official like him, the Duke's family was a towering, unshakable giant. Luckily, with the public watching, he had given Lu Mingzhao a fair deal. Otherwise, if the Duke's family came after him, he'd be in deep trouble. If only he could use Lu Mingzhao to get closer to the Duke's family. He figured he'd need to have his wife throw a banquet and invite Lu Mingzhao. Once the crowd had cleared, the eldest son of the Sun family was quietly ushered into the county office through a side entrance. The eldest son of the Sun family bowed slightly, hands clasped, and greeted, "County Magistrate." "Jia," the magistrate acknowledged. "I've sent for Dr. Zhuang from Huichun Tang to treat your brother. With today's chaos and public anger, your brother can't go home yet. You understand, right?" The magistrate's tone was full of clear admiration. Unlike his spendthrift younger brother, the eldest son had taken on part of the family business early. He was sharp and resourceful, even making deals with the prefecture's wealthy merchants, and his business was booming. Out of all the Sun family's younger generation, he had the most respect for Sun Jie. Jie is grateful for your help, County Magistrate. The Sun family is very grateful for your kindness. Please accept this small token of our thanks. Discreetly, under his sleeve, the eldest son passed over a stack of banknotes. Thinking of Lu Mingzhao's powerful connections, the magistrate felt the banknotes burn in his hand, but he slipped them into his pocket anyway. With the banknotes in mind, the magistrate decided to offer Sun Jie some advice. Jie, take my advice. It's better to make peace than war. If you want your brother out soon, you'll need to settle things with the victim and get their forgiveness. He was worried that if he let the second young master go, Lu Mingzhao would spread the word all over town. Then he'd really be in a tight spot. After today, it was clear Lu Mingzhao wasn't someone to mess with. Sun Jie's eyes flickered as a flood of thoughts raced through his mind. Seek the forgiveness of the aggrieved party? Seek. This word gave him much to ponder. Sun Jie gestured upwards with his finger. The county magistrate shook his head in refusal. Sun Jie raised his finger even higher. The county magistrate nodded. Sun Jie was taken aback. Thank you for the information, magistrate. He had toiled relentlessly, humbling himself, to leave a mark on the officials and wealthy merchants of the prefecture. His younger brother, with no effort at all, had almost provoked a noble from the capital. Seeing that Sun Jie had absorbed his advice, the magistrate sighed in relief and went on, over the past 2 years, you've been traveling extensively to grow the family business, seldom staying in the county. Perhaps you are unaware of your brother's reputation. Once you leave the county office, it might be wise to look into it. Moreover, the dubious individuals around your brother need to be addressed. Don't heed every rumor. To the true nobility, the Sun family could be obliterated in a moment. Not only the Sun family, but even he had to be cautious. Jie will keep this in mind, Sun Jie replied respectfully. Right after, Sun Jie handed over another stack of banknotes with both hands. Magistrate, this is Jie's gesture of thanks, purely for your counsel. The magistrate felt the banknotes, growing more pleased with the eldest son of the Sun family. Bright and astute. Composed and reliable. And skilled in social navigation. A born entrepreneur. If the Sun family's patriarch and the second young master didn't stir up trouble, the eldest son could undoubtedly elevate the Sun family. Go see your brother, the magistrate said, waving his hand, pocketing the 2 stacks of banknotes, and departing. He had delivered justice for Lu Mingzhao. Could he request his wife to convey a message to the noblewoman of the duke's family? Never mind. He had just taken the eldest son's banknotes. It wouldn't be fitting. Better to bide his time. The moment the magistrate departed, Sun Jie's smile disappeared entirely, akin to the final sunbeam at dusk being engulfed by darkness, and his whole bearing turned keen. Led by the bailiff, Sun Jie saw his younger brother crying and wailing. Ji Peng, with the lofty ambitions of a swan and the boundless journey of a roc, destined to soar to great heights. This was originally the elder's high hopes for the second young master, but now it feels more like a cruel joke. Failing to bring honor to the family, but when it comes to stirring up trouble, he really knows how to make a splash. If only making connections were this easy for him. Sun Jie couldn't help but let out a sigh. When he saw Sun Jie, the second young master of the Sun family choked back his sobs. The eldest brother was back. The second young master's eyes darted around, avoiding Sun Jie's gaze. Dr. Zhuang, how is Ji Peng? Sun Jie asked with humility and politeness. Dr. Zhuang shook his head, not good. If he recovers well, there's still a chance. Otherwise, he won't be able to have children. I'll prescribe some medicine, and we'll see how it goes. Hearing this, the second young master panicked, momentarily forgetting his fear of Sun Jie. What do you mean he can't have children? Wait, forget about kids, will it still work? With one hit, is he really unable to have kids? Dr. Zhuang remained unhurried. It all depends on how he recovers. Everything's up to his recovery? What good are you, quack? The second young master glared angrily at Dr. Zhuang. Dr. Zhuang's face turned cold. Then the second young master is free to find another doctor. He had heard all about the second young master's notorious reputation. This is what they mean by what goes around comes around. If the magistrate hadn't asked him to come, he wouldn't have bothered getting involved. Jipeng. Sun Jia shot a glance at the second young master. Then, with a smile, he said, "My brother was rude and disrespectful. I apologize for him. Please, forgive him. Dr. Zhuang, could you write the prescription? Thank you for your help." Dr. Zhuang's expression softened a bit, looking at Sun Jia with some sympathy. He picked up the brush, wrote the prescription in a flowing script, and handed it to Sun Jia. Sun Jia took out a piece of silver. "This is the consultation fee. I will see Dr. Zhuang out." Dr. Zhuang packed up his medicine box. "No need, you brothers talk." Big brother, the second young master of the Sun family's arrogance waned. He was both envious of and afraid of his older brother. Since childhood, he had always trailed behind his older brother. Sun Jia's face was frosty, and his tone inevitably turned stern. "Since the county magistrate has sentenced you to 2 years in prison, you should reflect on your mistakes while in jail. I will arrange for someone to deliver the herbal medicine and meals to you regularly and punctually. Don't worry, it won't hinder your recovery. If Dr. Zhuang's medicine doesn't work, I will travel to the city to find another doctor for you. There is no place more peaceful and fitting for repentance than a prison. The most unsettling thing is sudden concern." Second young master Sun widened his eyes in disbelief. "You're really not going to get me out of here? I'm practically on the verge of losing my family line, and you're just going to leave me rotting in jail? What else do you expect?" Sun Jia retorted in a deep voice. "Get out. I demand to see my parents." Second young master Sun grabbed the jade pendant at his waist and hurled it at Sun Jia. The jade pendant hit the ground and exploded into pieces, sharp fragments flying everywhere. One of them grazed the back of Sun Jia's hand, leaving a thin trail of blood. Sun Jia didn't even flinch, letting the bloodline thicken and overflow, covering the back of his hand. "For now, I'll handle the business elsewhere and stay in Changhe. Seeing our parents won't change a thing. They might yell at me, and I'll take it. But if it comes down to it, they won't go against my will. You're so smug and clueless, you have no idea the mess you've made. She's just some fake noble girl from the Yongning Marquis family." Second young master Sun shouted defiantly. Hearing this, Sun Jia felt a wave of dizziness, a buzzing sound echoing in his head. "Just some fake noble girl? You fool!" Unable to bear it any longer, Sun Jia slapped the unrepentant and smug face of second young master Sun. "Think about what you've done and get your act together." Ignoring second young master Sun's impotent fury, Sun Jia turned and left the county office without a second glance. Her noble status might be fake, but the sophistication she gained growing up in the Marquis family is real, and her network of connections is real. Even if her true identity is revealed and people abandon her, her connections might dwindle to almost nothing, but they're still not to be trifled with. The county magistrate's obvious fear and reluctance to speak must have been warned by someone powerful. Someone like her is like a priceless, fragile vase, avoided by others like the plague, yet his idiot brother keeps pushing and insulting her. Truly seeking death. On one side, Sun Jia ordered his capable subordinates to split into 2 groups, one to collect information on second young master Sun's actions in Changhe County over the past 2 years, and the other to secretly go to Changxi village to inquire about Lu Mingzhao's recent situation after returning home to recognize her relatives. After much thought, he also instructed his longtime business partner to personally go to the capital. On the other side, Xie Yan carried a basket full of eggs, radishes, and late cabbage, with scattered cabbage leaves hanging from his shoulders and lapels. From a distance, an uninformed person might think he had been pelted with rotten vegetables in anger. Lu Mingzhao covered her mouth, chuckling beside him, her eyes narrowing into thin crescent moons. The dread of sudden warmth in the air, the unease of unexpected kindness. She and Xie Yan had just left the county office, with many commoners chasing after them to give things. An egg, a radish, a late cabbage, a small fist-sized bag of rice, simple yet sincere. Xie Yan sighed softly, Mingzhao. They didn't really need these things, but they valued the thought behind them. Lu Mingzhao cleared her throat, steadied her breath, held back a laugh, her eyes still smiling like crescent moons. She stepped forward, gently tiptoed, and carefully picked the scattered leaves of late cabbage from Xie Yan's hair and collar. Then, she methodically placed them into the already full basket. If our stomachs can stretch, why can't a bamboo basket? Yen, these little leaves in your hair look like jade hairpins, so elegant and handsome. Who does this gentleman belong to? Lu Mingzhao spoke slowly, her voice lingering and rising. Playful and lively, yet deeply affectionate. Mingzhao's gentleman, Xie Yan replied with a gentle smile, his voice clear and smooth. Lu Mingzhao held the last tiny leaf between her fingers, unashamed, and met Xie Yan's gaze. Correct answer. Mr. Xia, is the people's enthusiasm getting to you? Lu Mingzhao teased. Xie Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, a bit, but not too much. Xie Yan watched the thin leaf twirling around Lu Mingzhao's finger, imagining a jade hairpin tucked into a bun. Her hair, dark as ink, framed a fair, slender neck. A jade hairpin would surely make her look elegant and refined. Not just a jade hairpin, but also pearl necklaces, earrings, and bracelets, everything complete. You're not exactly modest, Lu Mingzhao said, oblivious to Xie Yan's thoughts about jewelry. Xie Yan's thoughts returned, his expression nostalgic. Mingzhao, I grew up mostly in the northern frontier. The people there are simple, straightforward, and warmly informal. My father and brother were adored by the northern folks, always bringing home all sorts of things from the streets. Lu Mingzhao blinked. A general's son. Now the people of Chenghe County like you too. Xie Yan chuckled, that's all thanks to Mingzhao. In my youth, I basked in my father and brother's glory, now, I bask in my wife's. When I think about it, I'm truly lucky. Xie Yan said, half joking, half serious. Lu Mingzhao patted Xie Yan's shoulder like a buddy. Then I'll shine even brighter, so you can bask more. Can we go secure that shop now? Xie Yan shook his head, a hint of mystery in his voice. No rush. Let me take you somewhere first. In an alley just a block from Qingyun Academy, Xie Yan came to a stop. Xie Yan stepped up and knocked gently. After a moment, an old man with a limp opened the door, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Xie Yan. Young master. Xie Yan nodded and entered the courtyard. After the courtyard door closed, Xie Yan spoke, Uncle Chen. This is my wife. Good day, young mistress, the old man greeted promptly. Mingzhao, this is Uncle Chen, who used to be a personal guard under my father. Xie Yan was open and honest, introducing Lu Mingzhao without hesitation. Uncle Chen was a bit surprised but knew the young master wasn't the type to act rashly. His openness showed his trust. All he needed to know was that the young master trusted her. Lu Mingzhao smiled warmly. Hello, Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen gave Lu Mingzhao a kind, respectful look, feeling more and more pleased. The young master had married, and it was a good start. Uncle Chen, I'll show Mingzhao around. It was a two-courtyard home, with the front yard full of green bamboo. In the bleak winter, the bamboo grove, though not as lush as in spring or summer, swayed in the cold wind, showing a hidden vitality that spoke of life's resilience and strength. In front of the courtyard, tall bamboo stood like jade, undaunted by the winter chill. Its jade-like leaves and golden stems held the rain and dew, standing tall and green, almost touching the clouds. Beyond the hanging flower gate, the backyard had a small pond, now frozen, with the withered lotus stems from late autumn trapped in ice, looking like delicate jade carvings made by a master. It was quiet and peaceful. Mingzhao, this little yard doesn't have red plum blossoms in winter or pear blossoms in spring, but we can plant 2 trees. In a few years, we'll have fiery petals and rosy stamens in winter, and in spring, the pear tree will be tall and full. It's just a street away from the best academy in Changhe County, only a 15-minute walk. With second brother and Huaiqian nearby, it's safe and convenient. There's nothing to fear. Mingzhao, this small courtyard doesn't have red plum blossoms in winter or pear blossoms in spring, but we can plant 2 trees. In just a few years, we can enjoy petals like fire and blossoms like rosy clouds in winter, and in spring, the pear trees will grow tall and lush. It's only a street away from the best academy in Changhe County, just a 15-minute walk away. With the second young master of the Sun family, Sun Ershao, and Huaiqian here, it's both safe and convenient. The courtyard we previously considered is ideal for business during the day, but it's too crowded and noisy. Lu Mingzhao pressed her lips together. Although it looks desolate now, with some careful tending, it will soon be full of life. Very well, she said. Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Mingzhao, let's go and rent that shop with a small courtyard that you liked. Lu Mingzhao raised an eyebrow. We could just rent the shop, she said. After all, we already have the 2-courtyard home near Qingyun Academy. Most of the people living around here are students from Qingyun Academy, from affluent families. It's quiet and serene, with a faint scent of ink in the air, which seems to soothe the mind. You like it, she said. And I'm happy with it, he said. Xie Yan's eyebrows lifted slightly, his eyes sparkling with a carefree, dazzling sparkle. The toughest times are behind him. Having a small courtyard is always more convenient. After bidding farewell to Uncle Chen, Xia Yan took Lu Mingzhao to meet with a broker to finalize the payment and complete the contract. By the time everything was settled, the languid sun was hanging low in the sky, powerless against the approaching night, quietly waiting to be swallowed by darkness. The wind seemed to be ushering in the night, blowing more fiercely. Lu Mingzhao tightened her cloak, took out some snacks that the elderly and children usually enjoy from her dimensional store, neatly tied them up, and handed them to Xia Yan to carry as they walked towards the city gate. The guards at the city gate, seeing the large and small packages in Xia Yan's hands, felt a twinge of annoyance as they remembered the cold wind they had endured outside the Sun residence. 5 coins per person, the guard barked. Lu Mingzhao thought, I've seen price hikes, but never like this. 3 coins when entering, 5 coins when leaving. Is this city gate made of gold? A yen, I don't want to leave through this gate anymore, she said. The magistrate, who is just and fair in his judgments and imprisoned the second young master of the Sun family for 2 years, surely wouldn't impose such heavy taxes. He must have been deceived. Why don't we return to the county office and inform the magistrate directly? 10 coppers, it wasn't that they didn't have them, but rather that they didn't want to give them. Especially when it was such a pointed demand for 10 coppers. Xie Yan's expression was serious and solemn. That's reasonable. The officer was baffled. Seeing the young couple unharmed, he assumed the second young master of the Sun family had simply bungled and lost them. He had no idea they had already crossed paths. Stationed at the city gate, he was completely in the dark. The officer pursed his lips, nervously rubbing his hands, his anxiety growing. Lu Mingzhao sighed and remarked offhandedly, I wonder how the second young master of the Sun family could be so clear about our whereabouts. The officer was stunned, utterly speechless. He had tried to exploit the situation, only to end up threatened. 3 coppers. My mistake, 3 coppers each. The officer wanted no further trouble, hoping to learn what had transpired after his shift ended. Lu Mingzhao glanced at the officer, 6 coppers falling from her palm into the wicker basket. This officer's days of ease were numbered. From the chatter among the onlookers outside the county office, the eldest son of the Sun family had returned. Could this officer, who had tipped off the second young master of the Sun family, escape notice? Since someone else had stepped in, why should she and Xia Yan trouble themselves? Getting on the donkey cart, Lu Mingzhao handed the old driver a few extra coppers and a package of pastries. The old driver glanced at the sky, cracked his whip, and the donkey's hooves clattered as the cart creaked its way home. Most villagers from Changxi village relied on this donkey cart to travel to Changhe County. They left at dawn and returned by dusk. Again, Lu Mingzhao nudged Xia Yan's arm, her hair tousled by the brisk night wind, strands curling around his neck. Yes? Does Changhe County have a carriage market? As dusk fell, the air felt even colder than when they had arrived. Xia Yan nodded. There should be, but finding good horses won't be easy. I'll find a way. Lu Mingzhao shivered suddenly. The sky gradually darkened, and a ghostly moonlight hung on the horizon, casting shadows of the withered branches on both sides of the road, with mottled tree shadows eerily projected on the ground. In an instant, Lu Mingzhao's mind raced with images from 1,000 horror movies. Her fingers brushed over the desk lamp flashlight in the convenience store, then she quickly withdrew her hand. She didn't want to give the old cart driver a heart attack. Eyes half closed, she scanned the rows of shelves, her gaze finally settling on a small red lantern with a handheld glowing battery. At first glance, it looked just like a candle flickering inside. Lu Mingzhao took it out and inserted it into the rack behind the donkey cart. As the cart moved, the night wind blew, causing the small red lantern to sway back and forth. It only made things creepier. Lu Mingzhao was worn out. She closed her eyes, leaned on Xia Yan, and silently repeated affirmations to calm herself. If I can't see it, I won't be scared. The donkey cart rolled on for who knows how long, but when they arrived in the town, Feng Jinyu's mother and her sister-in-law, Feng Jinyu, were nowhere to be seen. She was dying to know how Feng Jinyu's matchmaking had turned out. Was the old scholar a late-blooming eligible bachelor or the worst of the worst? The town's close to Changxi village, maybe they walked home, Xia Yan said softly, as if he knew what Lu Mingzhao was thinking. The road grew more desolate, and Lu Mingzhao leaned even closer to Xia Yan. Why hadn't the trip felt this endless and lonely before? Oh, right, she remembered, she and Feng Jinyu were wrapped in cloaks, chatting and gossiping happily. She wouldn't have noticed if the sky were falling or weasels were chatting by the roadside. Faint, ghostly sobs floated on the wind. Lu Mingzhao's skin crawled, and she tightly gripped Xia Yan's sleeve. Again, did you hear that weird noise? Xia Yan held her hand in return, sobbing, a woman's voice. Mingzhao, it's a person, don't be afraid. Like a ray of sunlight piercing through storm clouds, Mingzhao, fearless in storms, was scared of ghosts. This caught him off guard. Ghosts? In this world? No way. If ghosts existed, why would schemers with blood on their hands still thrive? Mingzhao, ghosts aren't real, it's just people playing tricks. Even if ghosts existed, they'd be nothing to fear. These were Xia Yan's unfinished words. Lu Mingzhao said she wasn't convinced. Her very existence was strong evidence. The old coachman added, it's probably someone rushing home. The crying grew louder and clearer. Along with the crying, there was cursing that sounded somewhat familiar. Suspicious, Lu Mingzhao mustered her courage and lifted the lantern toward the sound. Feng Jinyu. The cult of legitimate versus illegitimate children. Ah. The screams grew increasingly louder. Suddenly, her fear vanished. It turns out that courage is relative. Lu Mingzhao? Hearing the voice, Feng Jinyu peeked out cautiously through a gap between her fingers. The red lantern cast a dim, flickering light on their faces, creating a blurry interplay of light and shadow. The surroundings were pitch dark, exceptionally eerie and terrifying. Feng Jinyu's mother tightly shut her eyes and tugged at her. Why are you answering so carelessly? Haven't you heard the old folks say never to answer if someone calls your name at night? Do you have a death wish? Lu Mingzhao waved the red lantern in her hand. It's me. Hurry up and get in. Feng Jinyu's mother, skeptical but hopeful, opened her eyes. When she saw the donkey cart clearly, her heart leapt with joy, but she stayed cautious. Do you remember what you yelled at me for? Lu Mingzhao frowned in recollection. Auntie, do you want to be Xie Yan's child's stepmother too? Or should I just hang myself at your doorstep? Is that really scolding? In the dark, Feng Jinyu's mother's face flushed instantly. Not out of shyness, but sheer embarrassment. Xie Yan also looked at Lu Mingzhao in surprise, wondering what other untold story this was. Feng Jinyu's mother as the stepmother to his child? Lu Mingzhao pinched Xie Yan's hand, playing the victim. It was just because I didn't know your age back then, one thing led to another, and I made a wild guess. You really have the nerve to guess, Xie Yan sighed helplessly. Get in, I'll sit up front with the driver. Hearing this, Feng Jinyu's mother and Feng Jinyu brushed off the weeds and dirt and quickly climbed onto the donkey cart. Xiao Ming, that was my fault, let's not bring it up again, it's too embarrassing for me to face you. As soon as she got on the donkey cart, Feng Jinyu's mother spoke with an awkward smile. Lu Mingzhao smiled. Isn't this because I was afraid Auntie Feng would think I was a mountain spirit? Let's not talk about it, let's not talk about it. Feng Jinyu's mother sighed in relief, her gaze lingering on the small red lantern swaying in Lu Mingzhao's hand with mixed emotions. This was the first time she felt that the festive red lantern could have such a terrifying and eerie effect in the desolate countryside. Why are you crying? Lu Mingzhao handed Feng Jinyu a handkerchief and asked softly. Feng Jinyu pouted and sobbed softly. Lu Mingzhao, that old scholar is no good. As soon as Feng Jinyu spoke, the tears she had been holding back burst forth uncontrollably, like a river overflowing its banks. Feng Jinyu's mother was exasperated. Little sister, enough with the tears. The red lantern and her wailing made it feel like a ghost was out for revenge. Lu Mingzhao, Feng Jinyu tightly grasped Lu Mingzhao's cloak with one hand. That old scholar said if I enter his household, I must perform the rituals of a concubine before his late wife's memorial tablet every day. Lu Mingzhao was shocked. Performing the rituals of a concubine before his late wife's memorial tablet every day? The obsession with hierarchy between legitimate and illegitimate children? She never expected to meet someone so obsessed with the hierarchy of legitimate and illegitimate children. That old scholar, no talent, just a bunch of rules. A toad, ugly and full of schemes. Feng Jinyu stopped crying, tears hanging on her eyelashes, staring unblinkingly at Lu Mingzhao. She loved how Lu Mingzhao always put her thoughts into words so perfectly. Is he really looking for a wife, or just a free maid to serve his family? Lu Mingzhao cut straight to the point. Feng Jinyu wiped her tear-streaked face with the handkerchief and said fiercely, noble scholars? Full of poetry and refinement? Yeah, right. I didn't see any of that. 3 people stuffed into a moldy shack, that's noble? His triangular eyes, bulbous nose, and big ears matched his condescending tone. I saw no refinement, just arrogance and half-baked knowledge. If this is what scholars are like, I'd rather marry a farmer, at least he's honest. At the mention of the word scholar, the disgust in Feng Jinyu's tone seemed ready to overflow. Lu Mingzhao frowned, biting her lip. Jinyu, don't lump all scholars together. Reading should make you better, not arrogant. If reading makes you arrogant, you're no true scholar. Feng Jinyu snapped, tomorrow, I'll have my parents go and settle accounts with that deceitful matchmaker. Lu Mingzhao frowned, hesitant to crush Feng Jinyu's hopes. Feng Jinyu's mother would never risk offending the matchmaker. The matchmaker had connections everywhere, and her sharp tongue could destroy the Feng family's reputation in an instant. Feng Jinyu's mother still dreamed of her marrying well. The Feng family isn't just Feng Jinyu by herself. The night wind howled as Feng Jinyu fell silent, resting her head quietly on Lu Mingzhao's shoulder. In Changxi village. After saying goodbye to the Feng family's sisters-in-law, Lu Mingzhao headed home. Dad, Mom, I'm home, Lu Mingzhao called out cheerfully. Yun Young, cradling Jingyi in her arms, looked anxious. Why are you so late? Did something happen in the city? Lu Mingzhao smiled reassuringly. No, everything went smoothly. Yun Yang eyed him suspiciously, giving him a once-over before finally relaxing. That's good to hear, that's good to hear. Lu Mingzhao passed over a woven bamboo basket. Mom, I met some kind-hearted people in the county town. They thought I was kind and fair, so they gave me these. Yun Yang paused, speechless. Did she really seem that gullible? Then I'll go whip up a few more dishes. Yun Yang grabbed the produce basket and headed to the kitchen. Lu Mingzhao handed out the stuff she brought back and then told Lu Yao all about what happened in the city that day. Lu Yao's cunning mind should not go to waste. Is it really ruined? Lu Yao was surprised. Pretty much. Xia Yan did not speak too definitively. Lu Yao absent-mindedly rubbed the book he was holding. If it's ruined, it's ruined. Cao Cao did a great job. This is like fighting evil and doing good. After what was said in the county court today, the Sun family would think twice before seeking revenge. However, the most cunning in the Sun family is not old Master Sun, but the eldest son, Sun Jia. I've been at Qingyun Academy for a while now, and I've heard some good things about Sun Jia from classmates. A good reputation? Lu Mingzhao frowned in doubt. Can a white dove come from a flock of crows? Is it underestimating the crows, or overestimating the white dove? Lu Mingzhao had her doubts. Lu Yao gave a nod. Yes, it's a solid reputation. Some admire his business savvy, while others praise him as a kind-hearted gentleman. He took the Sun family's business to the provincial capital and used the earnings to help a few struggling scholars. Whenever his name comes up, people speak of him with both admiration and regret. They see him as the only shining light in the otherwise tarnished Sun family. It was a one-sided admiration. A pristine jade string? Playing the jade zither on the river, one string clears one heart. The 7 strings resound, and the myriad trees are enveloped in serene shade. It can make the river moon shine bright, and deepen the river's waters. Only then does it become clear that the branches of the phoenix tree can be used to tune the golden strings. Lu Mingzhao frowned, thinking the praise was over the top. If the rumors were to be believed, then it wasn't a pristine jade string emerging from the mud, but a saint emerging from among the wicked. Doesn't that seem contradictory? The cold wind howled, relentlessly pounding the old wooden window. The window frame creaked under the wind's assault. Lu Yao gently rapped Lu Mingzhao's forehead with a book scroll. Mingzhao, most people in the world judge by actions, not intentions. If we judged by intentions alone, no one would be perfect. Moreover, debating whether Sun Jia is good or evil is meaningless. His reputation has been built over many years, and it didn't happen overnight. Just as it takes more than a day for ice to freeze 3 feet thick, it also takes more than a day for water to wear through stone. He alone is a match for the entire Sun family. In short, if we were to confront the Sun family, he's a formidable foe, and we can't afford to lower our guard. Lu Mingzhao rubbed her forehead and gave Lu Yao a dissatisfied glance. If he is a saint with a widely celebrated reputation and holds real power in the Sun family, he should be able to manage his relatives properly. The second young master of the Sun family is his own brother, not some distant relative. It shouldn't be too hard for him to manage. Is it that he doesn't know, or is he turning a blind eye? Hearsay isn't as reliable as first-hand experience, Xia Yan interjected. If I'm not mistaken, he will surely come to meet us. Lu Yao's eyes twinkled with amusement. Indeed, indeed. People with shrewd minds always know themselves and their opponents well, and act after careful consideration. Dinner's ready. Yun Yang tapped on the window frame, urging them with a smile. Lu Mingzhao's face broke into a wide grin. Coming, coming. Lu Yao and Xia Yan exchanged a glance and followed with smiles. At the country table, there were no rules about silence during meals. Lu Mingzhao first took a bite of stir-fried bok choy, squinting her eyes in satisfaction. Then she took a bite of a large pancake, chewing slowly, and asked with some confusion, "These pancakes taste a little different today." Yun Yang swallowed her food and smiled. "You've got a sharp palate. These weren't made by me, they were sent by old lady Feng. Her daughter, Feng Jinyu, is engaged, and it's said to be to a scholar. In Changxi village, it's a custom for families to send some food to the villagers when their daughters get engaged. What they send depends on their own circumstances." Lu Mingzhao frowned and asked softly, "Didn't they just meet for the first time?" The memory of Feng Jinyu, tearful and furious, scolding scholar Fan, still lingered in her mind. Yun Yang shook her head. "I'm not sure about that." It was around mid-afternoon when matchmaker Wang came to the house with the old scholar's sister-in-law, saying that the old scholar had his eye on Feng Jinyu and promised to teach Feng's young grandson. Old lady Feng agreed, and both parties decided to finalize the engagement right away. As soon as matchmaker Wang and her entourage left, old lady Feng started preparing food to share with every household in the village, telling everyone Jinyu had landed a great match. At that moment, Lu Mingzhao found it hard to continue eating and set down her chopsticks in a daze. It turned out that the so-called meeting was just the old scholar making the decision about Feng Jinyu on his own. Feng Jinyu had no say in being chosen or rejected, her own wishes were never considered. Lu Mingzhao's mind was a whirlwind of tangled thoughts, churning and entangling, but when they came out, they turned into a simple, flat question: why so hasty? Isn't this breaking the rules? Xie Yin pressed his lips together, his concerned eyes fixed on Lu Mingzhao. He had clearly heard Feng Jinyu's wailing, clearly unhappy with this marriage. But before Feng Jinyu could return home, her life had been decided by her parents and the matchmaker. Yun Yang sighed, "It does bend the usual marriage rules, but Jinyu is after all a bit older, and the old scholar is a catch for a son-in-law. Farmers who work the land day in and day out hope to catch a bit of the scholar's prestige." Didn't old lady Feng mention the old scholar's situation when she brought the steamed buns? Lu Mingzhao suppressed the chill in her heart and asked softly. Yun Yang also put down her chopsticks. She mentioned a bit, but old lady Feng's tone was biting and sarcastic, not caring that the old scholar had children, but rather. Yun Yang glanced at Xie Yin, finding it hard to continue. Old lady Feng's words were indeed harsh, dragging Xie Yin through the mud. She said that both were marrying into stepmother roles, one to a scholar, the other to a rough hunter. Even a delicate young lady from the capital like Cao Cao didn't find it shameful, so Feng Jinyu wouldn't feel ashamed either. The silence said it all. Except for the children, everyone at the table guessed the unspoken words. Lu Mingzhao's face darkened. First, she squeezed Xie Yan's hand under the table in secret to comfort him, then coldly said, "Isn't old lady Feng most fond of her late-born daughter, Feng Jinyu? Old lady Feng is so eager because she truly believes this is a match made in heaven, thinking Feng Jinyu is lucky to be chosen by the old scholar." Lu Yao took a sip of the thin porridge in his bowl, his eyes downcast, and continued, "She is good to Feng Jinyu only because she is her late-born daughter, but she never truly thought Feng Jinyu was good." Lu Mingzhao thought, "She's blind." The atmosphere at the table was somewhat tense, but Lu Yao's expression remained largely unchanged. There's no room for reversal now. Old lady Feng has already spread the word, Feng Jinyu must marry, whether she wants to or not. Yun Yang tentatively asked, "Is the old scholar not a good man?" Lu Mingzhao pursed her lips, hard to say. Feng Jinyu has a fiery temper, would she submit to this? Lu Mingzhao picked up her chopsticks again and took the nearest dish, but it was tasteless. After the meal, Lu Mingzhao helped Yun Yang clean up and then took the children home. A persistent gloom weighed heavily on Lu Mingzhao's heart, one that even the biting cold wind could not dispel. The road at night was eerily quiet. But soon, the silence was broken. The sporadic barking of dogs, mixed with indistinct human voices. Lu Mingzhao paused and peered intently. Is that the direction of the Feng family? Xia Yan nodded. Lu Mingzhao sighed. Feng Jinyu must be unwilling, perhaps she's causing a commotion. But as things stand, as Lu Yao said, Feng Jinyu has no choice but to marry. Feng Jinyu's mother's smug and hasty moves have already put Feng Jinyu in a difficult position. Everyone knows that if she doesn't marry, her reputation will be ruined. In the future, no decent family would want her as a daughter-in-law. This is the cold, hard reality of the times that chills one to the bone. Lu Mingzhao stood still, momentarily lost in thought. As she was about to move forward, she noticed someone rushing towards her from afar. Feng Jinyu's mother? Xiao Ming, Feng Jinyu's mother's voice trembled with fear. The old lady at home is sick. I need to borrow a donkey cart from the village head. I can't chat with you now. Lu Mingzhao sniffed lightly, catching a faint whiff of blood in the air. Mingzhao, are you in pain? Is Grandma sick? No, Feng Jinyu's mom is lying. Suddenly, Lu Mingzhao seemed to realize something. Her face turned pale, almost ghostly. Lu Mingzhao felt the biting wind grow even sharper and more urgent. A chill ran down her spine, making her feel an involuntary icy coldness. How is Feng Jinyu? Lu Mingzhao asked stubbornly, trying to suppress the chill in her heart. Feng Jinyu's mom's heart skipped a beat, and she pushed Lu Mingzhao's hand away. Child, what are you talking about? Xia, it's late. Take your wife and kids home. With these words, Feng Jinyu's mom quickened her pace. I have some medicine from the capital that heals wounds. It can ease pain, stop bleeding, and prevent infection. Lu Mingzhao heard her own voice shatter in the cold wind. Feng Jinyu's mom suddenly stopped, trembling. Really? She was jealous of how her mother-in-law favored her sister-in-law and often found her bossy sister-in-law annoying, but she never thought she'd have to watch her sister-in-law die. Moreover, only she accompanied her sister-in-law to meet the old scholar. That old scholar, aside from his title, was good for nothing. If her sister-in-law married him, it would ruin her life. Lu Mingzhao pulled out 2 bottles of hemostatic powder and a roll of bandages from the space supermarket's pharmacy and handed them over. Auntie, head back first. I'll get Xia Yan to borrow a donkey cart. Thank you, thank you. I'll leave it to you and Xia Yan. Please hurry. I won't forget your kindness. Feng Jinyu's mom took the medicine bottles and gauze and hurried home. With lives on the line, Xia Yan didn't waste any time, giving a few instructions before rushing off to the old village head's house. Mom, didn't Feng Jinyu badmouth you? Xie Huaiqian's delicate brows furrowed slightly, seemingly puzzled by Lu Mingzhao's genuine urgency. Lu Mingzhao held Xie Jingyi, her face a mix of tears and laughter. Yes, she slandered me. Turning the other cheek has never been my style. I forgave her because she still had a conscience. Her sense of right and wrong, though sometimes off, was still there. She wanted to save that Feng Jinyu who stood up outside the old village head's courtyard. She wanted to save that Feng Jinyu who laughed and scolded while huddled in her cloak. She wanted to save that Feng Jinyu who tilted her head and cautiously asked her about harmony. Old grievances can also be resolved. In the face of life and death, I cannot stand by and do nothing. The night was pitch black. She couldn't tell how much blood Feng Jinyu's mom was covered in, that even after running in the night wind for so long, it hadn't dissipated. I just hope there's still a chance to save her. For more than 10 years, old lady Feng has spoiled Feng Jinyu, shaping her into a bold and brave person. But now, she's thinking of snuffing out that very boldness and bravery herself. Xie Huaiqian frowned, half understanding, and could only repeat these words in his head again and again. Lu Mingzhao came home with the kids, got Xie Jingyi to sleep, and leaned by the window, waiting for Xia Yan to come back. She knew the Fengs were trying to cover up Feng Jinyu's suicide attempt. But she also knew they couldn't keep it under wraps. With neighbors around, even the slightest noise gets noticed, let alone something as big as a suicide attempt. By now, the Feng's yard was probably packed with people. How would Feng Jinyu live this down? A bit on edge, Lu Mingzhao picked a petal from the plum blossom in the vase, twirling and rubbing it between her fingers. As the night wore on, familiar footsteps finally broke the quiet of the courtyard. Lu Mingzhao hurriedly opened the door to welcome Xia Yan in. Xia Yan took off his coat and said quietly, "Feng Jinyu tried to kill herself by hitting the wall. Is it bad?" Lu Mingzhao asked, not too shocked. Xia Yan sat Lu Mingzhao on the bed's edge. "The cut's big, and she lost a lot of blood. Feng Jinyu's mom used the medicine you gave to stop the bleeding for now, and the Fengs have taken her to the town clinic. Without your medicine, she could have bled out." Xia Yan was used to seeing blood. But seeing Feng Jinyu's forehead wound made him think of Mingzhao. Xia Yan lifted his hand, lightly touching Lu Mingzhao's forehead with his fingers. "Mingzhao, did it hurt?" He knew that after Mingzhao's fake heiress status came out, she'd been driven to try killing herself by hitting a wall, just to stay with the Yongning Marquis family. After Lu Yao warned him about Gu Wai, while they were getting ready for the wedding, he'd had plenty of time to dig into Mingzhao's past. Lu Mingzhao's face stiffened a little, the cool touch making her uneasy. "It hurt, of course. Yan, that hit changed me, I'm not the same person I was." Xia Yan's eyes shifted, like he got it, but also didn't. All he knew was that the gossip about Mingzhao didn't line up with the Mingzhao he knew. "Mingzhao, I'll give you more than the Yongning Marquis family ever could," Xia Yan said firmly. Note, the Yongning Marquis family represents a high social status in the story, symbolizing wealth, power, and prestige. Mingzhao's desire to remain part of this family reflects the societal importance placed on such connections in the historical context of the narrative. Lu Mingzhao smiled and said, "Then I'll be looking forward to it. But be careful in everything. I don't want to end up with nothing but wealth." Though the thought of great wealth and endless solitude is tempting, she still hopes Xia Yan lives a long life. That night, Lu Mingzhao, worried about Feng Jinyu's fate, slept restlessly. Sun Jia, too, was restless. Sun Jia held a thick stack of papers detailing the many misdeeds of the second young master of the Sun family over the years. His crimes were too many to count. The dim candlelight flickered in the breeze, casting a blood-red glow over the words on the pages. As he turned the pages, Sun Jia's frown grew deeper. It was like pouring oil on a fire, burning him so fiercely that he wanted to flip the table to vent his frustration and rage. "Idiot. Absolute idiot." Sun Jia slammed his palm on the table in fury. For a moment, Sun Jia wasn't sure if he was angrier about his brother's crimes or his brother's reckless behavior. Sun Jia leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes wearily. After a long pause, he took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and asked in a low voice, "Do we have a full picture of the situation in Changxi village?" Reporting to the eldest young master, the Lu family's daughter is betrothed to a hunter named Xie. After the fake heiress of the Marquis' household returned to her hometown to reunite with her family, she willingly took over the engagement. Sun Jia, huh? He was both confused and deeply shocked. A quick glance outside the courtroom showed the hunter had an impressive presence. But that still didn't explain why Lu Mingzhao, raised in luxury, would willingly marry a hunter. Continue. Before the Lu family's daughter's wedding, a fancy carriage arrived in Changxi village. Rumor had it the visitor was from the capital, here to see Lu Mingzhao. Villagers at the wedding banquet said the girl's last name was Gu. Sun Jia thought it over. It seemed Lu Mingzhao really did have ties to nobles in the capital. Then he'd have to handle this matter with even greater care. He also wondered when his deputy, sent to the capital, would return with news. "What would I do without you?" Sun Jia extended two slender fingers, rubbing the bridge of his nose with a mix of exhaustion and helplessness. "Are father and mother still quarreling?" The person reporting back looked awkward, lowering his head even further. "Eldest young master, perhaps you should go and see for yourself." Mother's son had said all sorts of harsh words, cold-hearted, disloyal, raising a son who betrayed them, and even worse things that he dared not repeat or even listen to. Sun Jia sighed deeply. He couldn't understand why reflecting on his mistakes while in the county jail was seen as such a bad thing. Yet, in his parents' eyes, he had committed an unforgivable crime. After a brief moment of pretending to rest, Sun Jia stood up and headed toward the main courtyard. The night was dark, and the moonlight faint. Sun Jia stepped over the threshold, dismissing all the maids and servant boys. His usually calm and gentle demeanor had cracked, though it was unclear when it had appeared. Without looking at the mess on the floor, he walked straight to the main seat and sat down. His gaze swept over the shattered porcelain pieces on the tea table, then landed on the long, thin wound on the back of his hand. His expression remained calm and focused. It seemed that foolish and incompetent people often took to smashing things to vent their anger. Like father, like son, they both had a temper. Are you still going to make a scene? Sun Jia frowned slightly, his gaze indifferent. Mother-son, who had been about to grab the white-glazed lotus-necked vase from the antique shelf to continue her rampage, froze in place, as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over her. But when she glanced sideways at her eldest son sitting indifferently on the carved chair, her anger flared up again, wishing she could tear off the calm mask on his face. Madam Sun finally placed the white-glazed lotus long-necked vase back on the curio cabinet. Jia, Peng'er is your brother. Is it worth ruining the bond between you brothers over something like this? Yes, he's my brother. Sun Jia thought to himself, he's just my brother, nothing more. I wonder what this thing mother is referring to. Madam Sun's expression darkened. Some worthless peasants. Mother, the four classes, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Sun Jia raised his voice, his tone sharp and insistent. Worthless peasants? What rubbish. Father, mother. Are you aware of what he's been up to these past few years? If you know, why haven't you restrained him? Instead, you've helped him hide it from me. Do you want to watch the Sun family be ruined by a spoiled, talentless, and immoral brat? Old Master Sun snapped, how can you speak of your brother like that? Sun Jia let out a cold laugh. This smile did not make him appear any more approachable, instead, it added a touch of sinister and menacing air. Father, you have two choices. Either I take full responsibility for handling this matter, and you and mother can voice your concerns but not intervene. Or, let's split the family assets. Since you and mother are so fond of the second son, then go with him. Sun Jia smoothed out his robe until it was wrinkle-free, then looked up, his smile deepening slightly. Split the family assets? Old Master Sun and Madam Sun glared in anger. Parents are still alive, and you want to divide the family? This is a grave act of disrespect. Sun Jia admitted frankly, I will never enter officialdom in this lifetime. What does it matter if it's disrespectful? It's of no consequence. Bearing the stigma of unfiliality is still better than being dragged down by Sun Jipeng. Madam Sun pointed her finger, seemingly about to start cursing again. Sun Jia's eyes carried a smile, but his voice was cold and detached. Choose. I don't have much time to waste here listening to idle talk. Madam Sun swallowed hard, her fingers trembling, her mouth opening and closing without a word. She could only look pleadingly at the expressionless Old Master Sun. Is there no room for negotiation? Old Master Sun asked reluctantly. Sun Jia gave a slight nod. Old Master Sun gritted his teeth. This matter is up to you. I won't interfere anymore, but you must ensure that Peng'er is provided for and protected in prison. He won't die, Sun Jia said indifferently. Master. Madam Sun stamped her foot angrily, her face full of dissatisfaction. Old Master Sun, he too, was powerless. The son was strong, and the father was weak. He could no longer control his eldest son. Sun Jia rose leisurely. Since that's the case, then don't let me find out that your hands are overstepping. Otherwise, I won't mind trimming the branches. I will handle the people around Jipeng as soon as possible. Also, mother has smashed so many porcelain pieces. I suppose her private savings are substantial. So, next month's contribution to the maternal uncles should not come from the family funds. It's late. Father and mother should retire early. Disrespectful child. Disrespectful child. As the curses rang out, Sun Jia left the main courtyard. A polite discussion would only lead to his parents becoming more stubborn and difficult. So, from the very beginning, he had no intention of backing down. The following day dawned. At the crack of dawn, a dense morning fog enveloped the village. From afar, it appeared as a vast, misty blanket. It resembled unbleached, soft plain cloth, dotted with mottled spots from the dampness. It also looked like the thick layers of tung oil on a painted paper umbrella. The fog in Changxi village was denser than that in Changhe County. Lu Mingzhao stood under the eaves, gazing at the persistent morning fog, feeling an inexplicable heaviness, and wished she could wave away the sky-obscuring mist. She couldn't help but wonder if Feng Jinyu had been saved. By mid-morning, the dense fog gradually lifted. A rare, bold winter sun hung in the sky, seemingly celebrating its triumph over the fog. The sunlight today was unusually warm. Standing in the yard, it felt like the sun could seep into one's very bones. Taking advantage of the fine weather, people began to gather in small groups, chatting as they headed to the mountains to collect firewood. Through the courtyard wall, Lu Mingzhao strained her ears to catch snippets of conversation. As expected, news of Feng Jinyu's suicide attempt had spread like wildfire overnight, reaching every corner of Changxi village. There was no keeping it a secret. Some cursed old lady Feng, calling her a wolf in sheep's clothing, accusing her of driving her daughter to her death. Others sneered at Feng Jinyu, claiming she was born with a lowly spirit and destined for a miserable life. Some lamented how a joyous event had nearly turned tragic, expressing concern for Feng Jinyu, who had been rushed to the clinic overnight, her fate uncertain. After listening for what felt like an eternity, she still hadn't heard the news she was desperate for. Lu Mingzhao let out a soft sigh and pulled her coat tighter around her. Once the fog cleared, Xia Yan headed to the county town to oversee the shop's renovation and to court some small grain merchants. Normally, she would have relished such a lazy, sun-soaked day. But with her mind racing, even lounging in the rocking chair felt unbearable, leaving her restless. Xie Huaiqian pulled up a stool and sat next to Lu Mingzhao, oblivious to the ink stains on his cheeks. "Mom, should I go and check for you?" At this, Lu Mingzhao sat up a bit straighter, her eyes clouded with doubt. Xie Huaiqian explained, "Kids have their own networks." Lu Mingzhao blinked, "My son really knows his mother well." Xie Huaiqian breathed a sigh of relief, "Then I'll leave Ruin's studies for today to you, Mom." "Huaiqian, your mother says she doesn't know a single character, do you believe that?" She had heard a very apt saying that tutoring homework could drive even the monk Tang Sanzang, a character from the classic Chinese novel Journey to the West, to the brink of madness. Xie Huaiqian no longer listened to Lu Mingzhao's excuses and ran towards the yard. If he continued teaching today, their brotherly bond might be in jeopardy. Lu Mingzhao waved to Xie Huaiqian as he walked away. "Huaiqian, what's Ruin going to do without you?" A wish that no one acknowledges. Upon hearing this, Xie Huaiqian took off like the wind, running even faster, disappearing in a flash. TSK, even the mature and precocious Xie Huaiqian became flustered in the process of being a little tutor. Lu Mingzhao reluctantly got up from the rocking chair, trying her best to appear kind and gentle. "Ruin, where did your eldest brother get to in the lesson?" A shy and reserved smile appeared on Ruin's pale, delicate face, and she obediently said, "Mother Lu, here." Next. A quarter of an hour. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Half an hour. Lu Mingzhao heard countless times, "Why," over and over. She was numb, completely numb. And Xie Jingyi, who had been listening, went from being initially enthusiastic to later snoring away. Only Xie Ruin was tirelessly and relentlessly on the path of 100,000 whys. Lu Mingzhao took a sip of warm tea, soothed her dry throat, and then reached out to rub Xia Ruin's little head. Ruin, take a break. Xia Ruin took the opportunity to snuggle into Lu Mingzhao's palm. Mother Lu is so nice. Lu Mingzhao lowered her eyes, watching the tea in the cup swirl gently. No, she wasn't that nice. After a few cups of light tea slid down her throat, Lu Mingzhao finally felt alive again. Finally, Xia Huaiqian came running into the room, panting heavily, with a sheen of sweat covering his forehead. Mother, she's back. Xia Huaiqian supported himself on his knees with both hands, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down in buckets. Anyone who didn't know would have thought it was a scorching summer day. Lu Mingzhao's hand, as she wiped Xia Huaiqian's sweat with a handkerchief, paused, and she furrowed her brow. Feng Jinyu? Back? Last night, Xia Yan said that Feng Jinyu had been badly injured in the collision and had lost a lot of blood. How did she come back? Was she carried or walking? Xia Huaiqian chugged a cup of warm water, catching his breath. She was carried back. Tiger's house is separated from the Feng family by 2 walls. I was originally trying to get some information at Tiger's house, chatting away, when suddenly I heard the Feng family become noisy. I watched as she was carried down from the donkey cart. The thick cloth wrapped around her forehead was already drenched in blood, and it was still seeping out. Another donkey cart followed the old village head's cart, from which an old man and a young man alighted. The elder wore a faded long gown and a fur coat that had lost most of its fur, while the younger was dressed in a dusty short jacket and long pants. At first glance, they bore a slight resemblance. The old man and the young man also entered the Feng household. Afraid of causing trouble, I didn't dare to delay. Lu Mingzhao frowned deeply, her fingers unconsciously clutching her handkerchief, her heart filled with confusion and doubt. She had specifically chosen the fastest-acting medicinal hemostatic powder and wrapped the wound with gauze bandages. Once they reached the town, the doctor at the medical clinic would take over the treatment. This outcome was unexpected. As for the old man and the young man, they were presumably the old scholar, engaged to Feng Jinyu, and his eldest son. What was the old scholar's purpose in appearing at the Feng family now? Mother, I think she might not survive. Xia Huaiqian hesitated, pursing his lips before finally speaking. He knew what a dying person looked like. Xia Huaiqian's words struck Lu Mingzhao like sharp thorns, each one piercing her nerves. How could this be? How could this be? At this moment, Lu Mingzhao instinctively speculated with the worst intentions about the Feng family and the old scholar. What had happened after Feng Jinyu was sent to the town's medical clinic last night? Just as Lu Mingzhao was considering whether to go herself, the haggard and disheveled Feng Jinyu's mother arrived. As soon as she saw Lu Mingzhao, Feng Jinyu's mother anxiously grasped her hand. Feng Jinyu's mother? Lu Mingzhao was startled. Xiao Ming, do you still have any golden wound medicine to stop the bleeding? Feng Jinyu's mother asked anxiously. Lu Mingzhao nodded. I'll accompany you to check on her. That would be wonderful. Your presence might lift Jinyu's spirits, Feng Jinyu's mother replied, nodding repeatedly. She could see clearly that ever since the incident at the old village head's courtyard where the Qi family girl was punished, her sister-in-law's eyes had shone when she looked at Lu Mingzhao, though her sister-in-law stubbornly refused to admit it. She doubted her sister-in-law could endure much longer. However, Lu Mingzhao's presence might allow her sister-in-law to pass more peacefully, comforted by a familiar face. While walking, Lu Mingzhao inquired, Feng Jinyu's mother, how is Jinyu's condition? Didn't she go to the medical clinic? Feng Jinyu's mother slapped her thigh, her eyes red. That cursed old scholar. Your golden wound medicine halted the bleeding, so my mother-in-law and I rushed Jinyu to the town's medical clinic. The old scholar had somehow learned that Jinyu's time was nearly up and went to the clinic early in the morning, saying that the betrothal agreement had been set and that a man of honor stands by his word. Even if Jinyu didn't have long to live, he wouldn't break the contract and would formally marry her. Passers-by outside the clinic lauded the old scholar's loyalty and integrity, hailing him as an exceptional gentleman. The old scholar proposed that Jinyu recuperate at his residence, a suggestion I deemed improper. Feng Jinyu's mother was swayed by the old scholar's nonsense and believed that Feng Jinyu, having made such a fuss, would surely be unmarriageable if she didn't wed the old scholar. Blinded by her own misguided beliefs, she followed the old scholar's suggestion and had Feng Jinyu carried to his house while she was still unconscious. Thinking that this way, Feng Jinyu would accept her fate and settle down and live peacefully with the old scholar. Feng Jinyu's mother had her best interests at heart, but Feng Jinyu, with her strong-willed nature, was not one to easily resign to fate. Upon waking and finding herself in the same room as the old scholar, who then made some inappropriate and cutting remarks, she was overcome with shame and anger and slammed her head against the hard, bare bed frame. At that moment, a large pool of blood splattered across the bed frame. The doctors at the clinic tried every possible method to stop the bleeding but to no avail, and they sent her home to let fate decide. The doctor said Feng Jinyu probably wouldn't survive, Feng Jinyu's mother said, her voice breaking with emotion, turning her face away and wiping away tears. Lu Mingzhao's heart sank. Would she not survive? Such a vibrant person. When Lu Mingzhao arrived at the Feng family's home, the courtyard was already crowded with people. Some elderly folks were sighing and lamenting the tragedy caused by old lady Feng and the old scholar, while offering what they believed to be well-meaning and practical suggestions to marry Feng Jinyu off to the old scholar before he changed his mind and before she passed away, to prevent her from becoming a restless spirit after death. Their words, carried by the wind, reached Lu Mingzhao's ears. Lu Mingzhao felt a heavy weight in her chest. Could Feng Jinyu not even have her wishes respected at the cost of her life? Indeed, Feng Jinyu had acted impulsively in seeking death. But, if there had been room for discussion, Feng Jinyu might not have been so resolute. Guided by Feng Jinyu's mother, Lu Mingzhao passed through the crowd, stepped over the threshold, and saw the old scholar sitting upright in a chair. The old scholar looked arrogant, his disdain unmistakable in his eyes. All show and no substance. Lu Mingzhao slightly furrowed her brows. Alive. In an instant, she guessed the hypocritical intentions of Scholar Fan, who was putting on a show of righteousness to gain a good reputation and build up his standing. Marriage is all about parental consent and the matchmaker's word. The marriage between Scholar Fan and Feng Jinyu, with a matchmaker's visit and old lady Feng's consent, was perfectly proper. Moreover, in almost everyone's eyes, Feng Jinyu was climbing above her station. Now, with Feng Jinyu seeking death, others would only think that Feng Jinyu was neither chaste nor virtuous, nor filial, bringing shame to her elders. Scholar Fan, who was determined to fulfill his promise, would instead gain a reputation as a virtuous gentleman who keeps his word. As long as this reputation spreads far and wide, old scholar could transform into a sought-after figure, favored by local officials. No wonder he was still just a scholar at his age. A fish I cannot pass for a pearl, and foul-smelling black water cannot mix with ink. With a slight shift of her gaze, Lu Mingzhao looked at the young man beside Scholar Fan. He had perfectly inherited old scholar's triangular eyes and bulbous nose. At least old scholar had studied for decades and could put on some airs of scholarly arrogance. This young man, with bones lighter than 3 tails, could be described euphemistically as frivolous and shallow, or more bluntly as what the older generation would call a good-for-nothing. He wasn't even as good-looking as the second young master of the Sun family. Scholar Fan pretended to nod politely. Sister-in-law, who is this? Looking at the woman's married hairstyle, he felt a pang of regret and pity. Feng Jinyu's mother frowned impatiently. Don't call me sister-in-law yet. Aren't scholars supposed to be the most particular about rules and decorum? Until the wedding ceremony is completed, the term sister-in-law should not be uttered by Scholar Fan. The more she looked at Scholar Fan, the older he appeared. This is the wife of Xie from our village. I brought her to see Jinyu. After saying this, Feng Jinyu's mother led Lu Mingzhao through the small door on the west side. Scholar Fan, with a gentle and amiable smile, wanted to follow, but Lu Mingzhao pushed the door shut behind her. Scholar Fan, even a rat has its skin, but a man without dignity? In front of everyone, Scholar Fan still wanted to enter Feng Jinyu's boudoir. Was he afraid Feng Jinyu wasn't dying fast enough? Scholar Fan awkwardly wiped the dust off his nose and sat back down, disgruntled. Fortunately, the surrounding people were all crude, ignorant farmers who couldn't understand the young woman's cutting words. Why does it feel like Scholar Fan is rushing to marry Jinyu? Feng Jinyu's mother muttered softly as she led the way. Lu Mingzhao frowned slightly and scoffed. The three great joys of a middle-aged man: promotion, wealth, and the death of his wife. Feng Jinyu could provide Scholar Fan with the ladder he had long sought to climb upward. So what if you have no power, influence, or money? What scholars really want is fame. With fame, you get support from above and flattery from below, making you feel young again. As soon as they entered the room, the strong stench of blood hit them. Feng Jinyu lay still on the bed, her eyes closed, her face as pale as a sheet of paper. Blood soaked the cloth on her forehead, trickling down and smearing her face. A wooden basin by the bed held water now turned red. Lu Mingzhao sighed. Feng Jinyu's mother, go get a clean basin of water. Feng Jinyu's mother picked up the basin, stammering, before I left, her mother-in-law was here taking care of her. I didn't mean to abandon her to die. I know, Lu Mingzhao said softly. Go on, Feng Jinyu's mother. Lu Mingzhao carefully peeled back the layers of the soaked cloth with tweezers, revealing a horrifying wound. Her entire forehead was a gruesome, bloody mess. No wonder Huaiqian and Feng Jinyu's mother thought she might not make it. Lu Mingzhao gently cleaned the wound with saline solution, then evenly spread a clotting ointment and wrapped it with gauze. When Feng Jinyu's mother returned with the basin, Lu Mingzhao soaked a cloth and gently wiped away the dried blood from Feng Jinyu's face. Even if she didn't make it, the bold and outspoken Feng Jinyu deserved to be clean. Lu Mingzhao leaned over Feng Jinyu's bed and whispered, Jinyu, only by staying alive can things turn around. The wound on her forehead was serious. Feng Jinyu's lack of will to live was just as concerning. If you really don't wake up, that heartless old scholar will take your memorial tablet into his home. He'll use your death to polish his image as a perfect gentleman, climb the ranks, live in a grand mansion, where gold and jade, feast on delicacies and fine wines, be praised and bask in wealth and glory. And you, in the underworld, will still bear the surname Fan, acting as a concubine to the old scholar's long-dead wife, serving tea, enduring beatings and scoldings, never finding peace. When the old scholar dies, you'll have another master to serve, and then you'll truly be helpless, with no one to help you. Are you willing? You clearly would rather die than marry the old scholar, but you've suffered, bled, and lost your life, yet no one respects your wishes. So how can you die? If no one listens to you, keep speaking. Your death would truly fulfill others. Would you want to spend eternity with the old scholar, like spoiled meat no one would buy? Feng Jinyu's mother, these words are spine-chilling. Xiao Ming's mouth is as sharp as ever. Lu Mingzhao didn't know if the unconscious Feng Jinyu could hear, but it was worth a try. Thinking this, Lu Mingzhao spoke even more mercilessly. If it doesn't spark a will to live, maybe it will spark some rebellious spirit. In short, the core idea is, only by living can your voice possibly be heard, and your wishes possibly respected. Feng Jinyu came down with a fever, her cheeks, pale from excessive blood loss, turning red and hot. Another frantic attempt to bring down her fever followed. Feng Jinyu's mother's eyes lit up. Xiao Ming, could it be that Jinyu heard what you said and got so angry that she ran a fever? If she could hear and her body was responding, there was still hope. Perhaps so. Lu Mingzhao pried open Feng Jinyu's mouth and forced down a mixture of powdered fever-reducing medicine and water. Once the mouth was open, Lu Mingzhao forced down another spoonful of anti-inflammatory medicine. Where is old lady Feng? Lu Mingzhao sat exhaustedly on a chair in the corner, her faint breathing echoing in the quiet air. She passed out from exhaustion. At her age, the shock was too much, she just couldn't handle it. Lu Mingzhao calmed her breathing. Why was she so insistent on having Jinyu marry Fan Xiucai? Fan Xiucai's practically old enough to be her father, isn't he? I remember how you warned me against marrying Xia Yan. What does your mother-in-law even see in him? His age, his rotten character, or the fact that he's a widower with 2 children? Men dread the wrong career, women dread the wrong husband. A bad marriage means a lifetime of misery. You understand this wisdom, does old lady Feng not? Feng Jinyu's mother set down the wet cloth, her throat tightening as if a claw were squeezing it, making it hard to breathe. Of course, it's all because of me. She felt guilty. And deeply ashamed. Neither she nor her mother-in-law expected Feng Jinyu to resist so fiercely, even to the point of death. She had accompanied Feng Jinyu to the town to meet Fan Xiucai and thought he had nothing going for him besides his scholar title, hardly a good match. But last night, she found out the marriage was set, the betrothal gifts accepted, and Fan Xiucai even promised to teach her younger son to read and write. For a farming family, literacy was a big deal. They didn't dare dream of greatness, but being literate and working as an accountant in town beat relying on the weather in the village. Plus, having a scholar as a brother-in-law would give the family more status. So, shamefully, she gave in and helped her mother-in-law pressure Feng Jinyu into accepting the marriage. When Feng Jinyu saw she couldn't win the argument, she smashed her head against the wall. When she saw the blood pouring out, she was terrified and filled with regret. She thought, maybe we should just call off this marriage. If she were blamed for her sister-in-law's death, she'd never forgive herself. But instead of backing down, her mother-in-law became even more determined to marry Feng Jinyu off to Fan Xiucai as soon as possible. And so, things spiraled out of control. If Feng Jinyu doesn't marry Fan Xiucai, who else would have her? Feng Jinyu's mother said with a mix of self-reproach and despair. If not for today's mess, the marriage could still have been called off. But now, Feng Jinyu had already been alone with Fan Xiucai. Now, Fan Xiucai was in their home, acting like Feng Jinyu's husband. Feng Jinyu's reputation was ruined, in everyone's eyes, she was no longer pure. Even if she remarried, no one would see her as pure, and her life would be harder than a village widow's. Lu Mingzhao, exhausted, rubbed her temples and said quietly, marriage doesn't guarantee a good life. If Feng Jinyu dies, that's one thing. But if she survives, bringing up the marriage again would be like twisting a knife in her heart. Feng Jinyu's mother asked her grandmother, does she want a living daughter or a married-off ghost? That hypocrite Fan Xiucai, if he married a ghost, would he really care about the Feng family? Would you get what you want? Feng Jinyu's mother cried out, if we call off the marriage, what future does Feng Jinyu have? Lu Mingzhao closed her eyes, exhausted, and said, hasn't Feng Jinyu made her wishes clear enough? At this moment, Lu Mingzhao was enveloped in a deep sense of helplessness. They hid their selfish motives behind concern for Feng Jinyu, their words seemed sincere, but each had their own plans. Everyone has their own side of the story. Only Feng Jinyu, the one at the center of it all, is expected to play the fool and stay silent, letting others control her. Feng Jinyu's sister-in-law's lips moved slightly, as if she had something to say, but when she met Lu Mingzhao's cold and gloomy face, she finally chose to remain silent and swallowed her words. She didn't want to push her sister-in-law to the brink, but her sister-in-law couldn't remain unmarried and become an old maid forever. Now it's her in-laws who are supporting her sister-in-law, but what about the future? Lu Mingzhao's eyelashes fluttered, her hands propped against the wall behind her head, never opening her eyes from beginning to end, yet she seemed to grasp every unspoken word Feng Jinyu's sister-in-law held back. Even among family, genuine sincerity is hard to come by. Feng Jinyu's sister-in-law is just that, her sister-in-law. In her world, there are too many things more important than Feng Jinyu. Weighing options, hesitating, and calculating are all part of human nature, and not hard to understand. At least Feng Jinyu's sister-in-law still wants her to live. The sun slowly dipped below the horizon, hanging precariously. Lu Mingzhao kept vigil for over 2 hours, and when she was starving, Feng Jinyu finally showed a faint reaction, her eyelids trembling as she slowly opened her bloodshot eyes. She's a tough one. Lu Mingzhao felt a surge of relief. Feng Jinyu's eyes shifted, landing on Lu Mingzhao sitting by the bed. Lu Mingzhao? Feng Jinyu blinked, her lips slightly moving, her voice dry, hoarse, and faint. It's really you. Lu Mingzhao stood up, scooped a spoonful of warm water to moisten Feng Jinyu's lips, teeth, throat, and mouth, smiling. Of course, it's me. You only get one life, and there are plenty of ways to lose it. Be careful with it. If I'd known, I wouldn't have slapped you back then. After slapping you, I had to stay by your side day and night, pulling you back from the brink of death. Feng Jinyu's eyes stung, her heart a mix of bitterness and tenderness. In the dimly lit room, a faint beam of light passed through the window, just illuminating Lu Mingzhao's profile. Her face was bathed in soft light, glowing warmly. So, some people truly do shine. She never imagined it would be Lu Mingzhao who stayed by her side. Lu Mingzhao, the one she once envied and resented. I think I heard some nonsense, something about the underworld, something about serving as a concubine, something about serving a big family. After the warm water moistened her throat, Feng Jinyu's voice became clearer. Lu Mingzhao fed Feng Jinyu 2 more spoonfuls of water. That wasn't nonsense, those were words that saved your life. Your sister-in-law also stayed with you for a long time. Feng Jinyu frowned. They all forced me to marry Fan Xiucai, and even wanted to send me to Fan Xiucai's home, trying to force me into a situation where I'd have no choice but to accept my fate. So, you attempted suicide again? Lu Mingzhao raised an eyebrow. Feng Jinyu stayed silent, her thoughts unspoken. She had never imagined the trials of marriage could be so overwhelming. Previously, she had been pampered, blind to her own shortcomings, dreaming solely of marrying well and leading a comfortable life. She had never pondered if she was even deserving of such a family. Even becoming Fan Xiucai's second wife was viewed as a social climb by the matchmaker and the villagers. It was only last night that she truly came to her senses. The pain from the wound was excruciating. Lu Mingzhao, is marrying Fan Xiucai my only option? You're a noble from the capital, worldly and wise, like the moon suspended high above. Tell me, if you were in my place, what would you do? Dying would have been the easy way out. But she chose not to die. She no longer wished for death. But how was she to live now? Lu Mingzhao frowned. I wouldn't choose death. The death her past self sought was irrelevant to her now. Keep your distance. She cherished her life above all. My actions are irrelevant, what matters is what you decide to do. Lu Mingzhao's voice was sharp and clear. Feng Jinyu was confused. Was her own will truly significant? Can my desires even be considered valid? Why not? Lu Mingzhao shot back. Even a dog gets to decide if it wants to eat crap. Well, that old scholar is nothing but trash. Feng Jinyu thought, Lu Mingzhao still has a way with words. Lu Mingzhao, is it possible for a woman to be independent and self-sufficient without a man? It hinges on her own capabilities. Lu Mingzhao didn't paint too rosy a picture for Feng Jinyu. A spark can start a prairie fire. Feng Jinyu gazed intently, a thoughtful light flickering in her eyes. Can a woman truly stand on her own without depending on a man if she has the skills? Lu Mingzhao's words were like a beam of light cutting through the darkness, bringing clarity. In the midst of the storm, they offered her a rare moment of clarity and peace. Outside the window, the north wind howled, mournful and plaintive. A cold breeze slipped through the paper window, brushing Lu Mingzhao's hair and scattering the faint light into mottled shadows on the floor. Feng Jinyu's heart stirred. The shifting light and shadows seemed to open a narrow path through the blocked road ahead. Feng Jinyu didn't know what the future held. But she knew one thing for sure, she didn't want to marry Fan Xiucai. Maybe, if she kept working at it, the path ahead would become clear. If skills meant independence, then she could learn them. Feng Jinyu gazed at Lu Mingzhao. Lu Mingzhao looked back at her. Slowly, she noticed a spark of light in Feng Jinyu's once empty and lost eyes. The light grew from faint and flickering to steady and bright. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Lu Mingzhao knew that Feng Jinyu would no longer seek death. I'll leave you some medicine and bandages. Don't forget to change the dressing regularly. As the art of war teaches, whether it's a quick strike or a long fight, you need a strong body and mind. Feng Jinyu blinked, her pale cheeks softening with a smile. The Lu school of war tactics? Exactly. Made it up myself, flexible, and open to changes, Lu Mingzhao replied, placing the medicine bottle and soft cloth by Feng Jinyu's bedside. I need to go now. Will you be okay by yourself? Feng Jinyu nodded. Do you still see me as that naive girl I used to be? Lu Mingzhao raised an eyebrow. So who are you now? I am a true warrior now. Feng Jinyu's voice was soft, but her words were strong and firm. Lu Mingzhao's expression relaxed, and she chuckled softly. I once heard, a true warrior faces life's hardships and the bloodshed it brings. Then I wish you the strength to move forward. Feng Jinyu mimicked Lu Mingzhao's earlier tone. Thanks for your encouragement. Lu Mingzhao tucked the blanket around Feng Jinyu, whispered some advice, and then left. The sky darkened. The faint light flickered. To her surprise, Fan Xiaocai and his father were still shamelessly sitting in the main hall, coldly watching Feng Jinyu's mother rush around, buried in work. Even a dog would shake its head in disbelief. A pig with a scallion in its nose, pretending to be garlic. Aunt Feng Jinyu has woken up, but her condition is still not good. She can't handle any stimulation. Aunt Feng's face lit up with a mix of disbelief and joy. She's awake? Xiao Ming, you saved Jinyu's life from the king of hell. When she gets better, I'll take her to kowtow and thank you. Note, kowtow is a traditional Chinese gesture of deep respect, involving kneeling and bowing so low that one's forehead touches the ground. As she spoke, Aunt Feng kept glancing towards the small room on the west side. Lu Mingzhao quickly picked up on the hint. Auntie, it's getting late. I'll head back now and come visit Jinyu another day when I have time. Fan Xiaocai's son suddenly stood up, his cheeks unnaturally flushed, his voice trembling with excitement. Aunt, let me escort our benefactor. It's not proper for one guest to escort another. Aunt Feng's face darkened, her tone stiff and dry. We're family, so there's no need for formalities. I'm hardly a guest. Please, benefactor. Lu Mingzhao's face turned cold as she pointed to her hair bun. This is a married woman's hairstyle. Surely the son of a scholar isn't so clueless? Thankfully, Feng Jinyu resisted fiercely and refused to marry the old scholar. Otherwise, with a hypocritical father, a lustful son, and a helpless stepmother, she'd have to worry about some indecent family drama unfolding. Fan Xiaocai's son's smile faltered for a moment before he quickly regained his composure, his face now full of concern. It's getting dark, and there aren't many people around in winter. I'm just concerned for Sister Ming's safety, I mean no harm. Is Sister Ming worried her husband might get upset? Not to gossip, but shouldn't her husband care more about Sister Ming's safety? If I were her husband. Lu Mingzhao, wow, a green tea man. Note, green tea man is a Chinese slang term for a man who appears kind and gentle but is actually manipulative and insincere. Is the green tea circle lowering its standards now? Are they letting in anyone, no matter how awful? At least Qi Rui has a pretty face and cries like a delicate flower, making people feel sorry for her. If the green tea circle had ranks, Fan Xiaocai's son wouldn't even be fit to carry Qi Rui's shoes. Lu Mingzhao shot a disgusted look at Fan Xiaocai's son, who fancied himself gentle and refined. You can't hide the look in your eyes when you like someone, just like you can't hide it when you want to kill someone. A fox can't hide its tail, and a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Note, this Chinese idiom means that one's true nature or intentions cannot be concealed. Next time, make sure your tail is well hidden before you embarrass yourself. Sister Ming? Her coming-of-age ceremony wasn't too long ago, right? Finally, Lu Mingzhao gave Aunt Feng a nod and left without another word. As for whether fiancé and his son were furious or seething with hatred, Lu Mingzhao couldn't have cared less. If this father and son had any real ability, they wouldn't be plotting against Feng Jinyu like this. What tiger would care about the weak barking of a small dog? Perhaps she isn't a tiger yet, but she will surely become one someday, one day. Not long after Lu Mingzhao left the Feng family, she saw a slender and upright figure approaching from a distance on the hillside. Again, Lu Mingzhao waved her hand, her voice bright and lively, like biting into a refreshing fruit on a hot summer day. Immediately, the person on the hillside picked up speed and soon appeared in front of Lu Mingzhao. Lu Mingzhao let Xia Yan warm her cool hands, smiling brightly. Is everything settled in the county town? Xia Yan nodded. I've worked out the details of the shop renovation with the craftsmen and signed contracts with 3 medium-sized grain merchants in the city. After returning home, I heard from Huaiqian that you went to the Feng family with Auntie Feng, so I thought I'd come to take you home. I trust Yan to take care of things. Upon seeing Xia Yan, Lu Mingzhao's mood had already lifted. Then, her little mouth started chattering non-stop, like popping corn, as she told Xia Yan about the situation at the Feng family, including that repulsive duo of scholar father and son. Xia Yan's brows slightly furrowed, an icy glint flashing deep in his pupils. Mingzhao, have you ever thought that often effort goes unrewarded, and as time passes, people's hearts change? Gratitude in the present often turns into resentment after facing adversity. When people struggle on the path they've chosen, they tend to subconsciously idealize the path they could have taken but didn't. The more they idealize it, the deeper their regret. Lu Mingzhao's eyes sparkled, as if glistening with tears. She wants to live, and I happen to be able to save her. As for whether to follow her parents' wishes and marry Fan Xiucai, or to face the challenges and gamble on an unknown life, that's her own decision. I know well the difficulties of an unknown life, so I've never portrayed it as rosy. Being a warrior is never easy. In this world, one must do what they can. Hearing this, Xia Yan broke into a smile and looked up at the gradually darkening night sky. Follow your heart, he said. Perhaps because it had been a rare clear and sunny day, the moon in the night sky cast a soft, hazy glow, its light gently falling from afar. A light mist under heavy moonlight, deep waters over shallow sands. Mingzhao is kind and insightful, open-minded and free-spirited. Xia Yan's calm and gentle voice rose in the night, carrying a warmth that seemed to smile, yet also a hint of sharpness in its sigh. Lu Mingzhao pouted. If the second young master of the Sun family heard this, he'd probably be furious. Her? Kind? That's debatable. You might as well say that I follow my heart in all things, perhaps making errors but never regretting them. Xia Yan's smile deepened. Following your heart? I married Mingzhao, following my heart. Lu Mingzhao's heart pounded, but she feigned composure and rolled her eyes at Xia Yan, smooth talker with a glib tongue. From which heart? Her voice was casual, yet carried a hint of solemn readiness. The heart of a moth drawn to the flame, Xia Yan said slowly, his expression devout. Lu Mingzhao frowned. Self-immolation? What an inauspicious metaphor. Xia Yan raised an eyebrow, somewhat helplessly, and reached out to rub Lu Mingzhao's forehead, as stated in the biography of Dao Gai from the Book of Liang, grinding ink to write, the brush flies to send a letter, like a moth to the flame, how can one regret the burning? Mingzhao, the moth flies to the flame, drawn to the light. That is the perfect fulfillment of seeking benevolence and obtaining it. How can it be called self-destruction? Lu Mingzhao, I think I understand, but not completely. In short, being with her is the perfect fulfillment. I reluctantly accept this explanation, Lu Mingzhao said with a proud lift of her chin, humming. Let's go home, I'm so hungry my legs feel weak. Lu Mingzhao's stomach chose that moment to let out a loud growl. I'll carry you, Xia Yan said, bending down. The surroundings were empty and quiet, so there was no fear of gossip. Lu Mingzhao, can I? Really? Can I really enjoy such a noble treatment? Xie Yan's lips twitched slightly, and he sighed lightly. Come on, get up here. Lu Mingzhao laughed openly. Yan, admit it, you've been wanting to carry me for ages. Indeed, Xie Yan murmured tenderly. Lu Mingzhao leaned against Xie Yan's back, gently encircling his neck. Yan, why are you so sure I'm the flame worth chasing? Xie Yan's steps were steady, feeling her warm breath gently brush his neck, bringing warmth and a slight itch. We have all the time in the world, I'll tell you bit by bit. But it feels like it will never be enough. The more time they spent together, the brighter that light grew. Yan, anyone would think you went to town today just to pick up some cheesy lines. TSK, don't be ridiculous. Lu Mingzhao rested her head on Xie Yan's shoulder and drifted off to sleep. Truth be told, she was utterly exhausted. The moonlight draped over them like a veil. Feng family. Both Fan Xiaocai and his son wore somber expressions. Old Lady Feng, Fan Xiaocai's biggest supporter, had taken ill, lying weakly in bed. Elder Feng paid no mind to household matters, pacing aimlessly with his hands clasped behind his back, barely noticeable unless you were looking for him. And the elder sister-in-law Feng seemed to have suddenly opened up her meridians, needling Fan Xiaocai with veiled barbs and indirect slights. Even the shameless Fan Xiaocai couldn't endure the elder sister-in-law Feng's incessant vulgar language. Comments like, may your child be born without an anus. Or, may you carry a dung basket on your back, like a dung beetle on a dung cart. Or, may you be as worthless as a donkey's dung, dull inside and out. Fan Xiaocai prided himself as a scholar, and even if those he interacted with lacked real talent, they still affected an air of elegance, and their insults were always subtly sarcastic. It had been a long time since he'd heard such crude, excrement-laden insults. He also wanted to retort in his own way, but the elder sister-in-law Feng never named names from start to finish. If he spoke up, it would seem as though he were admitting to the accusations. Wouldn't that be slapping his own face? Fan Xiaocai's son, on the other hand, resented the tactless Lu Mingzhao, his face twisted in a grimace, plotting to teach Lu Mingzhao a lesson. If Lu Mingzhao knew, she would surely click her tongue twice, and then say in a theatrical tone, no need, I'm already quite good-looking. If I get any better, will there be any room for others to live? She should keep her good looks to herself. Feng Jinyu's mother's throat was hoarse from scolding, and after gulping down a ladle of water, she regained her spirit. Seeing that Fan Xiaocai and his son still sat unmoved, waiting for her to serve the meal, Feng Auntie was thoroughly enraged. Having scolded so many people in Changxi village for so many years, she had never seen anyone as composed as this father and son. With a loud bang, Feng Auntie threw the water dipper into the water jar and strode into the main hall. Scholar Fan, it's pitch black out there, just as your son said, with few people around. If you don't leave soon and run into some wild boars or wolves coming down the mountain for food, you might end up in a bloody mess. Surely not, Scholar Fan wouldn't want to stay overnight at my place, would he? Scholar Fan, you've read the books of sages and preach lofty principles. My husband has gone out with the shopkeeper to buy goods, and the house is full of the elderly, weak, women, and children. No matter how you slice it, it's not suitable for you and your son to stay overnight. If my reputation as a rough peasant woman is ruined, so be it, but Scholar Fan, you're aiming for an official position. Fan Xiaocai's face turned beet red with embarrassment, unable to speak, he could only hint subtly, I still need to teach your youngest son to read and write. Feng Auntie paused, her anger momentarily quelled, but she quickly raised her head and neck, full of vigor. We can talk about that when the time is right. Could it be that Scholar Fan is holding a grudge? Isn't it said that a prime minister's belly can hold a ship? Didn't you study to become a prime minister? Prime minister? He might as well be dead. He, a down-and-out old scholar, had indeed dreamed of becoming a high-ranking official in his youth, but now, he only hoped for a comfortable life with some official support. Scholar Fan, please, Feng Auntie said seriously. Fan Xiaocai glanced at his son, who caught on immediately, "Auntie." Feng Auntie picked up a broom. "You leave, and I'll sweep the floor." "Stop calling me auntie." Could it be that you two were spiders, rats, or bugs in a Dragon King temple in your past life, washed away by a flood? Swinging the broom stroke by stroke. Truly sweeping them out the door. Before closing the courtyard gate, Feng Auntie shouted to make sure the neighbors could hear, "Goodbye, and don't come back." Fan Xiaocai and his son stood bewildered in the howling north wind. The Feng family, are they all a bit off? In town, they had coaxed him with sweet words, but now they were driving him out with a big broom. "Father, what do we do now?" Fan Xiaocai's son shivered in the cold, his short coat offering no protection against the biting wind. Fan Xiaocai's voice was grim. "The Feng family has no respect for face. Do you have any coins on you?" "Father, how could I possibly have money?" The young man raised his voice. Fan Xiaocai either find someone else to stay with for the night, or hire a donkey cart back to town. The young man, no money. The short day had a cold light. In the wind, the faint sound of Feng Jinyu's mother's curses could be heard. "You beasts who can't understand human speech." Fan Xiaocai was speechless. Fan Xiaocai was so furious that his blood boiled, itching to storm in and confront her. But in reality, he patted his fur coat, searched his pockets, and only scrounged up a few copper coins. As the wind howled, Fan Xiaocai clenched the coins in his fist, gritted his teeth, and stormed off. Fan Xiaocai's son scurried after him, his shifty eyes darting around, clearly plotting something. A moment later, the gate of the Feng family's courtyard opened again. Feng Jinyu's mother peeked out, glanced around, and sighed in relief when she saw no one. The more she observed the old scholar, the more he struck her as a shady character. Even his son, who put on airs of respectability, had a lecherous look in his eyes when he glanced at Xiao Ming. Disgusting. How dare he? Even the second young master of the Sun family couldn't get anywhere with Xiao Ming. What makes this little brat think he stands a chance? As the saying goes, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be askew. Feng Jinyu's mother had already scrapped the idea of sending her youngest son to study with Fan Xiaocai. The sky was icy and pale, and the north wind wailed through the barren mulberry trees. The ice lay unbroken, and the fleeting daylight cast a cold, pale glow. The winter days were so short, it felt like time was slipping away. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. That night, snow fell, blanketing everything in pristine white. This was the first true snowfall she'd witnessed since transmigrating into this world. Not scattered flakes, not slush on the ground, nor a wispy, fleeting dusting. Lu Mingzhao donned a heavier cloak, clutching a hand warmer, and leaned by the window, her warm smile fixed on the children playing gleefully in the snow. A scene of joyful serenity. The shy, reserved Ruin seemed set free by the snow, her laughter ringing clear and bright, as though she'd never known hardship or darkness. At her tender age, she ought to be as pure and untouched as the snow blanketing the ground. Pure and untainted. Lu Mingzhao averted her gaze and turned her attention back to the room. Xia Yan bent over the desk, engraving and drawing on a piece of meticulously cleaned sheepskin parchment. The wind blew through the half-open window, stirring the long hair tied high at the back of Xia Yan's head. Xia Huaiqian sat not far from the charcoal brazier, a traditional heating device, holding a scroll, his brow furrowed in concentration, a cup of hot tea steaming on the table beside him. Perhaps it was the warmth of the charcoal brazier, or perhaps the steam from the hot tea, but Xia Huaiqian's small face was flushed red. The heavy snowfall had brought the family together, a rare and leisurely occasion. Mother, Xia Jingyi's chubby little face beamed with a bright smile as she toddled towards her mother, Lu Mingzhao, on her short legs. After just 2 steps, she tripped over her own feet and fell into the snow. She didn't cry, instead, she got up and brushed the snow off her coat. Mother, I made a flower. Lu Mingzhao, holding a traditional hand warmer, pushed the door open and carefully brushed the snow off Xia Jingyi. Following Xia Jingyi's chubby little finger, she saw the vividly shaped flower she had made on the ground and smiled. My Jingy is so clever and skillful. Beside the flower, Xia Ruan had painstakingly built a grapevine out of snow. Come inside to rest and warm up when you're tired. Just then, the sound of a carriage crunching through the snow grew louder. The sound grew closer and closer. Lu Mingzhao frowned. No one would venture into the mountains in such weather. It must be someone coming for her and Xia Yan. As expected. The sound of knocking echoed from the bolted door. Hearing the noise, Xia Yan quickly put away the sheepskin scroll he had been engraving and stood under the eaves. The knocking persisted, and Xia Yan and Lu Mingzhao exchanged a glance. Xia Yan then walked along a cleared path to the courtyard gate and lifted the bolt. Are you Xia Yan, sir? I am a servant from the household of the magistrate's wife. The visitor introduced herself politely and respectfully, without any hint of arrogance. Xia Yan silently noted the servant's meticulous hairstyle and gold and silver adornments, signs of her high status in the magistrate's wife's household. Though his mind raced, his expression stayed composed as he gave a slight nod. I am indeed Xia Yan. May I ask what brings you here? The servant bowed her head, her voice smiling. Treading through snow to seek plum blossoms is considered one of life's great pleasures. The mistress is hosting a traditional plum blossom viewing banquet at her residence, inviting Changhe County's literati and ladies. The mistress has heard of your dignified demeanor in the county hall and wishes to meet you at this event. Sir Xia, please accept this invitation. The servant retrieved a gilded, ornate invitation from a maid and presented it to Xia Yan with both hands, a gesture of respect. Xia Yan's brows furrowed slightly. Despite the servant's reasonable and grand words, he remained skeptical. The magistrate of Changhe County has always been the type to act only when there's something in it for him. And the magistrate's wife naturally wouldn't dare to go against her husband's wishes. This invitation probably came from the magistrate himself. Lu Mingzhao tightened her cloak and stepped forward, taking the gilded invitation. Since the magistrate's wife has invited me, how could a common woman like me refuse? You don't hit someone who's smiling at you. The maid delivering the invitation stayed polite and humble the whole time, her manner unassuming, using subtle tactics, leaving no room for refusal. This invitation, whether she wanted to or not, she had to accept. Greetings, Madame Xie. The maid slightly raised her head, a flash of admiration in her eyes, then quickly lowered her head again, maintaining her proper and respectful demeanor. No wonder, she was the pampered young lady raised in the Yongning Marquis family in the capital. Beautiful, spirited, and truly exceptional. Lu Mingzhao's eyes curved into a smile, her voice gentle. I should be the one greeting you. I wonder if the magistrate's wife invited just me, or my husband too. With both scholars and noble ladies attending, there must be separate seating for men and women. Bringing Xia Yan along would not be considered impolite. The maid smiled and replied, You're both welcome to come. To be frank, Madame Xia, your brother, Lu Yao, is also among the invited. I'll wait outside while you and Master Xie get ready. Lu Mingzhao noticed two carriages waiting in the courtyard. One carriage was smaller and plainer, with dark green curtains. The other was much more refined and spacious, with exquisitely embroidered curtains. Lu Mingzhao's eyes sparkled. It's freezing out, we can't have you waiting in the cold. If you don't mind, please come inside. The maid quickly accepted. The maid and her companions enjoyed hot tea in the main hall while Lu Mingzhao changed her dress and styled her hair in the adjacent room. As she put in the last hairpin, Lu Mingzhao softly asked, Yan, who's really behind this? Xia Yan had already formed his thoughts. Sun Jia, the Sun family's eldest son, probably doesn't have enough pull to make the magistrate's wife do his bidding. The capital? Lu Mingzhao caught his drift. The maid was way too polite and proper, clearly following strict orders. Xia Yan shook his head. If it were someone from the capital, they wouldn't bother with all this roundabout stuff. From what I can tell, it's probably not a trap. My second brother and I will both be there, so no need to worry. Lu Mingzhao smiled. I'm not worried, just curious about what the magistrate's wife is really after. Though it does mean we'll have to ask mother to watch the kids again. When Xia Yan was ready, Lu Mingzhao threw on her cloak and headed out. Plum Blossom Banquet. In the depths of winter, a finely crafted and spacious carriage was equipped with a warm charcoal stove, its thick curtains shielding against the howling north wind. While the carriage wasn't as warm as spring, it was still quite cozy. A low table was set with various pastries and tea, though the cold had made the pastries a bit stale. Lu Mingzhao and Xia Yan sat shoulder to shoulder, and for a moment, she couldn't tell whether the warmth came more from the charcoal stove in the carriage or from the person beside her. Since the magistrate's servants were driving outside, Lu Mingzhao and Xia Yan kept their silence, only occasionally exchanging glances. At the village entrance, another carriage was parked. The carriage window opened, and a scarred hand lifted the curtain, reaching out to lightly tap on the carriage where Lu Mingzhao was seated. Chow Chow. Hearing the voice, Lu Mingzhao quickly pulled back the curtain and opened the window. The cold wind rushed in, causing the flames in the charcoal stove to shrink as if afraid of the chill. Second brother. Lu Mingzhao waved. Lu Yao said, feigning nonchalance, the magistrate's wife is truly kind-hearted, pitying our humble circumstances and the inconvenience of travel, sending someone to fetch us into the city. I'm truly honored by such kindness. Chow Chow, when you meet the magistrate's wife, be sure to express your gratitude properly. He was hinting that Lu Mingzhao should stay alert, as something unusual was going on. Lu Mingzhao got the hint right away, giving a quick wink, of course. Lu Yao closed the carriage window, and the wheels began to roll, crunching and creaking through the snow as they inched forward. The snow was thick and the road slippery. Even though the carriage had been specially prepared with anti-slip measures, it still moved slowly and unsteadily. Lu Mingzhao mused that by the time they arrived at the magistrate's residence, she might be rattled to bits. The idea of seeking plum blossoms in the snow sounded classy. But the process, she had to admit, was less than ideal. It reminded her of modern times, where no one could suffer except for the carefully curated image on social media. A rough life, but a carefully curated social media presence. Social media, life is peaceful, perfectly framed, definitely coming back. Reality, dead tired, never doing this again. Lu Mingzhao sighed softly, her meticulously styled hair bun making it difficult for her to find a comfortable position to rest. The relentless howling of the north wind filled her ears, and the rhythmic crunching of the wheels through the snow created an almost soothing noise. Though annoying at first, over time, it oddly became quite soothing. Lu Mingzhao gave a restrained yawn, her eyes glistening with moisture, gazing at Xia Yan with a pitiful look and then pointing to her waist. Xia Yan chuckled softly, reaching out to gently massage her. After entering the city, he meticulously smoothed out the wrinkles on Lu Mingzhao's dress. The carriage slowly came to a halt, and Lu Mingzhao stepped down from the carriage with Xia Yan's assistance, using a stepping stool. Soon, maids and servant boys approached to welcome them. The maid accepted the invitation and escorted Lu Mingzhao to the women's section. The banquet was held in the lake pavilion, and they walked through a waterside corridor adorned with embroidered mats, with the frozen lake on either side blanketed in thick snow. In the distance, one could faintly make out a plum grove beyond the lake pavilion's walkway. The distance and the pervasive snow rendered the scenery blurry and surreal, making eyes feel dry. The three-story lake pavilion, with its flying eaves and brackets, stood in striking contrast to the white snow. The maid went into the lake pavilion to announce their arrival, and shortly after, the magistrate's wife, draped in opulent robes and encircled by a group of women, came forward to greet them. Lu Mingzhao thought to herself, this situation feels a bit awkward. Magistrate's wife, who might this young lady be? I don't believe I've seen her before. Lu Mingzhao wore a proper smile and curtsied to the magistrate's wife, saying, this humble woman, Xia Lu, pays her respects to the madam. Thank you for your graciousness and consideration, madam. The magistrate's wife smiled warmly and affectionately. There's no need for formalities. Then, quite naturally, she gently patted Lu Mingzhao's hand and drew her close. The women around the magistrate's wife discreetly made space, lavishing Lu Mingzhao with endless compliments, extolling her as if she were a goddess. Lu Mingzhao's expression stayed composed, her smile unwavering. She knew full well that these extravagant compliments were directed not at her, but at the magistrate's wife's hand resting on hers. In the small county of Chenghe, everyone showed due respect to the magistrate's wife. However, at the Plum Blossom Banquet, where officials, merchants, and scholars from Chenghe County congregated, all sorts of characters were present. She's merely a hunter's wife, what's there to boast about? She's out of place here. The voices were neither too loud nor too soft, as if deliberately suppressing private complaints, yet the emotions inadvertently raised the volume. A hunter's wife? The women were shocked. But seeing the magistrate's wife still affectionately holding Lu Mingzhao's hand, their eyes flickered, and they pursed their lips, remaining silent. Lu Mingzhao's gaze drifted toward the source of the voice, looking at the somewhat familiar face, and she smiled sweetly. Might I inquire about this madam's connection to the second son of the Sun residence? The magistrate's wife glanced at Lu Mingzhao out of the corner of her eye. She saw those clear and bright eyes slightly curved, filled with a smile, as if brimming with a dazzling pool of spring water. The snowlight outside the lake pavilion reflected in her eyes, creating shimmering ripples of light. Such eyes, truly full of life. What a striking beauty indeed. With such beauty, such temperament, and such grace, she should flourish in the capital city. What a shame. Yet, the youngling Marquis family is rather odd. After raising her for so many years, could such a grand marquisate really lack the means to support her? Guzhen had asked her to relay a message before returning to the capital, solely because her grandmother was a distant relative of the Gu family, tenuously connected by blood. A connection she could never have hoped to establish in her lifetime. A middle-aged woman, her hair adorned with a golden hairpin, huffed softly, "I am his mother." "What, are you here to make amends?" Madame Sun spoke with a hint of confidence. While merchants don't challenge officials, officials still rely on merchants' wealth. The Sun family's business has been expanding, and while they seek the magistrate's favor, the magistrate must also consider their influence. Ah, I see. That explains it. Lu Mingzhao lowered her gaze, her smile shining like a constellation of stars, her voice gentle yet crisp. Like the snow that drifted down silently last night. Appearing soft and weightless, as if harmless. But whether packed into a snowball or hardened into ice, it can strike with enough force to draw blood. Lu Mingzhao laughed genuinely, her laughter matching her inner feelings. No wonder. No wonder the second young master of the Sun family is so arrogant and clueless. Apologize? Your son owes me an apology. However, today is the magistrate's wife's plum blossom banquet. Let's not bring up personal matters and ruin the occasion. Lu Mingzhao's tone remained steady. Cheerful and straightforward, entirely justified. Through these few words, the women in the lake pavilion also came to understand Lu Mingzhao's identity. That young woman who recently filed a grievance, accusing the second young master of the Sun family of being unrepentant, forcibly taking common women, bullying the weak, and showing no regard for human life. See the jade string. Accusing the second young master of the Sun family isn't surprising. What's surprising is that with solid evidence, the accusation succeeded, and the second young master of the Sun family is still languishing in the county jail. For a moment, the women looked at Lu Mingzhao with complex expressions. Some revered her, some were intrigued and impressed, and others frowned in disdain. The magistrate's wife considered for a moment. Madame Sun, the plum blossom banquet emphasizes a serene and peaceful state of mind. Let's not mar the beauty heaven has bestowed. What do you think? Madame Sun gripped her handkerchief tightly, her eyes nearly bulging out, but she dared not directly refute. She reluctantly said, "Of course, we must respect the magistrate's wife's face." Plum blossoms, proud and pure, brave frost and snow. Some people's presence here is likely inappropriate. I revealed her identity for your benefit. The magistrate's wife was displeased, her smile fading, truly showing the dignity of an official's wife. Her favoritism towards Lu Mingzhao was glaringly obvious, yet Madame Sun kept hopping around like a grasshopper. Had her husband not repeatedly emphasized that the eldest son of the Sun family, Sun Jia, was extraordinary, she would have already ordered the maids to escort Madame Sun out. Lu Mingzhao smiled softly and shook her head gently at the magistrate's wife. It's all right. The magistrate's wife blinked, her silent question hanging in the air. Lu Mingzhao nodded once more. At once, the magistrate's wife felt reassured. In what way is it inappropriate? Flies don't land on an uncracked egg, Madame Sun blurted out. Xia Lu should examine her own faults. Lu Mingzhao's smile blossomed like a flower. You are not a fish, how can you know the joy of fish? Madame Sun's familiarity with the habits of flies is truly remarkable. Madame Sun, there's no need to belittle your son like this. Since you're the fly, you get to decide. Unlike Madame Sun's gnashing teeth and sharp tone, Lu Mingzhao's smile never faltered, her voice gentle and soft, like a spring breeze. But it was precisely this gentle, composed, and polite voice that did not lose ground in this confrontation. A hint of amusement flashed in the magistrate's wife's eyes. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed on Madame Sun's behalf. Before this, she didn't know she had the habit of feeling embarrassed for others. The magistrate's wife beckoned to a maid nearby, whispered a few instructions, and the maid responded, curtsied, and left. Madame Sun, furious and humiliated, said, "You little harlot, with your clever words and flattering manner." Madame Sun. Lu Mingzhao straightened her expression. I didn't want to spoil the enjoyment of this plum blossom banquet by bringing up your son's filth. But Madame Sun insists on lashing out without reason. If I keep backing down, it'll only fuel gossip and make people think I'm guilty and weak. Is Madame Sun so upset because she thinks her son's actions are blameless, or does she doubt the magistrate's fairness despite the solid evidence? Or is this just how the Sun family operates? You can act wicked and violent, but you can't stand others defending themselves? At this, Lu Mingzhao chuckled and sighed. It's no surprise, after all, the second young master of the Sun family is always going on about Sun for half a day, as if the whole sky were filled with those words. Madame Sun, I've done nothing wrong. Madame Sun was so furious she nearly ripped her handkerchief, shaking but unable to muster a strong comeback. She jabbed a finger at Lu Mingzhao, seething. Lu Mingzhao smiled softly, stepped forward, and curtsied to the ladies. I'm sorry for ruining the mood, my apologies to everyone. You're so well-mannered, even when wronged. Your upbringing truly shows, the magistrate's wife remarked. Lu Mingzhao smiled. You're the judge of that. Outside the lake pavilion, along the waterside corridor, a man seemed to be walking there. Looking closer, the magistrate, in a brocade robe and crane cloak, led the way, trailed by several young men each with their own charm. A maid arrived to announce their presence, and the wind-blocking curtains were drawn back. Standing beside the magistrate's wife, Lu Mingzhao had a clear view of the newcomers. Her Yen and her second brother, walking through the snow, were absolutely mesmerizing. Forget the plum blossoms, let's admire Yen and the second brother. They're more beautiful than any flower. The magistrate's wife, struck by the newcomer's poise, gently patted Lu Mingzhao's hand and whispered, I didn't want you to be wronged, so I had the maid fetch you in Madame Sun's family. The one in the black robe and jade crown is Madame Sun's eldest son, Sun Jia, a righteous man. He won't cover for his mother. Your public spat with the second young master of the Sun family has stirred up rumors and gossip, tarnishing your reputation. If the eldest son of the Sun family handles this fairly, it'll only help you. Lu Mingzhao nodded, listening quietly without comment. Is this the so-called clear and cold jade string of the Sun family? He's certainly well regarded, even the magistrate's wife sings his praises. A paragon of virtue. honest and upright. The young man next to the eldest son of the Sun family is my son, Su Qingxing, quite the troublemaker. Lu Mingzhao frowned. This wasn't something to agree with. The magistrate's wife may complain about her own son, but if she agreed, it would truly be inappropriate. Sincerity is rooted within, purity is displayed without. Washing away the impurities, both inside and out like frost and snow. Master Su surely embodies the essence of Qingxing not. Lu Mingzhao's voice was gentle, her tone earnest, lending an air of credibility. The magistrate's wife's smile deepened, though she said, that troublemaker stirs up chaos daily, and I'm nearly at my wit's end. Then, she shifted the topic. Those two must be your brother, Scholar Lu, and Mr. Xia, correct? Such fine figures, as handsome as jade, exuding extraordinary grace. She knew nothing about Xia Yan. But she had long heard of Lu Yao. His splendid writings, each word a pearl, a distinguished guest among scholars and poets. Seeing him today, he truly lives up to his reputation. With such a brother, Lu Mingzhao might well regain her standing in the capital. The magistrate's wife's inner judgment unknowingly leaned further in favor of Lu Mingzhao. You are too kind, Lu Mingzhao replied modestly. The waterside corridor finally ended, and Lu Mingzhao and the magistrate's wife stopped exchanging compliments. Your humble servant, Xia Lu, pays respects to the magistrate. The magistrate, draped in a crane feather cloak, exuded an air of ethereal grace, saying, no need for formalities. Jia, weren't you keen to apologize in person? Sun Jia complied, bowing his head and clasping his hands. I am Sun Jia, here to apologize on behalf of my wayward brother to Madame Xie. My brother has repeatedly erred, it is my failure in discipline. Lu Mingzhao blinked, pretending to be puzzled. I have a question, I hope the eldest son of the Sun family can enlighten me. Please, go ahead. I am young and naive, I don't know whether to believe your words or your mother's. Sun Jia lowered his head, his brow slightly furrowed. With Xie Yan and Lu Yao arriving together, the maids leading the way and the magistrate remained silent. Lu Mingzhao gently reminded, your mother said that this unworthy one should know better and apologize to the second young master of the Sun family, saying that flies don't land on a seamless egg, and I should examine my own faults. Fine words cost nothing. I get the idea of cutting people some slack, but I can't keep compromising myself just to satisfy the Sun family's wishes. The eldest son of the Sun family, can you truly make decisions on behalf of your mother? Lu Mingzhao's soft-spoken words turned the tables. No one knew how Sun Jia, this paragon of virtue, would respond. Sun Jia's hands were hidden deep in his wide sleeves, clenched into fists, the veins on the back of his hands standing out. His head was bowed, and no one could see his expression. To those watching, it just looked like he had remarkable self-control. Meanwhile, Xia Yan's expression darkened. Lu Yao, the exiled immortal, with his impassive and icy demeanor, also seemed to radiate a certain coldness. The magistrate's wife was overwhelmed with emotions, her spirit serene and her bones chilled, untainted by worldly worries. In a way, both Xie Yan and Lu Yao embodied the essence of winter snow. One was stern and ruthless. The mournful wind of late winter, the snow that blotted out the sun all day. Listening closely, there was silence, but visually, everything was pure and white. The other was cold and proud. Opening the door in the morning to see the mountains blanketed in snow, the sky clear and the sunlight icy. Neither was ordinary. Sun Jia raised his head, calm and composed. I am dutiful and respectful to my elders, but I value justice and truth even more. My mother loves her children deeply, and her worry has caused her to speak out of turn. But a son does not criticize his mother's mistakes. It is entirely my oversight and failure. I hope Madame Xie will allow me and the Sun family a chance to make things right. Lu Mingzhao smiled without speaking. Nice try, still using the concern leads to mistakes excuse. How is this any different from a mother excusing her misbehaving child by saying, he's just a kid, don't make a big deal out of it. What a paragon of virtue. In the crowd, Madame Sun tried to make herself inconspicuous. Jie had strictly forbidden her from attending the plum blossom banquet, and she had hurried here only after he left. She could already picture the scene after the banquet, when Jie would come home and berate her like a wolf pup. Being a mother to this degree is truly humiliating. Is Magistrate Su out of his mind or what? A perfectly fine plum blossom banquet with separate seating for men and women, and he had to go and stir up all this drama. Eldest son of the Sun family, there's no need to be so submissive. My issues with the second young master of the Sun family were resolved in court. Today, hearing your fair and just words to restore my shaky reputation is more than enough. What's done is done, and rehashing it won't do any good. She could easily spout such empty, pretty words. Besides, I'm not the one who needs to be compensated. From now on, let's stick to new topics. So, no matter who from the Sun family crosses her again, she won't hold back. After all, business is business. Madam Xia, you're a true heroine, and I admire you, Sun Jia said, cupping his hands again. Magistrate Su clapped lightly. It's better to settle disputes than to let them fester. Once it's out in the open, it's easier to talk about. The lake pavilion's scenery is truly unmatched, with a misty, almost magical atmosphere. Why not set up a screen to divide it, with the men's seats here for poetry, music, painting, and enjoying the plum blossoms? What do you think? He had also taken a stack of silver notes from Sun Jia, so he had to make sure things went smoothly. He couldn't let Sun Jia humble himself to make peace, only for the careless Madame Sun to cause more trouble and make things worse. With Sun Jia here, Madame Sun should watch her tongue. On one side was Sun Jia, full of potential, and on the other was Lu Mingzhao, out of her depth. He wanted to play both sides. Not to mention, Lu Mingzhao had a talented brother. This tangled web of relationships required his careful handling. Having shared a bed for years, the magistrate's wife knew her husband well and smiled, of course. Her favor towards Lu Mingzhao didn't mean she had turned her back on Sun Jia. She still had to consider her husband's feelings. At her command, the maids and servants brought foldable screens to divide the lake pavilion, surrounded by water and serene scenery. Before sitting down, Xia Yan gave Lu Mingzhao a wink. Lu Mingzhao shook her head, signaling she hadn't lost out. In a battle of wits, she wouldn't lose. If it came to knives, as long as it wasn't against an expert, she could hold her own. She had everything from pots and pans to knives and axes. Xia Yan relaxed, and the tension in his brow eased. Seeing this, Lu Yao smiled, his voice barely audible. You really trust Cao Cao? Yes, I trust her, Xia Yan replied, unbothered by the teasing, his stern face softening. It was strange, yet it felt right. For some reason, Lu Yao suddenly remembered the first time he met Xia Yan. Thinking back, it must have been a winter day 2 years ago. It was a snowy day, with pristine white snow blanketing the rooftops and streets of Changxi village. Everyone in Changxi village assumed Xia Yan had left his kids with Granny Qi while he went off into the mountains for days on end. But in the dead of night, when everything was still except for the howling wind and the heavy snow, Xia Yan came back from outside the village. With a flick of his hand, he broke the neck of the person tailing him. The hot red blood spilled onto the snow, freezing and turning black in an instant. Expressionless, Xia Yan dragged the lifeless body into the vast mountains. If not for his light-colored robes and the distance, with the wind muffling his breath, Xia Yan might have killed him on the spot. The bright red blood, the endless white snow, and the cold, unyielding Xia Yan made for a scene that was both eerie and oddly harmonious. Oddly enough, he felt no fear or terror in his heart. As he stared at the grotesque scar on his right hand, remembered the struggle of relearning to write with his left, and saw the clueless look in Xiao Xian's eyes, a thrill stirred within him. From that moment, he knew without a doubt that he wanted Lu Miao dead. And from then on, he was certain that Xia Yan, who'd settled in Changxi village, was hiding a big secret. But he never expected Xia Yan would end up as his brother-in-law. Xia Yan was a strange one, no doubt. When he killed, he was cold, decisive, and ruthless, like human life meant nothing to him. Yet, this same villain would lend a hand to the villagers of Changxi, saving people like Lu Mingzhao and others. As Lu Mingzhao clung to Xia Yan, he watched coldly as the murderous glint in Xia Yan's eyes grew sharper. But Lu Mingzhao was a local, and her entanglement with Xia Yan had stirred up enough gossip that Xia Yan, weighed down by his secrets, couldn't act recklessly. It seemed Lu Mingzhao's marriage would lead to her quietly disappearing. With Lu Mingzhao's personality, it was either she'd drag Xia Yan to his grave, or he'd take her out first. To everyone's surprise, Lu Mingzhao wasn't even a Lu by blood. She broke off the engagement to find her real family, dodging disaster. Honestly, he'd felt a pang of regret back then. Later, when Cao Cao came back, he quietly objected to the engagement, saying they weren't a good match. But Cao Cao, considering his feelings, also found Xia Yan's looks appealing. When Xia Yan met Cao Cao, his murderous intent vanished like dew in the sun. For a moment, he looked like a young general, full of life and energy. So, after hashing it out with Xia Yan, he let it go. Was he your classmate? You've changed quite a bit in demeanor, Lu Yao teased with a hint of implication. Xia Yan pretended not to catch the underlying meaning in Lu Yao's words and replied with a smile, after second brother marries, his demeanor will change too. Lu Yao, change isn't always necessary. Behind the lake pavilion, a vast plum grove was in full bloom, standing resolutely under the frost and snow, with a faint, delicate fragrance blending into the wind and snow, permeating the air. The magistrate's wife had organized a grand and exquisite plum viewing banquet. On the stone benches inside the lake pavilion, warm brocade cushions were carefully arranged. In a quiet corner, maids were diligently burning incense and brewing tea, their movements skilled and meticulous. Additionally, on the corner of each table, there were delicate white porcelain vases, each holding a few branches of plum blossoms, standing elegantly in the vases, exuding a unique charm. When the time arrived, the magistrate's wife clapped her hands softly, and the maids entered in a procession, bearing various dishes. One dish was translucent stewed pork, melting in the mouth, making mouths water. Another dish, auspicious bird presenting blessings, was carved so vividly it seemed ready to take flight, with the sauce drizzled over it emitting a fresh and sweet aroma. The remaining dishes were also crafted with great ingenuity, perfect in color, aroma, flavor, and presentation. Magistrate Su and his wife held jade cups, the warm wine swirling inside, reflecting the snowlight that filtered into the lake pavilion, resembling shimmering light leaping gold. On both sides of the screen, they raised their cups in unison. Lu Mingzhao did the same. The warm wine in her cup emitted a wisp of steam, misting her clear and bright eyes, with a smile continuously spreading in their depths. Well, being a lover of beauty didn't stop her from also loving fine food. Beauty and fine food, different paths to the same end. With such delicacies and fine wine, Lu Mingzhao suddenly felt that the ordeal of riding a carriage through the snowy weather had disappeared. As for Madame Sun's crude words, they were like the wind and snow outside the window, passing by without leaving a trace. At the men's table, Su Qingxing and Sun Jia sat side by side. Su Qingxing swirled the warm plum wine in his cup, leaning slightly towards Sun Jia. Brother Sun, the Lu family is being too aggressive. As a woman, she shows no thought of being gentle, obedient, respectful, or chaste. The past is unchangeable, no matter how extraordinary the Lu family once was, it's all in the past, yet she seems unable to recognize the situation, unwilling to lower her head or bend her back. You personally apologized, and she dared to counterattack. If the Yongning Marquis family cherished the decade-long nurturing affection for the Lu family, how could they bear to let her leave the capital in disgrace? I've heard that the Lu family cried, made a scene, and even banged her head against the wall to stay in the Yongning Marquis family, but what was the result? Su Qingxing's voice carried more indignation than mockery, but it was still unpleasant to hear. Sun Jia's hand, holding the chopsticks, paused briefly. A cold glint flickered in his downcast eyes, then, unhurriedly, he set down the chopsticks and sipped some light wine. The mistake is Jipeng's. As the eldest brother, I have an unavoidable duty. Qingxing, a true gentleman, praises others' good points and doesn't gossip about their flaws. You're set to take the imperial exams next fall. Scholars care about their good name, follow proper manners, and build strong character. You need to watch what you say and do in public. If this backbiting gets out, it could really hurt you. His deputy sent to the capital also sent back a letter. Word was spreading fast about Lu Mingzhao, the Yongning Marquis family's fake daughter, threatening suicide. At the same time, the Yongning Marquis madam openly showed her sympathy for Lu Mingzhao. Even if it was just for show, it meant the Yongning Marquis family wanted to keep up appearances and wouldn't bother Lu Mingzhao right now. As long as they didn't cut ties completely, Lu Mingzhao could still lean on the Yongning Marquis family's clout. In addition, Lu Mingzhao had once been engaged to Gu Huai, the heir of the Duke's family. Rumor had it that the Duke's family heir treated Lu Mingzhao with cold indifference. The person who drove to Changxi village that day was likely Guzhen, the Duke's family's true daughter. People said Guzhen and Lu Mingzhao didn't get along and often butted heads. Now it looks like those rumors were just idle gossip to entertain folks. Whether it was the Yongning Marquis family or the Duke's family, as long as they were willing to extend a bit of their influence to Lu Mingzhao, then Lu Mingzhao was worth his careful consideration. Su Qingxing frowned, downed the plum wine in one go, and said, "Brother son, you're like family. We've known each other for years, and what bugs me most about you is how you always take the blame. You're always off on business trips. What's Sun Jipeng's problem got to do with you? Even if someone needs to apologize, it shouldn't be you." Sun Jia smiled easily, casually pouring wine for Su Qingxing, and said, "Qingxing, I've noticed your mom treats Xie Lu really well. Seems like your mom really likes Xie Lu. Don't let any hard feelings towards Xie Lu because of me make things tough for your mom." Su Qingxing let out a scoff, his young face twisted with disdain and arrogance. He glanced around and leaned closer to Sun Jia, lowering his voice, "Honestly, brother son, if Miss Gu from the Duke's family hadn't asked my mom to look out for her, my mom wouldn't have bothered. Does she think that with just a word from Miss Gu of the Duke's family, she can do as she pleases and look down on others?" Sun Jia's eyes flickered, and the scattered beads in his heart finally came together. No wonder he felt that Magistrate Su's attitude towards him was becoming more and more ambiguous. "Then we must not trouble your mother," Sun Jia said without showing any emotion. A shadow flashed in Xie Yan's deep and cold eyes. The Sun family's jade string is nothing more than this. Every word and sentence seemed casual and harmless, but in reality, they were all probing, fishing for information, and trying to win him over. Sun Jia's mind was spinning non-stop, while Magistrate Su's son was still indignantly pouring out his heart. Lu Yao keenly sensed the change in Xie Yan, as if frost had descended upon him. His cool eyebrows couldn't help but lift slightly, and his fingers bent slightly, lightly tapping the table. The sound was very soft and would not disturb anyone. "What's the matter?" It is said that martial artists have sharp ears and eyes. With Xie Yan's level of effortless skill, he must be close to having the eyes of a hawk and the ears of a wolf. Xie Yan glanced sideways, his thin lips parting slightly. "Is Su Qingxing your classmate?" "Sort of," Lu Yao replied, puzzled. "Idiot." Lu Yao was momentarily stunned. He subtly glanced at Su Qingxing, not far away, whose lips were moving with a mocking and hostile expression. It seemed Su Qingxing had just spoken some harsh words. Lu Yao swirled his wine cup lightly, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He exchanged a glance with Xie Yan, "Brother-in-law, out of both courtesy and principle, we should toast Su Qingxing, don't you think?" Xie Yan nodded, "I was thinking the same thing." Xie Yan and Lu Yao stood up together, wine cups in hand, and walked side by side towards Su Qingxing. Magistrate Su, seated at the head of the table, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Su Qingxing, however, felt a knot in his stomach, eyeing the approaching figures with a mix of fear and panic. After all, he had just been badmouthing Lu Mingzhao behind her back. "Lu Yao, what brings you here?" Lu Yao replied coolly but politely, to propose a toast. Su Qingxing remained tense. Before studying under a renowned scholar in the prefecture, he had attended Qingyun Academy, where he was barely considered Lu Yao's classmate. Yes, a classmate as cold and distant as snow on a mountain peak. Even if he was being pushy, so what? At that time, Lu Yao wore a faded blue scholar's robe, with a casually picked branch tying his hair, always with a book in hand, either reading or transcribing. The teachers at Qingyun Academy said that Lu Yao was dialoguing with ancient sages on his journey of 10,000 miles. He secretly mocked Lu Yao for being poor but acting high and mighty, thinking that if he had the ability, he should really go on a study tour of 10,000 miles. What good was clutching a tattered book? It was ridiculous. But Lu Yao had only been at Qingyun Academy for a year when, starting from February of the following year, he passed the county, prefecture, and academy exams, topping the list to earn the title of scholar. He thought bitterly that even as a top scholar, he was still just a scholar. He was a scholar too, and he didn't see himself as any less than Lu Yao. Until he accidentally learned that Lu Yao planned to take the provincial exam the following autumn in one go, and all the academy teachers believed he had the ability to pass, he grew even more jealous. Before he knew it, that poor guy in old robes had become famous across Changhe County, and even his father kept urging him to befriend Lu Yao. Was it that he didn't want to get along? It was just that Lu Yao, though poor, had too much pride, leaving no way to get close. He even tried the cheesy, lowbrow trick of rescuing a scholar, but Lu Yao saw right through it and disdainfully shot back 2 words. "Fool." He was livid, pacing and pounding his chest, unable to sleep at night. But before he could get his revenge, Lu Yao's hand was ruined, never able to hold a pen again, much less write those bold, elegant characters. Amid his jealousy and rage, he also felt a strange pang of regret. He thought, maybe he was just upset that his father couldn't notch another educational achievement. Lu Yao was from Changhe County, and if he passed the imperial exam, his father, the county magistrate, would get another feather in his cap. Lu Yao hadn't been back to Qingyun Academy in ages, and months later, his name slowly disappeared from the teachers' conversations. He also used his father's connections to study under a renowned scholar in the prefecture, preparing for the provincial exam. And Lu Yao, like a shooting star, was gone in a flash. The next time he heard Lu Yao's name was late last summer, when Lu Yao's essays became all the rage. Hearing this, he was utterly shocked. After hundreds of days and nights, Lu Yao returned to Qingyun Academy, and his strong and elegant handwriting reappeared in his left hand. Good news, he had a chance to prove he wasn't a fool. Bad news, Lu Yao still cast a long shadow over the scholars of Changhe County. Uncontrollably, he became envious again. Lu Mingzhao's mouth was really similar to Lu Yao's. No wonder they were siblings. "You're toasting me?" Suddenly, Su Qingxing put on airs, his eyebrows and eyes full of arrogance. It seems that the exiled immortal of Qingyun Academy has learned the ways of the world after falling into the mud. Xie Yin frowned. Why does this tone feel so off? It doesn't sound like plain sarcasm, more like a mix of provocation, bragging, and a touch of smugness. Old friends? As Xie Yin was pondering, Lu Yao looked up. From a distance, I noticed Su Qingxing rambling on and on. As a former classmate, I was concerned Su Qingxing might strain his voice. Su Qingxing's face immediately turned uneasy. Wasn't he speaking quietly enough? Did I say something wrong? Su Qingxing snapped. Lu Mingzhao doesn't let up when she's right, humiliating Sun Jia in front of everyone. As the saying goes, dealing with petty people and women is a nightmare. Is it okay for her to act out, but not for me to speak up? What, are you and your hunter brother-in-law really going to blow this out of proportion? Lu Yao's so particular, how'd he end up with a hunter who spends his days wrestling wild animals? Did getting hurt change who he is? This hunter's got nothing going for him except his looks. Xia Yan said in a deep voice. Su Qingxing, huh? My name's Xia Yan, the yen is in years of sharing the same inkstone. I don't care what your name is, are you making fun of the phony friendship between me and Lu Yao? Forgive him, he just can't wrap his head around Su Qingxing's logic. Su Qingxing, you're saying my wife doesn't back down when she's right? Seems like you know the Sun family was in the wrong too. So why are you acting so high and mighty? As for embarrassing the eldest son of the Sun family, Xia Yan's gaze fell on Sun Jia's face. Does the eldest son of the Sun family feel the same way? My wife never expected the eldest son of the Sun family to step up and take the blame. Your mother's public insults were still ringing in the air when the eldest son of the Sun family came in with an apology. Isn't it natural for my wife to be baffled? Even if my wife was pushing back, what's the issue? Does the eldest son of the Sun family think a half-hearted apology fixes everything? If it's not a genuine mistake, why stage a public apology? If it weren't for the eldest son of the Sun family's reputation as a gentleman, even a crude hunter like me would suspect that the eldest son of the Sun family is trying to use public opinion to force my wife to comply. Words and actions should be consistent to deserve the title of a gentleman. We came to toast as a friendly gesture, only to be met with this disgusting talk. However, this toast is still for Su Qingxing and the eldest son of the Sun family. After all, you've worked hard. Lu Yao spread his hands, his eyes filled with a gentle smile, his cold face looking utterly innocent. We really just wanted to toast Magistrate Su and his wife for their hospitality, and to admire the eldest son of the Sun family's noble character. Looks like we overstepped. Lu Yao tilted his head back and drained the warm wine in his cup. Su Qingxing's face flushed, but his eyes were drawn to Lu Yao's fingers gripping the wine cup. This scar is truly frightening. Sun Jie was also at a loss for words. Qingxing and I absolutely did not mean that. It's a misunderstanding, Brother Lu and Brother Xie. Lu Yao suddenly realized, so it was just Su Qingxing's own words. To Magistrate Su, this scene looked like a group of similarly aged individuals hitting it off, wishing they had met earlier. We won't keep Mr. Su and the eldest son of the Sun family any longer with our heartfelt conversation. Xia Yan and Lu Yao didn't give Sun Jie any room to respond, waving their sleeves and turning to leave. Not listening, the turtle recites sutras. Su Qingxing blinked, torn between anger and confusion. What does Lu Yao mean? The look in Lu Yao's eyes was just like when he had called him an idiot years ago. He had studied under a great scholar, excelled in his studies, and was sure to pass next year's autumn examinations. How dare Lu Yao look down on him? Sun Jie, why has Su Qingxing's brain suddenly stopped working? Qingxing, you've suffered because of me. Su Qingxing, caught up in his emotions, didn't hear Sun Jie's words at all. Su Qingxing slowly stood up, walked to the window, and felt the cool breeze, calming down bit by bit. He reflected on the earlier conversation, his mind filled with thoughts. That hunter, Xia, though his attitude was bad and his words harsh, upon reflection, wasn't entirely wrong. And he, as a scholar, after a few drinks, had spoken ill of women behind their backs, going against the sage's teachings. But what did Lu Yao mean by that last snide comment? From what he knew of Lu Yao rarely spoke without a purpose. So frustrating. At his mother's plum blossom viewing banquet, he was scolded outright. Brother Sun, do you think I'm sticking my nose where it doesn't belong? Falling into the water. Su Qingxing's straightforward question, though direct, was not met with any malice. The gentle smile on Sun Jie's lips faltered slightly, the warmth in his eyes fading as the cold wind seeped through the window. After a moment, he collected himself and said, the phrase poking your nose into things is an insult to Qingxing's act of standing up for me. Qingxing, I know you truly and genuinely regard me as a friend. I'm willing to stand by you through any accusations or suspicions. Qingxing, we are best friends, aren't we? Outside the lake pavilion, the biting wind swept snowflakes across the frozen lake, swirling in the air and forming icy whirlwinds that rushed into the pavilion, bringing with them a bone-chilling cold. The charcoal brazier crackled with embers. Su Qingxing involuntarily shivered from the cold and quickly closed the window. "Brother Sun, have you also noticed that Lu Yao and Xie Yan have hidden agendas?" Sun Jie. "Sometimes, it's better not to dig too deep. When we both understand each other, silence often speaks louder than words." The plum blossom viewing banquet was primarily about the plum blossoms. Once the banquet ended, the guests filed out of the lake pavilion in an orderly manner, walking in small groups toward the plum grove. The embroidered carpet on the waterside corridor was dusted with a thin layer of snow and ice crystals, making a crunching sound underfoot while also being slightly slippery. The magistrate's wife wanted to keep an eye on Lu Mingzhao, but as the hostess of the plum blossom viewing banquet, she also had to attend to the other female guests, leaving her with little time to focus on Lu Mingzhao. Admiring plum blossoms in the snow was truly one of winter's greatest joys. Treading through the snow to admire the plum blossoms, with snowflakes adorning the branches and the red and white colors complementing each other, it felt like being in a fairyland. The plum blossoms, with their delicate beauty and pure elegance, seemed to stand unrivaled in beauty. Lu Mingzhao couldn't deny that the scene before her was unforgettable. However, the howling northwest wind, carrying snowflakes, relentlessly lashed against her face, as if she were being slapped repeatedly, and occasionally it felt as sharp as a knife. Her entire face became chapped, dry, tight, and red from the cold. After just a brief stroll through the plum grove, Lu Mingzhao was shivering. Looking out, the plum grove seemed endless. So, she pulled her cloak tighter and decided to find a secluded corner to quietly wait for the end of the plum blossom viewing banquet. The pavilion by the waterside corridor was a perfect, secluded spot. As Lu Mingzhao neared the lakeside, a sudden gust of wind hit her from behind. Instinctively sensing danger, she had no time to dodge. At the moment someone behind her collided with her, Lu Mingzhao quickly resolved to take someone down with her. Two figures tumbled heavily onto the icy, snow-covered lake. Lu Mingzhao clearly heard the sound of the ice cracking, a faint crunching noise. Immediately, the surface of the lake cracked with a dense network of lines, spreading rapidly and wildly. The woman beside her screamed in terror, flailing her arms in an attempt to grab onto the unbroken ice. However, this struggle was futile and only made the ice crack faster, making the situation increasingly dire. Under the ice, Lu Mingzhao kicked the woman and then grabbed a stone from a potted plant in the spatial supermarket, smashing it onto her head. She was the kind of person who settled scores right then and there. As Lu Mingzhao pondered whether to drop into the spatial supermarket or try to save herself using a method she had learned before, someone in the plum grove finally noticed the commotion on the lake and called for help. Her cloak, soaked with water, became incredibly heavy. It felt as if a stone were tied to her, dragging her deeper. After choking on several mouthfuls of icy water, Lu Mingzhao was rescued by Xie Yan, who had heard the commotion. Xie Yan patted her back as she coughed up mouthfuls of lake water. The wind blew, and Lu Mingzhao felt the cold cut through her to the bone. "Yan, she's the one who pushed me." Xie Yan's pitch-black eyes glared with icy fury as he looked at the unconscious figure beside them. Upon hearing the news, the magistrate's wife hurried over, already feeling overwhelmed. "Magistrate's wife, may I take my wife to change her clothes? Could you direct us to a suitable place?" Xie Yan, holding Lu Mingzhao, spoke in a voice colder than the wind. The magistrate's wife quickly replied, "Of course, right this way. Chunqing, take the guests to the Ziyuan garden." Ziyuan garden. Lu Mingzhao changed into the clothes provided by the magistrate's wife while Xie Yan dried her hair. In the room, the charcoal stove was burning brightly. "Yan," Lu Mingzhao whispered, looking up and gently grasping his wrist. She could feel him trembling beneath her touch. "Yan, I could have gotten out of there on my own." Xie Yan said, each word dripping with ferocity, "That person deserves to die." "She does deserve to die," Lu Mingzhao said without a hint of sympathy. Yen, I hit her when we were underwater. Xie Yan's expression remained stern. Mingzhao, when you're in danger, your first priority is to save yourself, not to seek revenge. No one could understand the terror he felt watching her cloak sink slowly into the lake. Lu Mingzhao was about to say more when a knock interrupted them. Chunxing entered, carrying a tray with a steaming white porcelain bowl. Madam Xia, this is the medicinal soup the mistress had me prepare to ward off the cold. The physician is ready. If Madam Xia needs anything, just let me know. Xia Yan stood up and took the medicinal soup. Miss Chuanqing, do you know who pushed me into the lake? How are they doing now? Lu Mingzhao tied up her long hair and asked curiously. Chuanqing looked down and replied softly, it was Miss Chu Ying, a cousin staying at the Sun residence. She calls Madam Sun her aunt. The doctor treated her, and she's out of danger, but she's still unconscious from hitting her head underwater. If Madam Xia is feeling up to it, maybe we could head to the flower hall. We need to settle the matter of the fall into the lake. Since Madam Xia is awake, she's in control of the situation. Chuanqing dropped a subtle hint. Lu Mingzhao nodded, thank you for the advice, Miss Chuanqing. Lu Mingzhao sipped some of the warming herbal soup, wrapped herself tightly in her cloak, and followed Chuanqing to the flower hall with Xie Yan. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Xie Yan, who looked like a bloodied sword unsheathed, its scabbard missing. The spacious flower hall was packed with people. Chow Chow, Lu Yao said with concern. Lu Mingzhao smiled faintly, her eyes warm, but her pale face after the fall gave her smile a fragile, sorrowful edge. I've inconvenienced the magistrate's wife. The magistrate's wife forced a smile, are you feeling unwell? What should have been a lovely plum blossom viewing turned into an accident, which was really unfortunate. Thank you for your concern. I suppose my body's been well cared for, Lu Mingzhao replied gracefully. The magistrate's wife silently agreed. As a noble lady from a wealthy family, raised to be a high-ranking matron, she's been nurtured with the best remedies since she was young. She may look delicate, but she's actually quite strong. Isn't that just heaven's blessing? The magistrate's wife looked up at Lu Mingzhao, who had been freshly groomed and tidied up. Her skin was as white as porcelain, pure as accumulated snow. Her eyes sparkled, her brows lively and spirited. Despite having just experienced a terrifying fall into the water, not a trace of fear, panic, or confusion showed on her face. No matter the storm, she stood firm. Such a temperament was wasted on a mere hunter. One had to wonder what extraordinary talent the true daughter must have to make the Duke's family agree to change the marriage arrangement without hesitation. But the Duke's family's decision wasn't for a distant relative like her to question. Her gaze swept over to Xia Yan, and she couldn't help but be taken aback. Madam Xia, do you recall what happened by the lake? After being offered a seat, a maid brought hot tea. Lu Mingzhao spoke calmly and methodically, to be frank, magistrate's wife, I have always had delicate skin and been sensitive to the cold. But your estate's plum grove is breathtaking, and I couldn't bear to miss it, so I wanted to find a spot where I could enjoy the red plums in the snow while also being somewhat sheltered from the wind. I was by the lake when someone pushed me from behind. As I fell, I grabbed the arm of the person who pushed me, and unfortunately, we both fell into the water. You're lying. Madam Sun's eyes were red. The guilty always accuse first. It's only because my Inger is unconscious and unable to defend herself that you can twist the truth here. How despicable. If she pushed you, why is she more hurt than you? Lu Mingzhao gently held the teacup, feeling the warmth emanating from it. She took a small sip of the hot tea, her eyelids lifting slightly as she said nonchalantly, isn't this heaven's justice, evil repaid with evil? By the way, I also want to ask why Miss Inger's heart is so cruel. No matter what you say, you pushed her into the lake, Madam Sun continued to accuse Lu Mingzhao. The lid of the teacup clinked lightly, producing a crisp sound. If that's what helps you sleep at night, go ahead. Madam Sun, I'll say something you might not like to hear, I'm not so incompetent as to fail at such a simple task, Lu Mingzhao said softly. Lu Mingzhao then shifted her tone, magistrate's wife, this could be seen as attempted murder. Even though I am just a commoner, I do not wish to bear the stigma of being a murderer. My testimony is being questioned at every turn by Madam Sun, and I find her accusations hard to accept as well. Though the spot seems deserted, it's not entirely hidden. There were many guests at the banquet today, and maids were coming and going frequently. Moreover, standing at the lake pavilion and looking out over the railing, one could see everything by the lake. Someone must have seen something by accident. I'll need your help to settle this. The magistrate's wife frowned slightly. I've asked the steward to question everyone. One incident after another, and the magistrate's wife was growing increasingly impatient with the Sun family. No matter how capable Sun Jia was, he couldn't withstand the Sun family's constant blunders. To the magistrate's wife, fine jade wouldn't risk itself against a rough stone unless it were foolish. It was clear that Lu Mingzhao's expression was pure and clear, and she was definitely not foolish or stupid. Time ticked by slowly. Lu Mingzhao's gaze swept over the people seated in the flower hall, and not seeing Sun Jia, her brow couldn't help but twitch. The housekeeper came to report that the maid responsible for burning incense and brewing tea in a corner of the lake pavilion during the plum blossom banquet had witnessed the scene from afar. Explain in detail what you saw, the magistrate's wife said sharply. Through the window of the lake pavilion, I saw Madame Lu and Miss Chu walking one after the other. Miss Chu slipped and fell toward Madame Lu. In her panic, Madame Lu grabbed Miss Chu's arm, and they both tumbled into the lake. Lu Mingzhao raised an eyebrow. This account was unexpected, much safer than directly accusing her outright. Could this be Sun Jia's doing? Blaming it all on a slippery accident. Even with other eyewitnesses, this solid testimony could make them doubt their own observations and accept it as a simple slip. After all, near the place where they fell into the water, she hadn't seen anyone else with her own eyes. Lu Mingzhao smiled and asked softly, really? Are you sure you saw it clearly? The maid nodded without hesitation, absolutely. Lu Mingzhao's smile remained unchanged. I didn't expect that a life-threatening incident was caused by the snow by the lake not being cleared in time, making the path slippery. She shook her head slightly, sighing. TSK, Miss Chu and I were just unlucky. The magistrate's wife's face clouded over. If it was an accident, then it was her negligence in organizing the plum blossom banquet. Lu Mingzhao gently ran her fingers over the teacup, her gaze thoughtful. Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, she spoke again, Madam Magistrate, I lied. The magistrate's wife was stunned. What do you mean? I didn't pull Miss Chu's arm. She fell into the lake with me due to momentum and couldn't stop. This maid doesn't seem to have seen very clearly either, Lu Mingzhao said playfully. Are you certain you saw me pull Miss Chu's arm? The maid hesitated, then insisted, yes. Are you sure? Yes. Lu Mingzhao exhaled lightly, her tone cheerful. Mystery solved, this maid is lying. How can you prove you didn't pull her? Madame Sun interjected impatiently. I did pull, but it was Miss Chu's ankle. The ankle and arm are quite different, surely you couldn't confuse them? Lu Mingzhao's gaze shifted to the magistrate's wife, continuing, Madam Magistrate, perhaps you could have a trusted maid examine Miss Chu's ankle for any remaining fingerprints. I was so terrified when I fell into the water that I couldn't control my strength for a moment. The magistrate's wife shot Chuanqing a glance, and Chuanqing curtsied before leaving. She returned shortly after and reported, Madam, Miss Chu Ying has a bruise in the shape of a finger on her ankle. Lu Mingzhao held out her hand. I don't mind comparing the fingerprints. But this still doesn't prove that Inger deliberately pushed Lu Mingzhao into the water, Madame Sun grumbled under her breath. The tea had gone cold, and Lu Mingzhao's patience was running out. Madame Sun must have quite a few confidants, don't you? Don't fret about the road ahead being unclear, the best will always be recognized. Following your heart and being true to yourself isn't wrong, but But you shouldn't act recklessly, ignoring others' lives. Why did she push me? Surely Madame Sun knows the answer? Who put you up to this? The magistrate's wife glared at the maid kneeling on the ground, her face burning with shame. Her maid had been bribed to smear the reputation of her invited guests. The maid kowtowed, insisting, "Madam, spare me. Maybe I saw it wrong from afar." Lu Mingzhao rose at the perfect moment. "The truth is coming to light, and I'll leave the rest to you." Magistrate's wife, "It's getting late, and the roads are treacherous. I should head home now." The magistrate's wife sighed heavily. "Once the truth comes out, I'll send someone reliable to Changshi village to fill you in on everything. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. You wanted to share the beauty of your home with others, which is truly generous. There's no fault in that. I'm grateful for the chance to experience such beauty. The blame lies with those who scheme in the shadows, unseen." Lu Mingzhao was a master of the art of conversation. "I thought you were merely foolish." With a series of neither subservient nor overbearing words, the magistrate's wife couldn't help but regard Lu Mingzhao even more highly. Lu Mingzhao, pragmatic and clear-headed. And being pragmatic and clear-headed is never a bad thing. As she was about to step out of the flower hall, Lu Mingzhao's eyes sparkled. She paused, half-turned, and the pearl hairpin in her bun swayed gently with her movement. "Madame Sun, our meeting is fate, not to mention such an entangled and intricate fate, it's only right to offer a good gift. The Sun family is rolling in wealth, surely they wouldn't care for the modest offerings of a hunter's wife like me, and I wouldn't dare to show off in front of Guangdong. Before parting, let me gift Madame Sun a couplet. Simply to express my sentiments. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Filial piety, brotherly love, loyalty, trust, propriety, righteousness, integrity. I offer this sincerely, no thanks necessary." After speaking, Lu Mingzhao pulled her cloak tighter and stepped down the stone steps outside the flower hall. On a snowy day, no matter how diligently the servants clean, the steps are always more slippery than usual, and Xie Yan carefully shielded her from the side. Following behind Lu Mingzhao, Lu Yao's eyes gleamed with mischief. "Mingzhao, your words are truly formidable. With Madame Sun's intelligence and learning, she would definitely not guess the subtle implications, and would most likely take it to the so-called jade string gentleman for clarification. This is no different from directly insulting the jade string gentleman. In winter, the temperature drops sharply at the hour of Shen. Outside the Su residence, there was a carriage more luxurious, spacious, and brighter than the one they came in. The wood used for the carriage was of excellent quality, and in the biting wind, it seemed to emit a faint, subtle fragrance, which was the natural scent of the wood, not from any incense. It was also carved with exquisite patterns, showcasing the craftsman's exceptional skill. In front of the carriage hung a crystal lantern, shining brightly. The horses pulling the carriage had glossy coats, tall and strong, full of vigor. Lu Mingzhao slightly furrowed her brows. The flattery was particularly obvious. This level of carriage was unique even in the magistrate's residence. "Mr. Su, what does this mean?" Lu Mingzhao slightly raised the corner of her eye, looking at Su Qingxing standing beside her, pretending not to understand. Su Qingxing's gaze was somewhat flickering. "Changshi village is remote and hard to travel, especially in the snow. This carriage is more suitable." Lu Mingzhao remained calm. Suddenly a flash of insight came to her. Was that maid's statement your idea? No wonder she always felt a sense of dissonance and discomfort. That statement was clever, but it had a feeling of running out of steam, not enough to showcase the jade string gentleman's strength. "Is this Mr. Su's compensation?" Lu Mingzhao asked knowingly. Having her true intentions exposed by Lu Mingzhao, Su Qingxing felt embarrassed, and unconsciously, his head hung even lower. Stunned for a moment, he stammered, "I don't know what you're talking about." Lu Mingzhao's lips curled up in a silent smile, glancing at Su Qingxing again and again. Xie Yan and Lu Yao, standing on either side, had an even worse impression of Su Qingxing. At first glance, their expressions seemed unchanged, but a closer look revealed a noticeable chill in their demeanor. Su Qingxing, pardon my oversight. Back then, I thought you were merely naive, yet still kind-hearted. Lu Yao's tone was calm and detached, seemingly devoid of any emotion. To Su Qingxing, it sounded like nothing but endless mockery and disdain. Given his temperament, he would have normally been furious and stomping about, but who could blame him for feeling guilty? He simply turned his face away, feigning ignorance of Lu Yao's words. Lu Mingzhao sighed softly, does Sun Jie know what you've done? Su Qingxing shook his head, then froze as he realized he had just confessed without being prompted. Lu Mingzhao immediately understood. If Sun Jie knew, he would handle the matter more thoroughly and properly. Even if he couldn't save Chu Ying, he could at least minimize the impact on the Sun family. Would Sun Jie be grateful to Su Qingxing? Outwardly, yes. But inwardly, he would only resent Su Qingxing for being more of a liability than an asset. Distant relatives are not as close as immediate family, and new friends cannot replace old ones. Lu Mingzhao had no intention of lecturing Su Qingxing on the deceptive nature of appearances. If Sun Jie could keep Su Qingxing in the dark indefinitely, that would be a testament to Sun Jie's skill. Conversely, if Su Qingxing, after enough setbacks and encounters, could eventually distinguish friend from foe, that would be a testament to Su Qingxing's skill. Su Qingxing, may I ask where Sun Jie is? Su Qingxing murmured, my father invited him to the study to introduce him to some old friends. So, Sun Jie was unaware of the news about Lu Mingzhao and Chu Ying falling into the water. Lu Mingzhao nodded slightly, I see. Su Qingxing, when your mother introduced you in the flower hall, I recalled the saying, true sincerity within, pure conduct without, cleansing all impurities, pure as snow inside and out. I accept your kindness. But this only means I won't dwell on your petty schemes, not that I forgive the Sun family for their actions against me. I understand your loyalty to your friends, Su Qingxing, and I hope you can also understand my fear and anger in the face of mortal danger. What a lesson to learn loyalty to the point of self-sacrifice. In later generations, middle school textbooks clearly outline the principles of friendship. Discern right from wrong, distinguish between correct and incorrect, choose friends carefully, seek beneficial friendships, avoid harmful ones, and even in loyalty to friends, one must adhere to principles. Su Qingxing hung his head in silence, offering no reply to Lu Mingzhao. Lu Mingzhao seemed indifferent. She stepped onto the footstool, took Xie Yan's hand, and climbed into the carriage. The exterior of the carriage was luxurious, and the interior was even more meticulously designed. Lu Mingzhao couldn't help but feel a slight sense of surprise. Lu Yao. Just as Lu Yao was about to step into the carriage, Su Qingxing suddenly spoke. Lu Yao's expression remained unchanged, and he continued walking, directly entering the carriage. Despite Su Qingxing's internal struggles and conflicts, his actions still hurt Lu Mingzhao. He once told Lu Mingzhao that deeds matter more than thoughts, and one should always be consistent. Su Qingxing felt even more embarrassed, his face turning red. Lu Yao, next year's autumn imperial exams, I will definitely not lose to you. Su Qingxing received no response, not even a single word in return. The carriage moved forward slowly, fading into the distance until it disappeared from view. Su Qingxing felt a surge of complex, bitter emotions filling his chest, making it hard to breathe, while also feeling awkward, angry, and ashamed all at once. Once again, he felt inferior in front of Lu Yao. Perhaps, it wasn't just Lu Yao. Su Qingxing gasped for air, but the gazes of those three people kept flashing through his mind. One pair of eyes was as bright and clear as a spring, pure and transparent. Another gaze was as cold as frost, utterly unruffled. The third pair of eyes was as sharp as a blade, cutting straight to his heart. Under such gazes, his actions felt like a joke. He just wanted to clean up Brother Sun's mess, to smooth Brother Sun's path to achieving his lifelong ambitions. How could someone as upright and gentle as Brother Sun be dragged down by those from the Sun family? Young master, what are you doing here? I've been searching for you for a while. Madam has summoned you. Just as Su Qingxing's mind was in chaos, Chuanxing's voice came from behind. Lu Mingzhao was up to no good. The carriage was surrounded by soft and thick fur cushions, with multiple layers of brocade and cotton meticulously sewn on the surface. Even without the warmth of a charcoal brazier, there was no hint of coldness. This small space was both comfortable and relatively private. By lowering their voices slightly, their conversation would not be overheard by the coachman. Chow Chow, Su Qingxing isn't a bad person at heart. Lu Yao held a warm heating pad, leaning against the thick cushion, speaking in a soft, distant tone. Lu Mingzhao responded gently, not a bad person, but he's not great at judging character, keeps bad company, and doesn't think clearly. I thought second brother had some issues with him, but I didn't expect you to be defending him. Lu Mingzhao lounged lazily against her shoulder, her voice carrying a faint smile. Lu Yao raised an eyebrow. You've got him pretty well figured out. If he knew, he might even consider you a confidant. He would never admit to hearing hard truths, Lu Mingzhao retorted with a hint of annoyance. In the comfortable carriage, Lu Mingzhao gradually relaxed, her demeanor becoming more natural, with a rare relaxed look on her face. Xia Yan reached out and tucked a stray strand of her hair behind her ear, but he would accept second brother's goodwill. If second brother is willing to make a move, it's not impossible for him to surpass others later. Lu Mingzhao blinked, teasing, sounds like there's more to this story. Just classmates, not close ones, Lu Yao replied, fiddling with the small heating pad in his palm, his tone indifferent. Lu Mingzhao smiled without saying more. The carriage moved further away, leaving the territory of the Su residents. Lu Mingzhao sat inside, idly stroking her smooth chin, a faint smile playing on her lips. Her eyes blinked occasionally, sometimes staring ahead as if deep in thought. However, mischievous ideas bubbled up in her mind like a little spring, quickly forming a stream of thoughts that wouldn't stop. I've got a little idea. Lu Mingzhao sat up straight, her gaze sweeping over Xia Yan and Lu Yao. Lu Yao said bluntly, are you sure it's only a little idea? Not something bad, right? Well, it's quite small. Most people wouldn't even catch it, Lu Mingzhao declared confidently. Xia Yan chimed in, it's only fair to return the favor. A bigger idea might not be a bad thing. Lu Yao glanced sideways at Xia Yan, noticing a hint of infatuation messing with his judgment. Xia Yan. Lu Yao quietly reminded him. He knew Xia Yan had grand ambitions, but before he's ready to spread his wings, it was best to remain hidden. Xia Yan replied softly, small moves won't get their attention. Lu Yao thought about it and nodded, seeing the logic. Lu Mingzhao frowned, her suspicious eyes darting between Xia Yan and Lu Yao. You two are hiding more and more from me. TSK, I feel like I'm totally out of place here. Xia Yan, you're not. Lu Yao, cut the act. Lu Mingzhao pouted, what a buzzkill. So, what's your little idea? Lu Yao got back to the main topic. He worried Mingzhao might get so caught up she'd forget the main point. No doubt, it's totally possible. Hearing this, Lu Mingzhao straightened up, placed a hand on each of their heads, and the three huddled together, whispering for a moment. Xia Yan and Lu Yao's expressions grew increasingly odd. They looked both awestruck and a bit horrified. When Xia Yan and Lu Yao didn't react, the enthusiastic Lu Mingzhao suddenly doubted herself. Is it not doable? Lu Mingzhao frowned slightly, lacking confidence. Okay, maybe I oversimplified it. Let me come up with another idea. Lu Mingzhao's face fell in disappointment. She thought it was a killer move, but Xia Yan and Lu Yao weren't impressed. The hero is defeated before the battle even begins, leaving him in tears. Where did you learn about this weird stuff? Lu Yao was the first to speak. Lu Mingzhao listlessly replied, I picked it up from some random books. If those books are right, it could work. Xia Yan said decisively. Lu Mingzhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xia Yan continued, we keep reacting passively. Even though we're holding our own, it's still annoying. If this plan works, the son's family will take a serious hit. Businessmen are superstitious about mysterious stuff. If this gets out, anyone doing business with the son's family will play it safe, better to believe than not. Everyone wants good luck, right? Who'd risk bad luck? This plan pulls the rug out from under them. Mingzhao, you're really sharp. Let's swing by the house near Qingyun Academy. I'll fill Uncle Chen in, and he'll handle the arrangements. Lu Mingzhao thought of the old, disabled man and blurted, "Is that old guy the sweeping monk?" Sweeping monk? Xia Yan looked confused. Lu Mingzhao succinctly explained, "Looks ordinary, but actually, it's a mystery. Has a lot of smarts, but keeps it under wraps." "Kind of," Xia Yan replied flatly. "I'll leave it to you, second brother, to come up with a reason to swing by Qingyun Academy." Lu Yao nodded, cracking the door open. "I forgot some books at Qingyun Academy. Mind taking me there first, driver?" The wind was biting cold. Lu Yao thought for a moment and took out 20 copper coins to hand over. Driving on a day this cold was no joke. The Su household's monthly pay was one thing, but these 20 coins were a bonus for the detour. The driver pocketed the coins with a grin and nodded. As the carriage door closed, a gust of cold wind snuck in, making Lu Mingzhao shiver and her nose itch. Lu Mingzhao knew it wasn't just the cold, it was the fallout from her icy plunge. Honestly, she didn't expect both her and Chu Ying to break through the ice. It was a real shock. Lu Mingzhao rubbed her nose and silently leaned against Xia Yan's shoulder. The snowy streets were nearly empty. The carriage passed through several streets and stopped outside Qingyun Academy. Xia Yan and Lu Yao stepped out, climbed the stairs, and went into Qingyun Academy. Lu Mingzhao, sensing a cold coming on, stayed put in the carriage. They were back in no time, Lu Yao clutching a few books. Lu Mingzhao wondered if Xia Yan had scaled the walls. "Thanks for the ride, driver," Xia Yan and Lu Yao said again. A chill followed them in, and Lu Mingzhao sneezed. Xia Yan reached over, touching her forehead. "Maybe we should swing by." Before he could finish, Lu Mingzhao cut in, "I've got the right meds, don't worry. No need to drag this out with a doctor. If we take too long, the driver'll be driving back in the dark." Lu Yao handed her a cup of hot water. "If Mom knew you were pushed into the lake, she'd be beside herself." Ever since Mom found out about Mingzhao's childhood cold affecting her fertility, she's been sighing more, her hair graying faster. "The engagement's over. Let's not tell Mother about the water incident, so she doesn't worry," Lu Mingzhao said softly after sipping some hot water from her cup, her voice not as clear as usual. Lu Yao nodded, "Whatever you say." Lu Mingzhao sipped her hot water until the cup was empty. She leaned on Xia Yan's arm, calm and composed, and closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. Xia Yan's ears flushed a light red. Seeing this, Lu Yao's expression was subdued, but his smile widened slightly. Luckily, Mingzhao and Xia Yan aren't awkward or difficult, they'll make a good life together. The carriage creaked forward, warm and stuffy inside. Lu Mingzhao's feigned sleep turned into real drowsiness. Her head nodded, and her pearl hairpin fell onto the cushion. Under Lu Yao's teasing look, Xia Yan gently took out the hairpins from Lu Mingzhao's bun, adjusted his shoulder, and leaned in. Lu Mingzhao ended up resting her head on Xia Yan's shoulder, whether by chance or design. Lu Yao's smile widened, his voice barely a whisper, "These hands are good for both the parlor and the pantry." Xia Yan mouthed a silent "thank you." Lu Yao shook his head and said no more. Smart folks don't need everything spelled out. He knew Xia Yan was thanking him for arranging the marriage. He wasn't just helping Xia Yan, but also Mingzhao, and his own rise. He saw that Xia Yan's heart was still pure, untouched by hate or madness. A good match, really. The carriage grew quiet. As Changxi village appeared in the distance, Xia Yan softly roused Lu Mingzhao. "Her neck sore?" she asked. "Are we home?" Her nasal voice made Xia Yan's brow twitch, deepening his concern. Xie Yan's hand rested on Lu Mingzhao's neck, gently massaging. We're almost there. Wake up slowly, or you'll catch a chill from the sudden exposure to the cold wind, worsening your cold. Xie Yan's dry, warm hand soon eased the soreness in Lu Mingzhao's neck. As the carriage stopped, Xie Yan wrapped Lu Mingzhao tightly in a cloak before helping her, who was a bit unsteady on her feet, out of the carriage. Be careful on the road, driver. The dim candlelight cast a warm glow on the snowy ground outside the window, momentarily making the icy world seem warm. The air was filled with a fresh aroma, and Lu Mingzhao's eyes lit up. It smells like fish soup. As soon as they entered the house, Yun Yang noticed Lu Mingzhao's unusually flushed cheeks and frowned. Are you running a fever? As he spoke, he placed his hand on Lu Mingzhao's forehead. Then he exclaimed, she's really running a fever. Yun Yang shot an unhappy glance at Xie Yan and Lu Yao, finally fixing her eyes on Lu Yao. After all, Xie Yan was her son-in-law. It was simpler to scold her own son. Lu Yao, what kind of brother are you? How could you not know Cao Cao was running such a high fever? Lu Yao, with a resigned look as if he'd expected this, explained, Mother, Cao Cao said she has medicine for colds and fevers. Lu Mingzhao tugged at Yun Yang's sleeve. It's true. Yun Yang felt a knot of frustration in her throat. Cao Cao, it's freezing and windy out, don't go traipsing back and forth. Stay home tonight, have your big brother go with Xie Yan to get the medicine. I don't see what's so special about looking at plum blossoms in this snowstorm. Don't they look just as good on sunny days? Or do they sprout legs and run off when the sun comes out? Yun Yang cared more about putting food on the table than these fancy scholars' pastimes. Especially since her fragile daughter caught a chill at that fancy plum blossom party. Mom, I'm not going anywhere, I'll stay. I can smell that fish soup already. Her stuffy nose made Lu Mingzhao's voice extra soft. Mom, I've got some cold medicine in my room, just heat up some water. All right, go on back to your room now. Yun Yang agreed without hesitation. Mother. Xie Jingyi's sugary voice piped up. Lu Mingzhao turned toward the sound to see Xie Jingyi in Lu Lei's arms, waving her pudgy little hand. Lu Xian and Xie Huaiqian flanked Xie Ruan, each holding one of his hands. Lu Mingzhao stepped back, seeing the mix of confusion and hurt on Xie Jingyi's face. Mommy's caught a cold, and you kids are too delicate, better keep your distance. Xie Jingyi blinked, patting her chubby cheeks. Mommy, Sanbao's tough, I'm not scared of no cold. To prove her point, she even hiked up her little jacket to show off her round tummy. Yun Yang chuckled. Sanbao, your mama's worn out, don't bother her now. Come to grandma, there's a good girl. Lu Xiaoxin and Xie Ruan looked concerned, while Xie Huaiqian kept his eyes lowered, his mind racing with questions. Had something gone wrong at that plum blossom party? Lu Mingzhao returned to her room before she was married, and the furnishings hadn't changed at all, looking very clean at a glance. Clearly, Yun Yang often cleaned it. Xie Yan went to the kitchen to scoop a bowl of hot water, and Lu Mingzhao took out a few pills of medicine, swallowing them with a bitter face, gulping down 2 mouthfuls of water. Xie Yan, your medicine, my medicine, they seem different. Not long after, Yun Yang came in with fish soup and steamed buns. The fish soup was milky white and fragrant, making Lu Mingzhao's mouth water. The fish is so tender it melts in your mouth, with a rich aroma, incredibly fresh, smooth, and tender, free of any fishy smell. The fish boasts a unique texture, fresh and tender, and the vegetables simmered in the fish soup soak up the broth perfectly, making them soft and delicious. Mother, Lu Mingzhao tore the steamed buns into chunks, soaked them in the fish soup, and nibbled on them. How come we have fish at home? The fish was firm and tender, clearly very fresh. Yun Yang sat across from Lu Mingzhao, her eyes twinkling with affection. The Feng family sent them. Lu Mingzhao was so startled she nearly bit her tongue. The Feng family? Feng Jinyu's Feng? Did the Feng family have another reason to celebrate? The last time the Feng family sent something, it was because old lady Feng was determined to arrange a marriage for Feng Jinyu. What about this time? Did they tie Feng Jinyu up, gag her, and shove her into a bridal sedan? Yun Yang shook her head. Jinyu's eldest brother came back, saying he wanted to thank you for saving her life. They sent 2 fish, and there's still one in the kitchen basin, waiting for you and Xia Yan to take home. Feng Jinyu's older brother? Lu Mingzhao looked puzzled. Jinyu's older brother, Jin Mao, works at the Tongxing escort in town. He went out with a shopkeeper to purchase goods a few days ago and just returned at noon today. The moment Jin Mao got back, he kicked out the old scholar who'd been hanging around the Feng family, along with the betrothal gifts. The old scholar was furious and threatened to report it to the authorities, but Jin Mao shot back, "Whoever doesn't report it is a coward." With Jin Mao here, Jinyu won't have to marry the old scholar. No lights, no moon, so what? Lu Mingzhao's worry turned to joy as she chewed on a piece of steamed cake soaked in fish soup, her smile bright and carefree. It seems that Jin Mao genuinely dotes on Jinyu. Yun Yang's expression was odd. She put down her spoon and said softly, "Chow chow, the truth is, Jin Mao and Jinyu have never gotten along." Lu Mingzhao. Yun Yang continued, "Old Lady Feng twice arranged for sons-in-law to marry into the family. Jin Mao's father stole the family seal and travel permits, then abandoned his wife and children to run off with a widow from Day Village. Left alone with her child, Old Lady Feng thought the family still needed a man to maintain the family's stability, so she brought in another son-in-law, and that's how Jinyu came to be. Jin Mao and Jinyu have always been at odds since they were children, constantly clashing over trivial matters. Old Lady Feng favored Jinyu, her late-born daughter, and often sided with her. It wasn't until Jin Mao married, became a father, and found work at the town's escort agency due to his strong build that he stopped coming home frequently. Only then did the Feng family finally settle down. I really didn't expect Jin Mao to support Jinyu." Old Lady Feng spent the whole afternoon shouting at Jin Mao, one moment saying he had a black heart and couldn't stand to see Jinyu happy, the next saying he was just like his deadbeat father, an ungrateful wretch. Lu Mingzhao drank the last of the fish soup in her bowl and frowned. What kind of influence has the old scholar cast on Old Lady Feng? Since Old Lady Feng is so fond of the old scholar, why not arrange for another son-in-law? Practice makes perfect. Yun Yang lightly tapped Lu Mingzhao's forehead, half scolding, half resigned. Old Lady Feng is also afraid that with all this commotion, Jinyu might really end up unable to find a husband. The old scholar is, after all, some kind of option. Lu Mingzhao furrowed her brows. An option? A true home is where the heart finds peace and comfort. It's not about settling for someone unworthy just to get by. That's like jumping into a fire pit. Mother, Jinyu knows what she wants, Lu Mingzhao said softly. What Feng Jinyu wants is for her alone to decide. No matter how Jinyu and her brother got along in the past, in this matter, he stood firmly by her side. This ensured she wasn't left isolated and helpless. Yun Yang neither agreed nor disagreed. After a few more words, she collected the bowls and left. As night fell, the candles reflecting on the snow went out, and silence enveloped the surroundings. After Xia Yan settled the children back in their rooms, Lu Mingzhao lazily wrapped herself up like a cocoon, swaying gently. Hearing the noise, Lu Mingzhao looked up and saw Xia Yan taking off his outer robe and hanging it on the clothes rack. The flickering candlelight cast shifting shadows across him. The light softened his sharp, handsome features, adding warmth. The shadows hid his youthful vigor, giving him a new, jade-like quality of quiet strength. He was undeniably striking. Lu Mingzhao openly gazed at him, her mind suddenly recalling Xia Yan's fierce, sword-like intensity. Thanks to his striking good looks, Xia Yan's every expression and demeanor was captivating. She had to admit that her blissful marriage to Xia Yan was partly driven by her shallow infatuation with his looks. In the winter snow, everything was still. Only the wind gently tapped against the doors and windows, its soft sounds failing to disturb the peaceful dreams. In the utter darkness, Lu Mingzhao felt the warmth of the person beside her and suddenly remembered the saying, "As long as two hearts are in harmony, what does it matter if there is no light or moon? It suited the moment perfectly. Changhe County. Sun Jie, reeking of alcohol and perfume, patiently saw off the connections Magistrate Su had introduced, one by one, into their carriages. As the carriages rolled away, the long street was swallowed by the deep night. Only the lantern in the servant boy's hand swayed in the breeze, casting a faint glow. He couldn't see far, barely making out the ground beneath his feet. He should be able to see clearly. He had to see clearly. As the alcohol took hold, Sun Jie felt stifled and tugged at his collar, loosening the buttons. His well-tailored robe hung loose, shedding its usual formality for a more casual look. "Young master, it's cold tonight. Please wear the white cloak." The servant boy held a soft, thick white cloak draped over his arm. Sun Jie merely glanced sideways, his expression faint. The servant boy quickly bowed his head, holding the lantern respectfully and following in silence. The wind tousled Sun Jie's hair, but he paid it no mind, making no effort to fix it. As the banquet at Magistrate Su's Lake Pavilion was winding down, Magistrate Su had someone lead him to the study and introduced him to some old connections. They weren't from the wealthiest or noblest families, but each held some standing. After exchanging pleasantries and following Magistrate Su's cue, he hosted a banquet at Fuxiang Tower, drinking with others. With alcohol loosening tongues, it was easier to forge deeper connections. He couldn't recall how much he drank or if his smile ever faltered. But he knew the Sun family's business would soon expand into several counties. As long as there was profit, it was worth it. He didn't want to be stuck in tiny Changhe County. He aimed to climb the ladder of success through business. Late at night. Cold wind. Empty streets. Sun Jie walked for the time it took half an incense stick to burn, letting the alcohol wear off in the wind, before stepping into the waiting carriage by the roadside. The servant boy followed closely behind, hanging the lantern in front of the carriage. "Eldest son, are we heading back to the Sun residence?" Sun Jie had set up his own place outside a while ago, all for some peace and quiet. "Let's go back to the Sun residence." He left the banquet early, leaving a sharp servant boy behind to keep an eye on his mother, hoping she'd stay out of trouble. Some things still needed to be made clear. Lu Mingzhao isn't someone to make an enemy of, it's better to stay on her good side. As Sun Jie stepped into the Fuguang courtyard, he spotted the person he'd left with his mother pacing anxiously under the eaves. Fuguang, where the sun embodies yang virtue and the moon yin spirit. It balances light in the east and shadow in the west. Yi, which means light, shining and magnificent. He'd written this himself when he reached adulthood. At this moment, Sun Jie had tied his hair and straightened his robe, looking every bit the dignified gentleman, pure as jade and noble as an orchid. Eldest son. The person under the eaves hurried forward as soon as he saw Sun Jie. "Calm down, let's talk inside." Sun Jie's expression remained unchanged as he pushed open the study door and walked straight in. As expected, his mother had stirred up trouble again. Sun Jie sat up straight, exhausted. "What happened?" The servant boy bowed his head and dutifully explained what had happened at the plum blossom banquet, how someone had fallen into the water. Sun Jie snapped his head up, disbelief flashing in his eyes. His hands clenched inside his sleeves, veins popping on the back of his hands. He shut his eyes, clenched his jaw, and fought to keep his cool. Great job. Just great. What on earth made his mother think falling into the water would get back at Lu Mingzhao? And Su Qingxing? Trying to hide it just made it worse, and their clever plan blew up in their faces. Sun Jie took a deep breath, furrowed his brow, and said firmly, "Got it. You can go. I want her under my control." The servant departed, and the study was enveloped in silence. Sun Jie's smile disappeared in an instant, his expression darkened as an impulse surged within him. He wanted to sweep everything off the desk. However, as his sleeve swung out, he forcibly reined in his emotions. Sun Jie downed the cooled tea in one gulp, and the anger within him gradually subsided. After a moment, he shook his head gently, folded his hands behind his back, walked to the window, pushed the window open, and his gaze fell on the withered branches in the courtyard, looking especially frail and decayed under the cold winter night. He couldn't help sighing. Would the Sun family wither like a tree? The cold wind roared, but Sun Jie seemed unaffected by the cold, allowing the wind to brush past his face in a near-masochistic way. Sun Jie's mind was crystal clear, knowing it would be hard to stay on good terms with Lu Mingzhao. Even the hope of keeping to their own territories was a luxury. Then they could only become enemies. He hoped the true daughter of the Yongning Marquis family, Lu Minghui, wouldn't let him down. Sun Jie shut the window, holding a candlestick, and twisted a small figurine in the corner of the bookshelf. A hidden door appeared seamlessly within the wall. He passed through the door and descended the steps, where a disheveled young woman was locked in a cage. What else do you know about the true daughter of the Marquis family, Lu Minghui? A night passed. The snow had stopped, but the sky remained overcast, devoid of warmth, and the temperature showed no signs of rising. On the ground, the snow melted very slowly, silently turning into ice, making it slippery. Few people ventured outside, but Sun Jie had no choice but to go out. Eldest young master. Sun Jie nodded in acknowledgement and looked at the servant doing cleaning work in the mansion. What is this about? Reporting to the eldest young master, last night the wind was cold and strong, and the courtyard gate and pillars, being old, showed more obvious peeling of the red paint. The old master ordered me to find the usual craftsman to repaint them. If it's father's order, just follow it. Sun Jie would not go against old master Sun's wishes in small matters. Make sure all areas are guarded, and don't let the craftsmen disturb the ladies of the house. With a calm tone and expression, Sun Jie gave his instructions and then boarded the carriage waiting not far away. Even with the slippery roads due to the snow, he had to go to the Su family to apologize and thank Su Qingxing for his kindness. Meanwhile, in Changxi village, Lu Mingzhao, feeling heavy-headed and drowsy, was being fed freshly stewed soup by Yunyang. Her nose was red, and her eyes were watery, looking quite pitiful. Good thing you're not feverish anymore. Yunyang tested Lu Mingzhao's forehead temperature again and sighed in relief. Rest well, I'll take care of the children. Lu Mingzhao sipped the soup spoon by spoon. Thank you for your hard work, mother. Yunyang smiled and gave Lu Mingzhao a playful glare. No need to be so polite with your mother. From inside the house, Lu Mingzhao seemed to hear the sound of snow being shoveled outside, and she couldn't help but smile slightly. Yunyang took the empty bowl and placed it on the small wooden table beside her, told Lu Mingzhao to lie down, then tucked in the blanket. She hesitated, then asked, Chow Chow, was everything okay at the plum blossom banquet? The set of clothes you were wearing when you came home last night, I noticed they didn't fit you well. Lu Mingzhao furrowed her brows, rubbed her slightly itchy nose, and said, her voice thick with a cold, at the banquet, I accidentally knocked over a cup, and the wine soaked my clothes. The magistrate's wife was kind enough to have a maid get me a new set. Really? Yunyang asked, skeptical. She was worried her daughter had been mistreated at the plum blossom banquet and was hiding it from her to spare her concern. Lu Mingzhao nodded earnestly. Really, you know how capable I am, Mom. Remembering her daughter's moment of glory when she became famous in Changxi village, Yunyang chose to believe her. That's good. I was so worried I barely slept last night. You just had some hot soup, so stay covered and sweat it out. Don't throw off the blanket as soon as you feel warm. Okay. Listening to the occasional laughter and talk outside, Lu Mingzhao, who had taken her medicine, unknowingly fell asleep again. Several days flew by. Lu Mingzhao's cold was much better, and Madame Su also sent someone to tell her the outcome of the drowning incident, along with some fabric and hairpins to comfort her. The cousin staying with the Sun family had a crush on the second young master and acted out of anger? Lu Mingzhao scoffed. If it were said she had a crush on the jade string gentleman, Sun Jie, she might have believed it a bit. Given the magistrate's wife's stance, Sun Jie brought the still-recovering cousin, Chu Ying, to Changshi village with heavy gifts to see Lu Mingzhao. Lu Mingzhao openly looked Chu Ying over a few times. Her face was pale, her lips colorless, her round almond eyes filled with timidity, her head wrapped in thick soft cloth, and a strong medicinal smell filled the air. Noticing Lu Mingzhao's gaze, Chu Ying quickly lowered her head. Lu Mingzhao chuckled lightly, leisurely saying, "You pushed me into the icy lake because you have a crush on the second young master of the Sun family? Your taste and preferences are truly unique." Chu Ying's face turned even paler, and she stammered out continuous apologies. Lu Mingzhao didn't look at Chu Ying anymore but turned her gaze to Sun Jie. "The eldest son of the Sun family, is this apology another notice of your next attempt to harm me?" Sun has never had the intention to harm Madame Xie. Sun Jie had faint dark circles under his eyes, looking somewhat haggard. Lu Mingzhao slightly furrowed her brows, pondering in her heart. The only good person in a group of bad people is often either a hypocrite or a monster. She would rather Sun Jie be simply hypocritical. Then I will trust once more, in the name of the Jade String gentleman's reputation for integrity and moral character. However, pushing me into the icy lake is no different from trying to kill me. These so-called lavish gifts are insufficient to atone for the Sun family's wrongdoing. Only a life for a life is fair. Sun Jie slightly furrowed his brows, looking somewhat puzzled at Lu Mingzhao. "If Mrs. Xie demands Chu Ying's life in return, I must beg your pardon, but I cannot stand idly by. I hope Mrs. Xie will show mercy." Lu Mingzhao's eyes widened slightly. "Do I look like some heartless villain who doesn't care about lives? I do not want Miss Chu's life, but I want Miss Chu herself. If she had the guts to try to kill me, she's not someone who's afraid of trouble." Eldest son of the Sun family, this incident occurred at the magistrate's wife's plum blossom banquet. I'm willing to believe the magistrate's wife's explanation is a goodwill gesture, not her being blind to the truth. I've already backed off. Shouldn't the eldest son of the Sun family do the same? Sun Jie felt a sharp pain in his temples, something he'd never felt before. He'd never met a woman as sharp-tongued and hard to handle as Lu Mingzhao. I wonder how Mrs. Xie requires me to step back. Lately, the Sun family has been on edge, with strange things happening at night, leaving everyone scared and uneasy. So far, there's been no lead, and he doesn't have the time or energy to deal with Lu Mingzhao. If Lu Mingzhao's confidence comes from the capital, he should fight fire with fire, not get himself trapped and helpless. Haven't I made myself clear? Lu Mingzhao raised an eyebrow, her voice clear and resolute. "I want Chu Ying to sell herself to me as my servant. Eldest son of the Sun family, you're not losing out here. I want 2 shops. By handing over Chu Ying, you can both placate me and ensure your mother's safety and the Sun family's stability. For the eldest son of the Sun family, it's a highly profitable deal. What do you think?" Lu Mingzhao tilted her head slightly, her eyes brimming with a constant smile. She didn't rush, quietly waiting for Sun Jie to make a decision. Under the cover of his sleeves, Sun Jie clenched his fists tightly, his chest filled with a mix of anger and humiliation, almost ready to burst out. He gritted his teeth, his voice low and firm. "Madame Lu, Chu Ying is a cousin of our Sun family. I thought she was just a pitiful hanger-on." Lu Mingzhao scoffed. "Why get angry, eldest son of the Sun family? Hasn't your family already made its choice?" "Elder cousin." Chu Ying's face was full of panic, her almond eyes filled with tears. Lu Mingzhao rested her chin on her hand, gazing intently, her smile warm and her tone gentle and calm. "Miss Chu, you are already a discarded pawn of the Sun family." The magistrate's wife's plum-viewing banquet was attended by notable families from Changhe County, and their relatives and old friends are much the same. The incident of pushing me into the frozen lake has spread far and wide, and you, lacking the courage to expose the mastermind behind it, have to bear the infamy alone. If the Sun family feels indebted to you, you might still secure a position as a concubine for the second young master of the Sun family. If not, your situation as a dependent will only worsen. After all, a discarded pawn has no value, and no one cares whether you live or die. Do you think the all-powerful eldest son of the Sun family in your heart would sacrifice you again for the so-called greater good? Pleading with the eldest son of the Sun family is no more effective than pleading with me, your future master, to treat you kindly. Lu Mingzhao thought to herself, she might have a natural talent for being an antagonist. Stirring up discord and hitting people where it hurts came as easily to her as drinking water. Sun Jia's face was ashen. He, who had always been adept at handling situations, had never come out on top in front of Lu Mingzhao. It wasn't that he was inferior to Lu Mingzhao, but that he was burdened with too many hesitations and second thoughts from the start, one step slow, every step slow. It wasn't that he was inferior to Lu Mingzhao, but that his family was like a bottomless abyss in dragging him down, never to be filled. Originally, he could have been on equal footing with Lu Mingzhao, even becoming her partner. What if I refuse? Sun Jia exhaled a long breath, muttered. Lu Mingzhao was as calm as a breeze, then so be it. Every grievance has its source, even a clay doll has a bit of temper. You may leave now. Lu Mingzhao lowered her gaze, sipping the hot tea in her cup, warding off the chill. Sun Jia's frown deepened. The overt threat was something he had no choice but to accept. It was too easy for Lu Mingzhao to pin the blame on his mother. Chu Ying, what are your thoughts? At these words, Chu Ying collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, shivering. Elder cousin, Inger does not wish to sell herself into slavery. Please rescue Inger, do not abandon Inger. Sun Jia's eyes were filled with mixed emotions. If Chu Ying signed the deed of sale, her life and death would be entirely at Lu Mingzhao's mercy, but would she still keep the Sun family's secrets? Chu Ying's life or death doesn't matter, but it must not be decided by Lu Mingzhao. In an instant, Sun Jia made up his mind. Madam Xia, even if Chu Ying has made a mistake, she is still a member of the Sun family. I cannot forsake her. The teacup clinked softly against the table, producing a crisp sound. It appears the eldest son of the Sun family lacks sincerity. This isn't how one apologizes, it feels more like forcing me to agree. Fine, I won't push you. To avoid sending the eldest son of the Sun family away empty-handed, I'll adjust my request. 2 shops. I want 2 of the eldest son's shops that have turned a profit for 2 straight years. Do you agree? Sun Jia closed his eyes briefly, then opened them. Agreed. If no one complains, the authorities won't investigate. For millennia, it has been this way. What he seeks is this absence of complaints and investigations. 2 shops are a small price, but Lu Mingzhao's good fortune ends here. Having reflected on his actions, he won't let errors persist. Lu Mingzhao nodded slightly and clapped her hands lightly. Young Master Sun is truly decisive, sacrificing 2 shops to spare his cousin. Since we're here, my husband is currently in Changhai County. Young Master Sun should go and finalize the transfer with him right away. With young Master Sun's skills, finding him won't be a problem. Sun Jia bowed slightly, clasped his hands, flicked his sleeves, and walked away. Chu Ying dabbed her tears and quickly rose to follow. Miss Chu, don't squander the goodwill of 2 shops worth a fortune. If you're to be a concubine, aim for a better position. Chu Ying's face froze. Without a word, she lifted her skirt, crossed the threshold, and rushed after him. Lu Mingzhao's shoulders slumped, her posture sagging, a far cry from her earlier confidence. What will Sun Jia do next? She had thought about playing along with Sun Jia, but after some consideration, she dismissed the idea. Sun Jia knows she is not easy to deal with, and she knows Sun Jia is not a gentleman. The Sun family has repeatedly targeted her. Even if she lightly brushes it off and talks about taking a step back for a broader view, Sun Jia would not believe it. It's better to seize the Sun family's mistakes to secure some benefits for herself before completely breaking ties. Sun Jia will likely leverage his connections to contact the capital. Lu Mingzhao let out a soft sigh, her heart weighed down. Do I regret it? No, I don't. Inside the carriage, Sun Jia leaned against the carriage wall, his face stern and eyes shut, deep in thought. His mind was a whirlwind of tangled thoughts, threatening to overflow. But when he tried to untangle them, he felt empty, as if he hadn't really grasped anything. He really hated this feeling of being controlled. But on second thought, he couldn't help but admire Lu Mingzhao's decisive and steady approach, swift yet measured. Her sharp arguments in the county court. Her quick wit and calm demeanor at the plum blossom banquet. If you're going to marry someone like Lu Mingzhao. If he had found this gem returned from the capital sooner and made her his, the Sun family would have someone to stand by him. No matter his shortcomings, he wouldn't be worse than a hunter. Sun Jia opened his eyes and glanced at the wound on Chu Ying's head, letting out a soft sigh. This wound was probably dealt by Lu Mingzhao herself. And pulling Chu Ying into the lake wasn't a careless mistake. It's a shame to be enemies. Cousin. Catching Sun Jia's gaze, Chu Ying spoke cautiously. Sun Jia's lips parted, his voice icy and emotionless. Cousin Chu, since you're fond of Jipeng, I'll have my mother arrange for you to become a concubine in the Sun residence once we're back. Even with Jipeng in prison, you'll still be a proper concubine of the Sun residence. I have one condition, live like you're dead. If you repeat my mother's mistakes, I won't clean up after you anymore. Your fate will be your own. Don't make me regret giving you those 2 shops. Chu Ying shivered. Cousin, Sun Jia glared coldly at Chu Ying. If you refuse, then become a nun. A simple life of self-cultivation among the ancient Buddha isn't a bad end. The Sun residence is haunted. If he didn't wrap this up quickly, within 2 days, the juicy romantic escapades of the 2 sons of the Sun family and their cousin would spread throughout Changhe County. Did they really think Lu Mingzhao was just bluffing when she said she'd rather give up 2 shops than let her cousin suffer? Lu Mingzhao was a fierce grudge holder. Chu Ying, being so naive, was easily manipulated. Perhaps, more accurately, Lu Mingzhao had accurately gauged Chu Ying's thoughts. Chu Ying looked sullen, suppressing her resentment deep inside, reluctantly agreeing. Sun Jia gave a silent, cold sneer, closing his eyes again, not sparing Chu Ying another glance. Meanwhile, on another front. First, the magistrate's wife sent her servant woman, then the eldest son of the Sun family. Yun Yang finally found out about Lu Mingzhao being pushed into the icy lake at the plum blossom banquet. Blinded by rage, Yun Yang stormed off, not even waiting for Lu Xiaoxin, who was running after her, and headed straight to the Xie family at the mountain's base. Mom, Lu Mingzhao cautiously forced a smile. Yun Yang, while tenderly stroking Lu Mingzhao's head, scolded, "How can you still smile? How can you smile at a time like this? What the Sun family did is completely heartless, lower than pigs and dogs. They deserve to pay for this. Starting tomorrow, I'll go to the town temple to pray to the Bodhisattva, cursing them to a miserable death. How could you not say a word about such a big deal? It's driving me crazy." Yun Yang, considering that Lu Mingzhao grew up in the Marquis' residence, restrained her anger and scolding, appearing more reserved. After a pause, Yun Yang's eyes reddened, pulling Lu Mingzhao into her embrace. "My dear Chow Chow, what will we do now? Already struggling with fertility, and now pushed into an icy lake in the dead of winter, adding cold to cold. Such a tough life." Lu Mingzhao murmured, Mom, the cousin from the Sun residence was also pulled into the icy lake by me, so it's not a loss. I also squeezed 2 shops out of the eldest son of the Sun family, so it's not bitter. How can money be bitter? It must be sweet, sweeter than syrup." Yun Yang, with a muffled voice, raised her tone. "Is this about loss or not? Anyone who harms others deserves to drown. And, can you speak properly? Who says they squeezed something out of someone? Starting today, I'll make you a soup every day to drive out the cold and dampness and warm your body. I won't believe it can't be restored." Sister, Lu Xiaoxin ran in panting, her clear eyes filled with overflowing panic. the water is scary, the water is cold. Lu Mingzhao left Yun Yang's embrace, looking at the trembling Lu Xiaoxin, recalling when Lu Xiaoxin was tricked by Lu Miao into falling into a not yet frozen river when she was young. Because of her own fall into the water, Lu Xiaoxin remembered the time she nearly drowned in the icy river. Xiao Xan, big sis is okay now. Lu Mingzhao gently wiped the sweat from Lu Xiaoxin's forehead with a handkerchief. Lu Xiaoxin's tiny hands clung tightly to the hem of Lu Mingzhao's dress, large tears falling as she sobbed, "Don't let big sis be drowned in the water." "No one's drowning, no one's drowning," Lu Mingzhao soothed, following Lu Xiaoxin's words. Yun Yang turned her face away, lifted her head, and blinked to hold back her tears. "Why are we always clashing with water? From now on, we'll steer clear of water. What about the big water vat in the yard? And the small puddles after the rain? You're still teasing." Yun Yang slapped Lu Mingzhao on the neck. Yun Yang started to wonder if naming Lu Miao had brought all the water-related misfortunes to the family. "Xiao Xan, don't cry, big sis is tough and will keep you safe," Lu Mingzhao coaxed softly. "The water was freezing and pitch black, I couldn't open my eyes or breathe, and I kept sinking," Lu Xiaoxin murmured softly. "Big sis, can I stay with you?" Lu Mingzhao smiled warmly, "Of course, I promised you before I got married." Lu Xiaoxin was thrilled, tears still clinging to her long lashes, but she smiled with pure joy, her whole demeanor suddenly becoming youthful and vibrant. Yun Yang gave Lu Xiaoxin a look, "You little rascal. Chow chow, Mom will figure out how to make you some soup. No matter how cold it gets, Mom will warm you up." Lu Mingzhao watched Yun Yang's bustling figure, her smile widening. The sun slowly sank in the western sky. Sun Jie decided to head back to the residence first and then have the servants find Xie Yan to finalize the deed. The carriage had to stop at the alley's entrance, unable to go any further, the chaotic noise passing through the carriage and reaching his ears. A sense of dread crept into Sun Jie's heart. He opened the carriage door and peered at the commotion in the alley, his body swaying slightly. Outside the Sun residence, a tall altar stood, adorned with an incense table and flickering candles. A group of Taoist priests, clad in yellow robes and wearing terrifying masks, held peachwood swords, shook bronze bells, or held bowls filled with unknown blood, chanting obscure and incomprehensible incantations. They contorted their bodies in a frenzied manner, as if enacting an ancient and mysterious rite. Once the bronze bells quieted, the blood from the bowls was slowly poured onto the stone steps leading to the residence. Then, the Taoist priest with the peachwood sword lifted his head to the heavens, swung the sword decisively, and bellowed, "Evil spirits, be gone." Some eager onlookers joined in, shouting, "Evil spirits, be gone." Sun Jie gritted his teeth, his face pale, the veins beneath his skin faintly visible, leaving it unclear whether this honorable man was seething with rage or feeling ill. To Chu Ying, this elder cousin appeared as delicate as a jade statue. Ridiculous. Sun Jie's knuckles cracked, his gaze sweeping over Chu Ying's inappropriate expression, his anger intensifying. Is stupidity a family trait in the Chu family? He was still racking his brains to cover up the strange occurrences at the Sun residence at night, trying every means to silence the servants, only hoping to reassure everyone once he had some clues. Unexpectedly, just after taking Chu Ying to Changxi village, a grand altar with incense burners and ritual dances was openly set up outside the Sun residence. Wasn't this just broadcasting to everyone in Changhe County that the Sun family was haunted? Soon, the talk over tea would be about how the Sun family had done too many wrongs, and now ghosts were visiting them at midnight. Even scholars, who are supposed to keep a respectful distance from matters of gods and ghosts, let alone merchants who believe in feng shui and luck. Merchants fear bad luck the most. Sun Jie watched as his mother solemnly accepted a deep red bronze mirror from a yellow-robed Taoist priest. The bronze mirror looked like it had been dipped in blood. The whispers of the onlookers felt like dull knives, relentlessly fraying the threads of reason in his mind. What terrible things has the Sun family done to have ghosts showing up every night? Is this just a scare tactic? I heard from the Sun residence servants that when they asked the exorcist priests for talismans, they said evil spirits would knock on the door every night. When they opened the door, there was nothing there, but they could hear an old man coughing in the courtyard, and by dawn, there were ominous dead things outside the door. If this isn't a haunting, then what is? Things still weren't chaotic enough. Then you tell me, is the eldest son of the Sun family also involved in shady dealings? How is he involved in shady dealings? Sun Jia remained silent, his expression darkening. Sun Jia took a deep breath and closed the carriage door. Take a detour. Use the back gate. In this situation, showing up would only invite more gossip and finger-pointing, doing no good. Outside the carriage, various speculations and rumors continued unabated. Unable to bear it any longer, Sun Jia slammed his fist heavily onto the small table, his hand bruised and bleeding. Ah! Chu Ying let out a terrified scream. Sun Jia's gaze was icy, as if he were staring at a corpse, and he growled, "Shut up." Chu Ying clamped a hand over her mouth, curling into the corner, too scared to even twitch. She had never seen her cousin look so menacing. The moment the carriage halted, Chu Ying, legs trembling, bolted out in a panic. Sun Jia calmly bandaged his hand with a handkerchief, tucked it under his sleeve, and stepped out of the carriage, his face unreadable. Is this really the work of ghosts? Deep down, Sun Jia didn't believe it. Rising to the top has never been about playing fair. If ghosts truly punish the wicked, the Sun family wouldn't be their first stop. If it's not ghosts, then it's someone pulling the strings. For some reason, Lu Mingzhao's face flashed in his mind. Was this Lu Mingzhao's doing? One thing led to another. Ever since Ji Peng crossed paths with Lu Mingzhao, everything had gone downhill. If it's really Lu Mingzhao, how did she pull it off? This move was beyond his understanding. Lu Mingzhao. Sun Jia mulled over the name in his mind. Fuguang courtyard, his private retreat. His loyal servants were bound and silenced. Sun Jia sneered. He hadn't expected his parents, even in their infighting, to be shrewd enough to silence his informants. They even had the sense to keep his informants under lock and key. Master Sunday. The servant, now freed, knelt on the ground to beg for forgiveness. Using a handkerchief, Sun Jia pressed the wound on the back of his hand, calmly feeling the blood soaking the cloth, and calmly instructed, "Find out where Xie Yan is. Once you find him, invite him to Fuxiang Tower for a meeting. Have someone report back immediately." The kneeling servants dispersed, and Fuguang courtyard became quiet. Sun Jia removed the handkerchief and tossed it aside. The beauties of Fuxiang Tower would surely ensure that Xie Yan, a mere hunter, would have a good time. Perhaps Xie Yan didn't need to have a great time. As long as he entered Fuxiang Tower, Sun Jia could get what he wanted. At that point, how would Lu Mingzhao feel? Would she still go all out to oppose him? As for his parents, it was better not to let them keep running things. The Xie Yan that Sun Jia was thinking about was already sitting by the window in a tea house near the county office. The tea guests coming and going all noticed the young man by the window, who carried himself with a hint of nobility. The hot tea steamed, and Xie Yan's expression softened. He believed Mingzhao could handle Sun Jia and would surely come out ahead. He just needed to wait quietly for Sun Jia to come to him to finalize the deal. Xie Yan had delivered the custom-made plaque to the shop with the small courtyard before coming here. After casually finishing 2 cups of tea, he waited for Sun Jia's men. Fuxiang Tower? Xie Yan put down the teacup in his hand, with a moderate force, making a ding sound, and lightly lifted his eyelids. Fuxiang Tower was a famous brothel in Changhe County. Did he really have to thank Sun Jia for going to such lengths? I heard the Sun family is in trouble, no need to splurge. The servant from the Sun residence bowed his head and said, "The eldest young master's sincere intentions. Please do us the honor, Master Xie." Xie Yan smirked, "Do I have to spell it out for you? I am a hunter, dealing with wild beasts all year round. I believe in luck. If we're going to finalize the deal, let's cut to the chase. Seeing Xia Yan's firm attitude, the servant from the Sun residence had to hurriedly return to report. Sun Jia felt somewhat disappointed, changed into a clean brocade robe, and when he rushed to the tea house, he was informed that Xia Yan had already gone to the county office. Sun Jia. This couple, both are masters at stirring up trouble. After today, Brother Xia will also be a man of modest means. When Xia Yan arrived, Sun Jia greeted him with a humble and gentle demeanor, as refreshing as a spring breeze, leaving no room for criticism. Xia Yan nodded, his tone frank. I still have to thank the eldest son of the Sun family for his generosity. Sun Jia felt a bit choked up. The Sun residence was in the wrong this time and should compensate to make things right. Xia Yan pretended to be surprised, his brow furrowing slightly. Isn't this about the young lady from your family? My wife may love money, but she earns it honestly. Knowing my wife, she'd insist the young lady from your family own up to her mistakes. Now, the eldest son of the Sun family is offering to transfer the deed to me, likely giving up the shop for the young lady. I really admire the eldest son of the Sun family's gesture. Sun Jia's gaze swept over the eavesdropping passers-by, and he continued nonchalantly, Brother Xia, my cousin's situation is a bit unique. She's not just a relative but also my younger brother's fiancé, arranged by my mother. Once my younger brother is out of prison, they'll marry, and she'll join the Sun family, taking our surname. Therefore, any matters concerning her naturally fall under the responsibility and handling of the Sun family. The term courtyard concubine was, after all, a bit taboo and hard to mention. Whether it's the main wife or the concubine, they're both fools living together, no difference. Xia Yan replied seriously, is that right? Exactly. If you say so, then fine. Sun Jia's smile remained unchanged. With some assets, business is the way to go. Brother Xia, you should learn to negotiate deals soon. The shop is in my wife's name, so the eldest son of the Sun family doesn't need to advise. Xia Yan slightly turned his body, please. Sun Jia thought, he's unyielding. The deed was quickly updated and handed over. Xia Yan pocketed the deed and prepared to leave. Sun Jia reached out to stop Xia Yan. I've set up a banquet at the floating fragrance pavilion. Xia Yan frowned, interrupting Sun Jia. Didn't your servant boy pass on my message? Let me repeat, I'm uneasy about what's been happening at your residence. Everyone in Changhe County knows the Sun residence is haunted. The eldest son of the Sun family still has time to invite people to the floating fragrance pavilion. You can invite, but I won't go. This isn't rudeness, it's about valuing my life. I hope the eldest son of the Sun family understands and doesn't push. Any normal person would be scared. Passers-by nodded, yes, they were scared too. Sun Jia, he's being sarcastic and making veiled remarks again. I must admit, I didn't think it through. Xia Yan, it's a great virtue to admit your mistakes and fix them. Xia Yan strode off, leaving Sun Jia completely bewildered. The hunter really doesn't mince words. To put it nicely, he's direct. To put it bluntly, he's a total idiot. How on earth could Lu Mingzhao agree to marry someone like that? Sun Jia just couldn't wrap his head around it. How could two people like that even get along? Before he knew it, Sun Jia's mind started wandering. As Xia Yan was about to turn the corner, he shot a glance back at Sun Jia. Trying to come between him and Mingzhao? That's just despicable. Looks like the Sun family isn't in enough of a mess yet. When everyone pitches in, things really heat up. As dusk fell, Xia Yan drove the carriage he had commissioned from the city's carriage house, clip-clopped through the streets and gates, returning to Changxi village. 2 lanterns hung outside the house, swaying gently, casting a soft, warm glow that enveloped everything around in a hazy, comfortable light, warming the heart with its glow. The familiar sounds of laughter and playful teasing drifted in the wind, and he could almost imagine Sanbao pestering Mingzhao. Xia Yan raised his hand and knocked on the door. Mingzhao, it's me. At once, footsteps echoed in the courtyard. The gate opened, and a glossy black horse caught Lu Mingzhao's full attention. The black horse tapped the ground lightly, steadily pulling the carriage. Lu Mingzhao's eyes lit up. Our carriage? Xia Yan chuckled. Fine horses are rare, so it took a little longer. Not late at all. If it had come earlier, the stable at home wouldn't have been built yet. Lu Mingzhao stepped aside to make way. The children's eyes also lit up, gazing intently at the horse. The liveliest Xie Jingyi stood on tiptoe and was the first to speak. Dad, can Sanbao ride the horse? The phrase ride the horse wasn't a fond memory for Xie Huaiqian and Xie Ruan, but with a real fine horse before them, their spirits remained high. After sharing a look with Lu Mingzhao, Xia Yan nodded, of course. Xia Yan unharnessed the carriage, lifted Xie Jingyi, and with a step on the stirrup, mounted the horse. Xie Jingyi's chubby hands tightly gripped Xia Yan's front, cheering non-stop. The spacious and flat courtyard wasn't ideal for galloping, but a leisurely stroll around was just fine. Xia Yan wasn't one to show favoritism. After setting Xie Jingyi down, he reached out to Xie Ruan, his long arms scooping him up. Before Xie Ruan could react, he was already on the horse. With the night wind whistling past and his father's warm embrace behind, Xie Ruan's face was tense, as if trying to hide his smile, but the joy was unmistakable, his lips twitching and his eyes sparkling. Xie Huaiqian and Lu Xan, being older, were already young teenagers. Xie Yan simply led the horse, letting them sit on it alone. Lu Mingzhao leaned against the window, her eyes crinkled with a smile, watching the lively scene in the courtyard. As for why she didn't join in, she was both afraid of the cold and a bit lazy. After tying the horse to the stable, Xia Yan's fingers were red and stiff from the cold. In the room, the charcoal in the brazier cracked with a pop, filling the air with warmth. The children were still immersed in the joy of riding the horse, eagerly sharing their excitement. Lu Mingzhao and Xia Yan sat on wooden chairs not far from the brazier. Mingzhao, the renovation of the shop with the small courtyard is nearly done. I took the liberty of delivering the custom-made plaque. Xie Yan's voice carried a faint smile as he leisurely shared the day's events. Lu Mingzhao took out a tube of lightly scented hand cream, squeezing a small flower-shaped amount onto Xie Yan's palm, gently spreading it out. The weather was dry and cold, with a sharp and biting wind. Xie Yan was often out and about, and it wouldn't be good if he developed chilblains. He hadn't paid much attention to these issues before, but in the afternoon, while Yunyang was making soup for him, he noticed the dry, cracked wounds on Yunyang's hands, which made him take notice. So, can we pick a good day to open the shop? Lu Mingzhao lowered her eyes, continuing to carefully apply the hand cream. Xia Yan felt a warm glow in his heart. He thought, perhaps this is the essence of a steady, enduring love. There weren't many dramatic scenes, but rather a series of small details that accumulated into a deep, affectionate warmth. The smile in Xie Yan's eyes sparkled like stars under the candlelight, as he gently tucked a strand of hair behind Lu Mingzhao's ear. Absolutely. Suddenly, his tone shifted, his smile fading, replaced by a hint of unshakable grievance. Mingzhao, Sun Jia is not a good person. Lu Mingzhao stopped and looked up sharply, her brows knitting in concern, her tone icy. Did he bully you? Xie Yan's expression was subtle, but his lips twitched between a smile and a frown. Mingzhao, he wants to drive us apart. Lu Mingzhao grew even more confused. Does Sun Jia really have nothing better to do? Sensing her confusion, Xia Yan nodded firmly. Today, when we were finalizing the contract at the county office, he kept inviting me to the floating fragrance pavilion. After I refused several times, he even made up a business pretext to lure me there. Floating fragrance pavilion? Floating fragrance drifts down, its scent lingering in the quiet emptiness. Quite elegant, Lu Mingzhao remarked. Xia Yan was speechless, then took Lu Mingzhao's hand. The floating fragrance pavilion is the biggest brothel in Changhe County. Does the perfect jade string gentleman usually do business in brothels? Lu Mingzhao exclaimed in surprise. The locals call brothel regulars upright gentlemen. Xia, that's not the point. Isn't the point that Sun Jia has ulterior motives? Xia sighed, resigned to explaining. Sun Jia doesn't touch the women, he just drinks fine wine and enjoys the dances, keeping it proper. I see, Lu Mingzhao said, suddenly understanding, then paused before adding, he doesn't have any special preferences, does he? Is he the only pure one in a world of filth? Xia Yan's face darkened. Mingzhao, the point is that he invited me to a brothel. What kind of person am I? What kind of person are you? Lu Mingzhao asked shamelessly. Xia Yan took a deep breath. I'm your husband. As a husband, I should stay true to myself. Besides, a gentleman should avoid any hint of scandal, not walk through melon fields or adjust his hat under a plum tree. He invited me to the floating fragrance pavilion with ill intentions, plotting something sinister. Lu Mingzhao smiled and stopped teasing Xia Yan, saying, yes, a Yan is the most upright husband. Xia Yan's gaze shifted slightly, his ears reddening. Sun Jia is indeed hypocritical. The jade-string gentleman's reputation is like burning paper money at a grave, just fooling ghosts. What's a newspaper? Mingzhao, I fought back. Lu Mingzhao blinked, do you have a little plan now? Xia Yan nodded, adapting to the situation and acting accordingly. Returning the favor in kind might just align with Mingzhao's thoughts. These past few days, the Sun family has been like a sieve. Lu Mingzhao seemed to understand, but not entirely. Chewing? Xia Yan is going to use chewing. A Yan, we really are a pair of troublemakers. A perfect pair. Xia Yan emphasized seriously, many hands make the work easier. Lu Mingzhao, now I get it. Learned something new. The eldest son of the Sun family, known for fooling ghosts, now walked with a cold and sinister expression through the main courtyard, which was covered with talismans. Even the auspicious jars in the courtyard were plastered with yellow talismans. Sun Jia showed a mocking expression. Are they worried that evil spirits might crawl out of the water jars? Evil spirits that need to crawl out of water jars to cause trouble? What kind of evil spirits are those? They're an embarrassment to ghosts. Out. Adding fuel to the fire. Sun Jia's gaze was icy, sweeping over the trembling, cautious servants around him. Under his gaze, the servants fled like startled rabbits. However, before they could get far, a thunderous roar came from the room, you disobedient son. Disobedient son. The servants paused, then quickened their pace, distancing themselves from the main courtyard. The eldest son, known for his good reputation, was considered unfilial by Old Master Sun and Madam Sun. Sun Jia stepped on the crimson bronze mirror and tore off the talismans from the doors and windows. Have you lost your mind? If you're tired of living in luxury, just say the word, and I'll make it happen. Why court death? Sun Jia's expression was calm. These venomous words seemed to come from someone else. Madam Sun trembled like a leaf. Sun Jia stripped away her maternal dignity, throwing it to the ground and trampling it. If I had known you'd be so unfilial, I never would have had you. Even if I had, I should have drowned you at birth. Madam Sun shook with anger, her eyes bloodshot. Yet, she kept glancing behind Sun Jia out of the corner of her eye, fearing eerie sounds from the dark night. So, without realizing it, her resolve weakened. Madam. Old Master Sun sharply stopped her. Sun Jia sneered, I'm not as filial as my younger brother, naturally. The night wind howled, and his laughter sounded eerie. Madam Sun suddenly shivered, shrinking into the carved wooden chair, gripping the talisman tightly. Sun Jia waved his hand, closing the door with a heavy, cold sound. Whose idea was it to have someone perform rituals in the street today? It was your mother, Old Master Sun replied without hesitation. If it was her, so be it. She was terrified. Sun Jia's face was full of mockery. Never mind, this question is pointless. With all this fuss, rumors of the Sun family being haunted have spread throughout Changhe County. In a few days, neighboring counties will hear of it. Business partners of the Sun family will start canceling their contracts. The Sun family will suffer. Madame Sun stiffened her neck. But it's true, there are ghosts. Jia, you heard it too, didn't you? Sun Jia sneered, if you've got nothing to hide, you've got nothing to fear. Madame Sun stammered in a low voice, it's because we've done wrong that we're so scared. You've been the celebrated jade string gentleman for so long, Jia. Have you forgotten how the Sun family made its fortune? Don't forget where you came from. During the famine, they hoarded grain and sold it at sky-high prices, making a fortune off the nation's suffering while countless people starved. Sun Jia was both furious and amused. How dare they lecture him? When you're not on the same page, even a few words are too many. Do you have any idea how much I've sacrificed to grow the Sun family's business? I was practically groveling at the feet of those high and mighty merchants for scraps of help. Keeping the family business thriving isn't easy. I don't mind carrying dead weight, but I won't tolerate fools who only mess things up. The jade string gentleman title you're so proud of just gives those people more ammunition to humiliate me. Didn't you scheme to build the jade string gentleman's reputation yourself? Madame Sun retorted softly, unconvinced. Sun Jia glanced at her, if you're so scared of vengeful ghosts, why not retire to the countryside estate and live in peace? You're leaving tomorrow. Take Chu Ying with you when you leave. I've already announced that Chu Ying is my younger brother's fiancé, arranged by Mother, and the marriage contract is settled. Mother, get the marriage contract finalized quickly to stop any rumors. You're throwing your father and me out? Madame Sun looked incredulous. In her extreme surprise, her fear lessened somewhat. She jumped down from the carved wooden chair and pointed at Sun Jia's nose. I raised you from nothing. Mother, Sun Jia brushed off Madame Sun's hand. I've heard this 1,000 times. Jia, old Master Sun, who had the ability to become invisible during conflicts, finally spoke up when his own interests were involved. This is completely out of line. Your father and I are too old to handle the countryside estate's hardships. Father, this isn't up for discussion, I'm telling you. You're old, but you've still got a knack for stirring up trouble. The countryside estate is big and quiet, perfect for you. Otherwise, he feared that one day, when his patience snapped, he might kill them himself. Every step he took was a struggle, and anyone in his way deserved to die. Old Master Sun felt a chill in his heart and grabbed his wife, who was about to continue her tirade, and then said, how long do we have to stay there? His eldest son wanted to kill him. Sun Jia said coldly, you'll come back when I say so. Pack your bags. I'll send someone to take you away early tomorrow morning. Remember the marriage contract for my younger brother and Chu Ying. The night grew deeper. Outside the quiet Sun residence, the knocking started again. Coughs echoed through the deep courtyards of the various compounds. Madame Sun immediately stopped her wailing, wrapping herself in the quilt, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, Madame Sun thought that moving to the countryside estate might not be so bad. As things stood, she would be scared to death sooner or later. The next day, Chu Ying didn't leave. She gathered her courage and climbed into Sun Jia's bed. Although nothing happened, the fact that a man and a woman were alone together in a room, and were caught by the servants, was hard to ignore. Last night, Sun Jia, emotionally out of control and exhausted, drank himself into a drunken stupor. Either bear the shame of a brother stealing his younger brother's fiancé, or kill Chu Ying and all those who witnessed the event, completely erasing what happened last night. Sun Jia was leaning towards the latter. But he vaguely felt as if there were eyes watching him from the shadows, waiting for him to panic and make a wrong move. Sun Jia raised his hand and grabbed Chu Ying by the neck, veins bulging at his temples, a fierce aura emanating, his eyes dark and sinister, the red veins almost covering his entire eyeballs. Chu Ying's face turned red from lack of air, tears streaming down, her hands flailing, trying to push Sun Jia away. Sun Jie showed no sympathy, while his personal servant boys, Tiandong and Chuan Bai, knelt on the ground, kowtowing incessantly, not daring to utter a word of plea. Bloodstains were scattered on the floor. As Chu Ying's struggles weakened, Sun Jie suddenly let her go. Chu Ying gasped greedily and frantically, her voice hoarse, "I won't do it again, I won't do it again." She didn't want to be a concubine to the second young master of the Sun family, nor did she want to suffer on the countryside estate. Qinghe said, "To be reborn from a desperate situation, it's worth a gamble." Qinghe was the maid she brought from the Chu family, clever and sweet-talking, and most to her liking. Originally, she just wanted to give it a try. But she never expected it to go so well. Tiandong didn't enter the elder cousin's bedroom as usual, and the bedroom reeked of alcohol, while Chuan Bai slept soundly by the leg of the table at the corner of the screen, completely unaware of her entry. She instructed Qinghe to find a way to alert the servants of Fuguang courtyard at dawn, then she removed her outer garment and lay down in the same bed as her elder cousin. The right time, the right place, and the right people. Sun Jie had pieced together the sequence of events. It was the most coincidental of coincidences. Tiandong, suffering from a stomachache, left the courtyard, and Chuan Bo was sound asleep, which allowed Chu Ying's plan to unfold. "Where is Qinghe?" Sun Jie stared deeply at Chu Ying, his eyes dark and icy. Chu Ying shivered. She left the mansion. Qinghe helped her fulfill her wish, and she helped Qinghe escape from servitude. This was decided after discussions between her and Qinghe. Only when Qinghe was no longer a servant subject to abuse would her cousin hesitate. Therefore, the moment she stepped into her cousin's bedroom, she returned Qinghe's deed of sale. Sun Jie laughed bitterly in anger, his cold smile like a biting north wind. There was nothing more to understand. Chu Ying had willingly become a pawn in someone else's game. "Chu Ying, you've really outdone yourself." In the Sun household, where tension was high, the servants were no longer loyal, leading to leaks everywhere. "Please spare my life, cousin. I am willing to serve you tirelessly." Chu Ying was truly frightened. When her throat was squeezed and she couldn't breathe, her cousin really wanted to kill her, to end it all. How can she serve like an ox or a horse? Madame Sun scolded the servant boy blocking her path and barged in. Chu Ying is a virtuous girl. This incident. When Madame Sun noticed the purple bruises on Chu Ying's neck, she was horrified and then flew into a rage. "You wanted to kill Inger? Do you think the mansion isn't in enough turmoil?" The Taoist priest performing the ritual yesterday specifically warned against any killing within 49 days, or else evil spirits will haunt the Sun family forever, leading to its downfall. "You unfilial son, do you want to drag the entire Sun family down with you?" Madame Sun pulled Chu Ying to stand behind her. Shouldn't mother already be on her way to the countryside estate? Sun Jie gritted his teeth, yet he was helpless. He even suspected that yesterday's grand ritual was orchestrated by someone. But whether it was Chu Ying or his parents, they all jumped into the trap without hesitation, perhaps even feeling smug afterward. Madame Sun said, "Your father and I must stay to have a cup of tea offered by Inger." Madame Sun was eager to tie Chu Ying to her eldest son. Her eldest son was cold and indifferent, disrespectful and unfilial to her, but Chu Ying was obedient, sensible, and very compliant. "So, mother, you're suggesting I marry Chu Ying? A shameless woman who sneaks into bed at night, still dreaming of becoming my wife?" Sun Jie felt he had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Being a concubine would suffice," Madame Sun said with little confidence. "There must be some resolution." "Mother, have you forgotten that I have already publicly declared Chu Ying as the fiancé you arranged for my second brother?" Madame Sun glared, furious. "She has already shared your bed, she's lost her virtue. How can she still harm Penger? This matter is settled. If you are unwilling to marry her, then make her your concubine." Changxi Village. "Mingzhao, it's done," Xia Yan said, handing a densely written note to Lu Mingzhao. Lu Mingzhao took the note, surprised. "So quickly?" After all, This matter is as uncertain as Schrödinger's cat. With the right timing, setting, and people, it went smoothly. To be honest, I didn't expect Chu Ying to be so decisive, Xia Yan said with a smile, watching the children circling the horses in the stable. A night had passed, and the children's fascination with the horses only grew stronger. Lu Xian held a carrot in his hand, staring intently as the horse ate. Lu Mingzhao skimmed through the note quickly. The right timing, setting, and people were also the result of our planning. Chu Ying refuses to go to the countryside estate. In fact, the eldest son of the Sun family added fuel to the fire. Xia Yan smiled somewhat helplessly. Perhaps it's better to say she has a sharp wit. No matter how Sun Jia handles this, the once pure jade string has been tainted, it's a major setback. If others do not provoke me, I will not provoke them, Lu Mingzhao said, throwing the note into a nearby charcoal basin, the flames instantly consuming it as she watched. If others provoke me, I will repay them doubly. Life is fleeting, just a few decades at most. There's no need to endure hardship, believing in the nonsense that suffering brings fortune. Xia Yan smiled. Mingzhao is direct. Lu Mingzhao accepted the praise with ease, sitting by the window, her elbow on the sill and her cheek resting in her palm as she peered out at the stable. Lu Xiaoxin. It was fine not to look, but when she did, it was startling. Lu Xiaoxin was quietly pulling off something bold, snatching a carrot from the horse's mouth. Come here. Lu Xiaoxin quickly pulled her hand back, cautiously leaving the stable and standing under the eaves, separated from Lu Mingzhao by a window. Sister, she said meekly. Still stealing food from the horse's mouth, aren't you afraid the horse might get angry and bite off your little arm or hand? Lu Mingzhao chided Lu Xiaoxin with a glance. Fortunately, the horse pulling the carriage had been trained to be gentle and non-aggressive by the stable workers. Lu Xiaoxin cautiously lowered her head, occasionally stealing glances with the corner of her eyes. Her hands hung by her sides, tightly clutching the hem of her clothes as she bit her lips, yet she couldn't help but ask curiously, do horses bite? Changxi village had never seen a carriage before. Lu Xiaoxin grew up in Changxi village, having seen plowing oxen and cart-pulling donkeys, but she had never seen a majestic horse up close. Not only do they bite, but they also kick. Lu Mingzhao poked Lu Xiaoxin's fair and clean face. Go wash your hands. You already fed the carrots to the horse. Why are you thinking of taking them back? Lu Xiaoxin's voice was barely a whisper, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The horse was eating so deliciously. You want some too? Lu Mingzhao asked. Then she sighed helplessly. No matter how much you want to eat, you can't snatch food from a horse's mouth. Go wash your hands now. Lu Xiaoxin hung her head and shuffled off listlessly. Footsteps seemed to approach from outside the courtyard wall, and Lu Mingzhao frowned slightly, only to hear Xia Yan say, one of them is your mother-in-law, Yunyang. With hearing that sharp, there was no such thing as whispering. Xia Yan stepped forward and opened the courtyard gate. Behind Yunyang were two people, one was Feng Jinyu, and the other was tall, strong, and muscular. Feng Jinmao? She wondered. As soon as they entered the house, Feng Jinmao handed the things he was carrying to Xia Yan. He then bowed his head and clasped his fists towards Lu Mingzhao, giving a deep salute. You saved Jinyu's life. I may not be much, but I know how to repay a favor. Whenever you need me, just say the word and I'll be there. I'll go through hell and high water for you. Lu Mingzhao thought, what a brother full of rustic spirit. He was built like a tank, with round eyes and a booming voice. He stood before her like a dark iron tower. If he were guarding a caravan, his mere presence would be enough to scare anyone off. Next to him, Feng Jinyu looked tiny and delicate. Big brother, keep it down, Feng Jinyu shot him an annoyed look. Mingzhao isn't one of those rough guys from the caravan, don't scare her. Have you ever thought about learning to read? She asked. Lu Mingzhao pursed her lips and smiled lightly, with a touch of being spoiled and acting a bit cocky. After Feng Jinmao returned, he gave Feng Jinyu a great deal of confidence. She puffed herself up, hands on her hips, and once again became a feisty and energetic young girl. Feng Jinyu still had a thick, standard-issue cotton bandage wrapped around her forehead, the kind commonly used at the Changhe County Clinic for dressing wounds. Despite their occasional spats, the bond between these siblings ran deep. Feng Jinmao scratched his head sheepishly, grinning to reveal a set of neat, white teeth. "Big sis, please forgive me, forgive me." Lu Mingzhao's smile grew wider. "It's nothing, what are you talking about? It's just a neighborly thing to lend a hand." Feng Jinyu muttered softly, "That's not what you said when you were waving that hammer at me." Well, it seemed that Feng Jinyu was out of danger now. Feng Jinmao's round eyes bulged. "Big sis, you're being too modest and polite. This is a life and death matter. If there's anything you need in the future, Feng Jinmao, won't think twice. If it weren't for the fact that it would be inappropriate and stir up gossip, I would have brought my old mother here to bow down to you. If my old mother can't bow down, then let Jinyu do it. No matter how we repay this life-saving kindness, it wouldn't be too much." His round eyes bulged even more, making them appear even larger. Lu Mingzhao glanced at the horse in the stable out of the corner of her eye, momentarily feeling confused, unable to tell whose eyes were popping more. Feng Jinmao then gave Feng Jinyu a hearty slap on the back, causing her frail little frame to sway slightly. One couldn't help but worry for Feng Jinyu's delicate body. Feng Jinyu snorted in defiance. "You only dare to get all huffy and puffy with me now because Mom isn't here to stand up for me. Let me tell you, it's not that I'm afraid of you and don't dare to fight back. I'm just keeping up appearances in front of Mingzhao." As she spoke, Feng Jinyu was about to kneel down. Lu Mingzhao quickly grabbed her. "Your head injury hasn't fully healed yet. If you kowtow now, you'll get all dizzy and woozy again. I understand your gratitude." Feng Jinmao scratched his head again, speaking earnestly. "That makes sense. Jinyu's head's as delicate as a walnut shell." The disdain in his voice was practically dripping. But that disdain was mixed with concern. "Then I'll kowtow, otherwise I won't feel right." Before Lu Mingzhao and Xie Yan could stop him, the burly Feng Jinmao knelt down in the blink of an eye and banged his head 3 times with resounding thuds. Each bow was firm and deliberate. Honestly, Lu Mingzhao felt the ground tremble. Feng Jinyu was also stunned, couldn't quite remember if she had used such force when she hit the wall to commit suicide. "Brother," Feng Jinyu was anxious. Feng Jinmao raised his head, with only a faint red mark on his forehead. "Feng Jinyu, well, her head really is as fragile as a walnut shell. Brother, why don't you go chat with Xie Yan? I still have some things I need to get off my chest with Mingzhao. A guy who's been all over as a bodyguard, and one who hunts in the deep mountains and old forests, should have a lot in common." "Feng Jinmao, what do you mean, idle chatter?" Feng Jinyu smiled and casually hooked her arm with Lu Mingzhao's. Lu Mingzhao looked at Feng Jinyu with a smile, her face still a bit worn out, but her spirit had improved. That was a good sign. Without even needing Lu Mingzhao to ask, Feng Jinyu spilled all the details of what followed. Feng Jinmao took 2 decisive actions. For old lady Feng, who was stubborn and unreasonable and determined to push her daughter into the fire, Feng Jinmao gave her a cold warning, saying that if she dared to think of marrying Jinyu to Fan Xiaocai again, he would live separately with his wife and children, not taking care of her in her old age, not seeing her off when she dies, not visiting her grave, and not burning joss paper. For Fan Xiaocai, who wanted a free caretaker and to use Feng Jinyu to get ahead, Feng Jinmao brought a group of burly brothers from the bodyguard agency to his home, vividly describing in front of Fan Xiaocai and his father how they fought bandits and their heads rolled like rocks, telling the story for 3 consecutive days, and before leaving, he smashed the only sturdy table in Fan Xiaocai's house with a punch. Fan Xiaocai shook and called off the engagement. The merchants in the county and town, who had various dealings with the bodyguard agency, didn't dare to twist the facts. It could be said that Feng Jinyu was saved purely by sheer force. Although Feng Jinyu's reputation was still tarnished in the surrounding villages, it was clear that she did not take it to heart, beaming with joy after surviving the ordeal. I told you, I urged my brother to kill 2 of my mother's chickens, cleaned them thoroughly. Aunt Yun's cooking skills are unmatched in the entire Changxi village, but I never had the chance to taste it, so you should let me stay and eat chicken with you today. Lu Mingzhao, say chicken, not ba, keep it classy. You have to ask my mother. Aunt Yun, I want to eat your cooking. Yunyang heard this and agreed with a smile, then stay. Feng Jinmao gruffly said, you're here to thank her, not to mooch and get sassy. Feng Jinyu made a face at Feng Jinmao. What are your plans for the future? Lu Mingzhao asked in a low voice. Feng Jinyu's smile stiffened. My brother wants me to learn a skill. With a skill, whether married or not, one can survive. Mingzhao also said that a woman with ability can support herself. She also knew that after this incident, she was most likely unable to marry into a respectable family. Having just escaped from the wolf's den that was Fanxiozai, she certainly couldn't leap into a tiger's lair. Without a good family to marry into, she would simply remain a spinster. Lu Mingzhao slightly furrowed her brows, carefully observing Feng Jinyu, weighing and calculating in her heart. Bold and unafraid, with a newfound clarity and composure after facing life and death, and thoroughly heartbroken by Feng Jinyu, even if Feng Jinyu caused trouble, she wouldn't easily give in. With some training in literacy and accounting, she could very well be entrusted with significant responsibilities. After all, she managed 3 shops. At the very least, Feng Jinyu was someone she had personally saved. That thorny path to survival, she could offer help where possible. Most importantly, Feng Jinyu didn't seem like someone who would bite the hand that feeds her. As for Feng Jinmao, she thought very highly of him. Perhaps because she often harbored mischievous thoughts herself, she particularly admired such honest and straightforward people. In the end, it still depended on Feng Jinyu's own initiative to improve and learn. Have you considered what you want to learn? Lu Mingzhao asked solemnly. Feng Jinyu lowered her brows, somewhat unsure. A chef? A tailor? Lu Mingzhao pursed her lips. Have you ever thought about learning to read? You don't need to be highly educated, just not completely illiterate. The saying that a woman's virtue lies in her lack of talent is utter nonsense. Feng Jinyu blinked. Learn to read? When I was a child, I secretly eavesdropped outside the town's private school, but my mother dragged me away, saying a girl doesn't need to suffer through that. No families allow girls to study and learn to read. The private schools never accept female students either. Suffer? Lu Mingzhao was at a loss for words. Believe in her, respect her, honor her. If old lady Feng wants to fool herself, fine, but how can she brainwash others? She's dressed up her ignorance and selfishness so elegantly, it's quite something. If studying is considered suffering, then is old lady Feng pushing her grandson to study under Fan Xiaozai to torment him and end the family line? I only ask you, do you want to endure this so-called suffering? Lu Mingzhao's gaze was intense as she looked at Feng Jinyu. Isn't working in the fields or doing chores harder than learning to read? The warm winter sunlight, soft as an orchid, filtered through the window, casting dappled shadows. The light danced around the room, mixing with dust particles, like scattered stars. Feng Jinyu stared unblinkingly at Lu Mingzhao, feeling as if the light was coming from her. She reached out suddenly, as if to catch the shimmering light. Mingzhao always spoke simply but with depth. Lu Mingzhao patted Feng Jinyu's hand gently, her eyes bright. We're discussing serious matters here, don't fool around. This suffering, even if I wanted to endure it, I wouldn't get the chance, Feng Jinyu said dejectedly, pulling her hand back, head down, tugging at her clothes like a drenched quail, looking small and helpless. In most homes, women don't get to learn. It's like a woman's only job is to cook, clean, marry, and have kids. Lu Mingzhao raised an eyebrow. Talk it over with your family. If you decide to go for it, come back to me. Winter days are long and free. If you want, I can spend an hour each day teaching you to read and write. It's never too late to start. The best time is now, if you're serious. They say the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago, but the next best time is now. Feng Jinyu looked up, her eyes bright like sunlight on tea, misty and glowing. I want to learn, she said firmly. Even if you don't know where this will take you, you still want to try? Yes, reading and writing will always be useful. Lu Mingzhao propped her chin on her hand, staring hard. But you need to talk to your elders first. You know me, I won't put up with being treated unfairly. If someone causes trouble, I'm not exactly known for respecting my elders. It would just hurt our friendship. Feng Jinyu shouted, Brother, I want to learn to read with Lu Mingzhao. Then she turned to Lu Mingzhao, her voice softer. Mingzhao, my brother runs the house now. My mother listens to him, and my father stays out of it. Feng Jinmao frowned, stood up, and walked over, his big hand on Feng Jinyu's back. You're really pushing it, aren't you? Sister Lu saved your life, and now you're taking advantage of her? Feng Jinyu looked up, meeting Feng Jinmao's gaze without flinching. Brother, I want to learn. Anyway, my reputation is ruined and my appearance is destroyed. Things can't get any worse on the outside. I've already faced death twice. I want to learn to read and write, to understand the ways of the world, to live with more awareness, rather than being almost driven to death and still unable to stand up for myself. Once I learn to read and write, I can go to the county or town to find work and support myself. Feng Jinmao's round, large eyes showed a flicker of hesitation. Having traveled far and wide as a caravan guard, he had seen all kinds of people, even women who were the heads of their households. Having seen so much, his world had expanded and his heart had opened up. He held no prejudice against women. If men could read and write, naturally women could too. The rules of propriety were both a shield and a shackle for women. Feng Jinmao put his hands behind his back. It's a good thing that you want to learn to read and write. But Lu Mingzhao doesn't owe you anything. A small kindness can turn into a big grudge. Over time, if you become dependent on her help and take it for granted, and if she can't meet your expectations or doesn't do as you wish, you'll resent her. I won't. Feng Jinyu said without hesitation. Lu Mingzhao had saved her life. Could any favor be greater than saving a life? Her brother really underestimated her. Feng Jinmao glanced at Feng Jinyu. Are you going to speak, or should I? Feng Jinmao continued, don't take it the wrong way. Over the years, I've seen plenty of cases where kindness was repaid with betrayal. You can follow Lu Mingzhao to learn to read and write, but you must follow the rules of a private school, pay respects to the teacher, offer gifts, and honor the teacher. None of these can be omitted. So, the key point isn't whether I agree or not, but whether you've really thought it through. Feng Jinyu murmured softly, I have to pay my respects to the teacher. But she still wanted to be friends with Lu Mingzhao. Otherwise? Feng Jinmao asked. Let Lu Mingzhao raise an ungrateful person? Feng Jinyu's eyes darted around, and she reached out to tug at Lu Mingzhao's sleeve. Can I still gossip with you behind others' backs in the future? Hearing this, Lu Mingzhao smiled awkwardly. There's a relationship called teacher and student. In front of Feng Jinmao, this question was really hard to answer. Feng Jinyu lowered her head and, after careful consideration, said, I am willing to pay my respects to the teacher. Trust her, respect her, honor her, and never betray her in this life. If I break this promise, may I suffer the pain of self-destruction for eternity. It was mid-morning, and the room was bathed in sunlight. The cold wind seeped through the cracks of the open window, making Feng Jinyu's thin, increasingly delicate face come alive. Lu Mingzhao's heart stirred slightly. This scene, in her eyes and heart, was like a painting destined to be preserved in time, perhaps yellowing over the years, but the captured moment would remain unchanged. Everyone's heart softens in moments when they are treated with great care. She is no exception. Lu Mingzhao calmed the turmoil in her heart and asked uncertainly, "Is this really necessary for a disciple ceremony?" The customs of Daqian always take her by surprise. "You haven't even prepared the disciple ceremony, what are you rushing for?" Feng Jinmao pulled Feng Jinyu aside, said with a hint of disdain, "When you were young and had me take the fall and make false reports for you, you seemed quite clever. Now, you're as foolish as that big yellow dog you used to raise. Scold me if you must, but why bring Jin Can into it?" Feng Jinyu instinctively retorted, "Jin Can is very smart." Lu Mingzhao once again doubted Feng Jinyu's ability to focus on the key point. Fortunately, she doesn't need to teach Feng Jinyu how to summarize the central idea of an article, otherwise, it could go from the East Sea to Kunlun Mountain. "Mingzhao, wait for me, I'll be right back." Feng Jinyu mustered all her strength, pulling the towering Feng Jinmao to leave in a hurry. Lu Mingzhao chuckled, "The eldest brother of the Feng family is a sensible person." Xie Yan nodded, "Honest and hardworking, content and knows his limits." Feng Jinyu's character is also quite good. Lu Mingzhao smiled like a flower. How bad can someone who repays kindness really be? The second young master of the Sun family has died. Xie Yan remained non-committal, simply tilting his head and smiling at Lu Mingzhao. His Mingzhao, who harbors grudges yet is carefree. The scene was tranquil and lovely. Is Mingzhao planning to personally groom a shopkeeper? Lu Mingzhao raised the corner of her eye. "Yan, you really get me. I hope she can truly master the skills to stand on her own. Then, I'll need Yan to find a shopkeeper to mentor her." Xie Jingyi popped up out of nowhere, hugging Lu Mingzhao's leg, whining, "Sanbao wants to learn with mommy too. Big brother and Erbao's lessons are too tough, Sanbao's little head can't handle them." "Of course, you can." Lu Mingzhao bent down to pick up Xie Jingyi, poking her round belly. "What did Sanbao sneak to eat again?" Grandma steamed some sweet and fragrant soft cakes. They were absolutely delicious. Xie Jingyi licked her lips, a small silver thread hanging at the corner of her mouth. Lu Mingzhao sighed in resignation, sitting on a chair and gently rubbing Xie Jingyi's belly. "Even if it's delicious, you can't overeat. Remember when you had a stomachache from eating too much and rolled around in bed?" Xie Jingyi beamed sweetly, her chubby hands covering her plump, round face, fingers slightly apart, peeking at Lu Mingzhao, then unexpectedly letting out a burp. Lu Mingzhao patted Xie Jingyi's little belly. "If there's a next time, Mama will have your big brother look after you." Xie Jingyi widened her eyes, shaking her head vigorously, her little bun almost coming undone. Big brother would make her stand by the wall, listening to things she couldn't understand, and wouldn't let her nap, slapping her hand if she dozed off. "Mama," Xie Jingyi cooed softly. Lu Mingzhao continued to rub Xie Jingyi's belly for a bit longer, then set her down. "Go play." Xie Yan stood by the window, lost in thought as he gazed at the distant mountains. Concerned about Sun Jie's next move? Lu Mingzhao sniffed the plum blossom branch in the vase. "Or concerned about the capital city?" "The capital city," Xie Yan murmured. The quieter it got, the more eerie it felt. He didn't believe Gu Wai would stay indifferent after learning that Mingzhao had married him. If there were no lingering feelings, Guzhen wouldn't have come here, and there wouldn't have been such a fuss the night before the wedding. Yen, Lu Mingzhao plucked a nearly withered plum blossom, holding it in her palm. "Hold tightly to what's important now, let go of what's not important or what might appear unexpectedly. Perhaps Gu Huai is overwhelmed and powerless." Xie Yan looked at her, his mind wandering, his eyes slightly shifting. "Mingzhao, don't let go of me. With Mingzhao, home feels like home." Lu Mingzhao smiled, hooking Xie Yan's finger, shaking it gently. "Holding tight." Xie Yan's eyes crinkled with a smile, the ring on his finger gleaming in the warm sunlight. The Feng siblings, like gusts of wind of different sizes, hurriedly arrived with the 6 ceremonial gifts. "Sister Lu, I heard that when paying respects to a teacher, one must bring 6 ceremonial gifts: celery, lotus seeds, red beans, dates, longan, and dried lean meat strips." At this time of year, we don't have celery, lotus seeds, or longan at home, so I've used other items as stand-ins for now. When the season comes, I'll make it up to Jinyu. Lu Mingzhao smiled. It's the thought that counts. She hadn't even thought about a formal apprenticeship. After all, her initial plan was just to teach a little during her free time each day. We must be formal when it's called for, we can't break the rules, Feng Jinmao said seriously, giving Feng Jinyu a pointed look. Feng Jinyu quickly helped Lu Mingzhao sit down on a nearby chair, then knelt down, kowtowed 3 times in respect, and presented the 6 ceremonial gifts for apprenticeship. I, Feng Jinyu, today take Lu Mingzhao as my teacher. From this day forward, I will trust her, respect her, and honor her, never betray her for as long as I live. If I break this oath, may I suffer eternal torment. Feng Jinyu solemnly repeated her vow. Lu Mingzhao's lips twitched slightly. This felt a bit like swearing a blood oath, like the heroes of Liangshan. Shouldn't the proper apprenticeship process include straightening one's clothes, a cleansing ritual, kowtowing, presenting the 6 ceremonial gifts, offering tea at an auspicious time, and receiving the teacher's instructions? Feng Jinyu had skipped straight to the main event. Lu Mingzhao handed over the analects she had specifically gotten from Xia Huaiqian. It wasn't that she didn't want to find a traditional thread-bound edition from her space supermarket as a return gift, but the fonts were just too different. You may rise. From today onward, I will take on the responsibility of imparting knowledge, teaching skills, and answering questions for you. After the 3 kowtows, Feng Jinyu felt dizzy. She stood up and, in a daze, said, the storyteller at the town's tea house said that a teacher for a day is a father for life. Now I have another father figure. From that day on, Feng Jinyu called Lu Mingzhao teacher. Of course, Feng Jinyu also jokingly wanted to call her little dad, but she was sharply scolded by both Feng Jinmao and Lu Mingzhao. Winter days are short, and night comes quickly. The night was dark, the cold wind biting, and the moon was absent from the sky, with only a few stars scattered about. Outside the window, the cooing of a pigeon was heard. Lu Mingzhao felt puzzled. She stood up, walked to the candle, and trimmed the wick. The candlelight instantly brightened, its glow spilling out like sand, filling the room with light. Then, she opened the window and saw a snow-white carrier pigeon land on Xia Yan's hand. Xia Yan untied the message from the pigeon's leg, then patted the bird, which flew off and perched on a withered tree in the courtyard. Mingzhao, the second young master of the Sun family, has died. Lu Mingzhao was stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief. Dead? Xia Yan nodded and handed the note to Lu Mingzhao. In the county jail, he chose to end his life by cutting his wrist with a piece of pottery. Before his death, he left a confession on the wall. The words revealed that he had deeply reflected on his past while in prison, realizing that his actions of harassing and exploiting others were deeply sinful. He felt he had tarnished the Sun family's reputation and was filled with guilt and remorse towards the victims' families. He chose to atone for his crimes by death and decided to sell his shops to compensate his victims. Furthermore, he admitted he had long known about Chu Ying's moral failings and that she was unworthy of entering the Sun family. However, he was still very grateful to the eldest son of the Sun family for granting Chu Ying a secure and carefree future, as he had requested in his letter with a death threat. Finally, he wrote that his parents would be taken care of by the eldest son of the Sun family in their old age, and Chu Ying would also have the eldest son of the Sun family by her side. He no longer had any attachments and could die without regret. He specifically pleaded that you should not harbor any resentment towards the Sun family because of him. May my death bring clarity to the Sun family from now on. Lu Mingzhao's brows furrowed in thought. The second young master of the Sun family was uneducated and inept. Even if he left a suicide note, it couldn't have been written so smoothly. Sun Jia, how ruthless. The second young master of the Sun family deserved to die, but she never expected Sun Jia to handle the current predicament in such a decisive manner. The foolish and wicked second young master died by the hand of the honorable Sun Jia. Didn't word of Sun Jia and Chu Ying sharing a bed spread through Changhe early this morning? With the scandal happening first and the second young master of the Sun family's suicide note coming later, the timing doesn't add up. The people aren't blind or foolish. Turning passivity into initiative. Xia Yan rubbed his fingers thoughtfully. I'm afraid Sun Jia also forged a letter from the second young master of the Sun family to him. Sun Jia's actions are indeed swift, precise, and ruthless. This act of atoning through death, using the second young master's life to turn the tide, has reversed the Sun family's predicament, calmed the anger of the people in Changhe County, and also garnered some sympathy. Sun Jia likely regrets showing mercy and sparing Chu Ying's life after the drowning incident. Lu Mingzhao's tone rose slightly, her eyes cooling. Quite the scheme, an invisible father, a foolish mother, and a broken him? But Sun Jia isn't so easily broken, he's also laced with poison. A strong chill, like cold water pouring down, quickly spread from head to toe, causing an involuntary shiver. From Chu Ying climbing into bed to the death of the second young master, it was only a matter of hours. With a wall full of confessions and forged letters, and the scene arranged to look like a suicide, it's clear that Sun Jia didn't hesitate much in deciding to kill his brother to save himself. She had said yesterday that the only good person among a group of bad ones is, more often than not, either a hypocrite or a demon. She would prefer Sun Jia to be simply hypocritical. But the facts show that Sun Jia is a complete demon. Do the people of Changhe County know about the second young master's suicide in prison? Lu Mingzhao asked with a focused gaze. Xia Yan's expression was also somewhat grim. Not yet, the news is still tightly under wraps. It seems Sun Jia is still tidying up. If this isn't handled properly, this fire might burn you. When it comes to life, people's hearts are particularly soft, even towards someone notorious and unspeakable. Lu Mingzhao was eerily calm, her brow slightly furrowed, but her eyes gradually brightened. Again, on the surface, it seems Sun Jia has taken the lead, catching us off guard, and we can only respond passively. Actually, he's in the light, and we're in the dark. He doesn't know that we're already aware of the second young master's death. To some extent, who has the upper hand is still up in the air. Rather than responding passively, I'd rather throw the dirt back. Nursery rhymes. Lu Mingzhao said slowly, there's no better way to spread something quickly and widely than nursery rhymes. On cold nights, it's when little beggars gather. Perhaps people prefer the juicy gossip of a brother taking his brother's wife and then killing him over their tea and meals. Even if it reaches Sun Jia's ears, it won't implicate her or Xia Yan. After all, Sun Jia has already thoroughly investigated how far their hands can reach. All right. Xia Yan's eyes were bright, filled with the image of Lu Mingzhao under the candlelight. This is his Mingzhao. Proud to be connected with her. Let's dig deeper into how old Master Sun and Madam Sun are holding up. The second young master of the Sun family turned into such a domineering and tyrannical playboy, largely due to his parents' indulgence. Could the parents really stay indifferent after their beloved youngest son met such a bloody and tragic end? Xia Yan picked up his brush, jotted down the arrangements, and softly whistled. A carrier pigeon from the withered branch landed on the windowsill, calmly letting Xia Yan tie the reply to its leg. The carrier pigeon spread its wings and flew off, quickly disappearing into the dense night. It's late, let's hit the sack. Tomorrow you've got to teach the Feng family's girl how to write. Xia Yan snuffed out the flickering candle and murmured. Lu Mingzhao lay in bed, wrapped in a soft, fluffy quilt, her eyes squinting contentedly. Jinyu calls me sir, so what should she call you? Xia Yan recalled Feng Jinyu clamoring to call Mingzhao little dad, and a bad feeling crept into his heart. He dreaded the thought of Feng Jinyu calling him little mom with her shocking remarks. The idea was just too weird, and he couldn't deal with it. Xia Yan reached over to tuck Lu Mingzhao in, steering the conversation elsewhere. Tomorrow, I'll head into town to see if the shops Sun Jia transferred are all set up. Outside, the wind rustled, and the room fell silent. At the Sun residence in Changhe County. Old Master Sun's face turned pale, his hand shaking violently as he pointed at Sun Jie, his lips moving but no words escaping. Exhausted and legs giving way, he slumped into the chair. Father, the county yeoman's head brought news that my second brother slit his wrist in prison and took his own life, Sun Jie repeated. Madame Sun let out a wail of sheer grief and passed out. The main courtyard stood empty, devoid of any servants. In such a state, neither Old Master Sun nor Sun Jie had the strength to tend to Madame Sun. Old Master Sun hung his head in silence, cheeks twitching, tears streaming down his face, hands clenched at his sides, veins popping. Tomorrow morning, I'll personally fetch my second brother, Sun Jie said coolly, seemingly oblivious to Old Master Sun's agony. Old Master Sun was so furious his eyes turned bloodshot, every word dripping with venom. Was it you? Was it you? You're his elder brother, and an elder brother is like a father, even a tiger wouldn't devour its own cubs. Sure, he was a bit wild, but he never hurt you or wished you any harm. How could you? How dare you? Father, why would you say such things? Sun Jie's tone was icy, his expression stern, eyebrows raised, radiating an authority that made others recoil. The county's top coroner examined the body. He used a pottery shard to slit his wrist and end his life. Father, are these gut-wrenching words meant to tear the Sun family apart? Old Master Sun laughed mockingly. His eldest son, in terms of ruthlessness, truly surpassed him, making him, as a father, shudder with fear. Last night, he saw homicidal intent in his eldest son's eyes. Tonight, he heard from his eldest son's mouth the news of his second son's self-inflicted death. Sun Jie was momentarily stunned, his usual indifference momentarily shattered. He doubted his own eyes, seeing contempt in his father's eyes, who had long been uninvolved in family affairs. As if he were some kind of garbage, to be avoided at all costs. Contempt? He could understand hatred and fear, but he could not comprehend contempt. The prosperous rise of the Sun family's business was something he had built step by step. Father, if the hatred in your heart has nowhere to vent, you might as well hate mother, hate Chu Ying, hate second brother, hate Lu Mingzhao. Father, when you were young, you braved storms and committed unscrupulous acts without hesitation. Now you should know what is the right thing to do. Unless you want the wealth of the Sun family to turn to dust, and everyone to beg for survival. Old Master Sun wiped the tears from his face. What? You can act, but I, your father, cannot speak? You needed Penger's life to salvage your crumbling reputation, so Penger had to die. Next time? Whose life will you use as your sacrificial lamb, so that you, the defeated one, can have another chance to fight? Me? Or your mother? The son he loved and cherished the most, who was the most filial, bled out and died in prison. How could he not be angry, resentful, and hateful? The phrase "the defeated one" completely shattered Sun Jie's calm and detached exterior. Father's favoritism remains as consistent as ever, and your ability to twist the truth is even better than before. Looking at the series of events that have happened since I returned from the city, I am the innocent fish caught in the crossfire. Brothers are rebellious, and the household is in turmoil. Sun Jipeng is beyond foolish, incited by a servant girl to tarnish someone's honor. After his failure, he refused to reflect and instead hired thugs to attack a man and kidnap his wife. In court, he admitted everything without hesitation, and his past misdeeds were brought up again. Public opinion burns like fire and flows like floodwaters. To teach my brother a lesson and resolve the issue, I had Sun Jipeng reflect on his mistakes in the county jail, and in front of everyone, he publicly apologized to Lu Mingzhao. And what was the result? Mother, in a fit of rage, pressured Chu Ying to push Lu Mingzhao into the icy lake at the magistrate's wife's plum blossom banquet, leading to a complete disaster. Afterwards, the feud between the Sun family and Lu Mingzhao became deadly, making reconciliation nearly impossible. Already drowning in crises, Chu Ying brazenly seduced me, and mother planned a lavish banquet to welcome her into the family. One thing after another, how am I to blame for all this? When father defends son Jipeng's wrongdoings, perhaps he should also consider speaking out for me. Father, you and mother only have one son left. If you keep talking nonsense, the Sun family line will die out. Old Master Sun's fingers trembled slightly, his thoughts tossed like a storm, uncertain. After a long silence, he finally managed to utter with difficulty, even so, Peng'er cannot die. The Sun family's wealth ensures a life of luxury. Sun Jia frowned slightly, his gaze profound, as if trying to pierce through the window lattice to gaze at the distant horizon, and said solemnly, I aim for far more than a life of luxury. Sun Jia's voice carried a lonely, icy edge. I want to surpass others and become a business legend. So, father, convince mother not to stand in my way. A general's success is built on the bones of thousands, as it has always been since ancient times. If you come to understand, you can accompany me tomorrow morning to bring my second brother back. Mother is naive, let her think my second brother killed himself. Father, listen, the courtyard is eerily quiet tonight. Sun Jia waved his sleeves and turned to leave, filled with a heroic spirit. Old Master Sun watched the figure disappearing into the night, his emotions extremely complex. The Sun family's lineage. These few words gripped his lifeline. Meanwhile, several figures passed by the dilapidated temple in the west of the city. The old temple, its doors and windows long broken, allowed the fierce wind to sweep through unchecked. Inside, a pile of embers on the ground was barely alive, with only a few sparks struggling in the cold wind. Around, groups of beggars of all sizes huddled in corners, seeking shelter from the wind, tightly curling up to fend off the biting cold. Brother's misconduct. Household in turmoil. Wife and brother entangled in adultery. The wastrel died in prison. Lies attempt to blot out the heavens. But the net of heaven is vast, and nothing escapes it. The beggars, too cold to sleep, listened to voices from the alley outside the ruined temple, their hair standing on end. The brother is deceitful. The household is in turmoil. The wife and brother are entangled in an illicit affair. The wastrel died in prison. Lies attempt to blot out the heavens. But the net of heaven is vast, and nothing escapes it. The beggars unconsciously murmured the repeated verses. Similar scenes were playing out elsewhere. As dawn broke, the sky turned gray. Hungry and cold, the beggars huddled in tattered clothes, scurrying through streets and alleys in search of food discarded by the wealthy, nervously recounting the rhymes they had heard in their half-asleep state the night before. By morning, the rhymes had spread through every street and alley. The children, though they didn't understand the meaning, quickly learned the verses and sang them as they played. Some sharp-minded folks, putting the pieces together, began to connect the dots. The household is in chaos. The Sun family in Changhe County is the most haunted. Next to them, any other household seems tranquil. The wife and brother are entangled in an illicit affair. The cousin staying at the Sun residence, who was engaged to the second young master of the Sun family, ended up as the concubine of the eldest son. But the second young master of the Sun family is still alive. Many people whispered this to themselves. In Changshi village, where the smoke of cooking fires rises. The Xie family lives at the mountain's base, secluded from the village. In the morning air, there's no scent of food from nearby homes, missing the warmth of daily life, but the fresh mountain breeze carries the scent of nature. Xie Yan, up early, skipped sword practice and instead set up a straw target by the empty courtyard wall. Dressed in tight martial attire, he held a crossbow. Lu Mingzhao leaned by the window, watching intently. Xie Yan pulled an arrow from the quiver, knocking it and drawing the bow in one smooth, decisive motion. With a whoosh, the arrow flew like lightning, its whistle slicing through the air. It traced a perfect arc, swift and true, striking the bullseye with unerring precision. Lu Mingzhao couldn't judge such expert skill. All she knew was that Xie Yan's stance was rock solid, and his arrows packed a punch. With that kind of arm strength, he could probably lift 100 kilos without breaking a sweat. Then, arrow after arrow flew. She soon realized with astonishment that Xia Yan's target was no longer the bullseye of the straw target, but the arrow he had previously shot. Each arrow precisely hit the previous one, without the slightest deviation. Each arrow followed suit. The bow stretched like a full moon, the arrow soared like a shooting star. Every arrow found its mark, without fail. Lu Mingzhao was utterly amazed, her mind reeling for a long while. This thrilled her even more than discovering Xia Yan's exceptional swordsmanship. The folks of Changxi village lauded Xia Yan's hunting prowess as nothing short of masterful. Year-round, even in the harshest winters when snow blanketed the mountains, he never came back without game, which was still somewhat modest. Lu Mingzhao watched with keen interest, stepping forward eagerly, wanting to try her hand. She had only ever played darts and had never attempted archery. "Yen, can I try?" Xia Yan, calm and collected, with steady breaths, cast a sidelong glance at Lu Mingzhao. The intensity in his gaze had already melted into warmth. As he passed the bow and arrow to Lu Mingzhao, he offered a gentle smile. "Mingzhao, feel free to try this bow, though it may not suit you well. If archery appeals to you, I can craft a bow tailored to you, making it easier to learn." Lu Mingzhao grasped the bow, feeling its weight, and fumbled with the arrow, trying repeatedly to nock it. She couldn't proceed, the bow wouldn't budge. "Mingzhao, you need strong arms to draw the bow," Xia Yan said, standing behind her. He enveloped her, guiding her hands, correcting her stance, raising to aim, and the arrow flew from the bowstring, striking the arrow embedded in the straw target. His warm breath grazed her neck and ears, but Lu Mingzhao felt no hint of romance, only pure joy and exhilaration. The arrow had been guided by her hands, so in a way, it felt like she had shot it herself. Lu Mingzhao adored the instant the arrow cut through the air and struck the target. Xia Yan chuckled, plucked another arrow from the quiver, and together they sent it flying. His soft laughter, like the sun's rays, warmed her heart. "Yen, I like it." Lu Mingzhao's eyes sparkled. "You still owe me a few martial arts moves you haven't taught me. I'll teach you when the weather warms up and the muscles and bones stretch out." A myriad of emotions flickered across her brow.